Chapter 1524. Outside the Wu Yu heavens, the powerhouses of the mortal realm were escorting thousands of creatures away. Unexpectedly, darkness suddenly descended, and a calamity befell the world. In the blink of an eye, all the creatures on the floating islands were swallowed by the darkness, and their divine souls were scattered. On the floating island at the forefront, the powerhouses of the mortal realm were shocked to see this. Behind them, the darkness spread toward the neighboring floating islands. Before they could resist, the neighboring floating islands immediately screamed in horror. Everyone watched as all the creatures on the floating islands were quickly swallowed by the darkness. It was a scene they had never seen before. No one knew what the black airflow on the floating islands behind them was. The unknown made them even more terrified. "You guys go first." On the floating island at the forefront, Xia Zi's demonic aura surged out as he flew backward. "Z." Luofei looked anxious and said, "Be careful." Behind the floating islands, the darkness spread. Xia Zi flew over and clenched his right hand, and the mad doomsday appeared out of thin air. In an instant, demonic aura surged in the void, resisting the spreading darkness. However, in just a few breaths, the darkness broke through the demonic aura's barrier and spread. It was a shocking scene. Even someone as strong as Xia Zi couldn't resist the darkness that appeared out of nowhere. "Ha!" Seeing that the darkness was unstoppable, Xia Zi shouted. The black feathers around his body fluttered, and the 12 wings of sin appeared behind him. Suddenly, an abnormally pure demonic aura surged in front of the darkness, forcibly stopping the darkness from spreading. A violent impact spread out as the two forces devoured each other. Xia Zi released all of his power to buy time for the people behind him to leave. Behind him, the powerhouses of the mortal realm drove the floating islands away with all their might. They didn't want to let Xia Zi's efforts go to waste. In a quarter of an hour, the floating islands disappeared into the void. In front of the darkness, Xia Zi finally exhausted his last bit of strength and was swallowed by the darkness. At this moment, Luofei, who was rushing over at full speed, saw this scene and was shocked. She stepped forward and grabbed Xia Zi's hand. In the blink of an eye, the darkness spread and completely swallowed the two of them. Just as Xia Zi and Luofei were in trouble, in the divine realm, in front of the water cloud imperial palace, Ning Chen was facing the empress who was swallowed by the darkness. He was also in danger. The power of darkness was beyond imagination. Facing an opponent he knew nothing about, Ning Chen quickly fell into a disadvantageous position after just a few moves. God, devil, and immortal, these three types of true essence were all restrained by darkness. The power of light seemed so weak in front of the darkness, unable to withstand a single blow. The Empress, who had completely turned evil, was even more powerful than before. Coupled with the characteristics of the power of darkness, she had completely suppressed the knowing destiny state cultivators. The shocking battle attracted the attention of the two rulers of Nanjiang and Foshan. They looked toward the north with shocked expressions. In Sunrise Divine Palace, Hua Zhongyie's expression darkened. She spread her wings and was about to head to the north. "Don't be impulsive. It's too late even if you go now." The rising sun dragon god spoke, stopping the former. He gazed towards the north as the sun god flames around him rose. The Wu god made his move. Above the 9 heavens, the wind howled and thunder rumbled. Endless divine essence gathered, stirring up the divine suns of the 9 heavens. The power of light filled every corner of the god world. The divine sun shone brightly, and the power of light rose rapidly. In the battle in the north, around the divine palace, the light was dazzling, suppressing the darkness. The Empress's body trembled. The moment the darkness faded away, a look of agony flashed across her eyes. "Kill! Kill me!" As a ruler, she was unwilling to be manipulated by the darkness. The moment her consciousness returned, she could only beg for death. In front of her, Ning Chen waved his hands, and 2 swords appeared at the same time. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed past. The celestial sword cut through the void like lightning. A fountain of blood gushed out from the Empress's chest, dyeing the imperial palace red. One sword to subdue the enemy, and the other to take her life. The sword that slashed the Empress's throat was extremely sharp. The strongest sword in the world was unparalleled in its sharpness. At the moment of her death, the darkness around the Empress rose again and blocked the fairy slaying blade. She counterattacked with a palm, and her power was shocking. Wherever the palm passed, the light was extinguished. With a muffled groan, Ning Chen slid several feet. He stabbed his swords into the ground and blocked the Empress's retreat. Sword reversal. Ning Chen's sword will rose again. He turned his swords, and two beams of sword light pierced through the air. The sword light entered the darkness without any ripples. The powerful power of darkness suppressed the light once again. Boom! At this moment, thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky and blasted the Empress below. The Empress raised her hand, and black air filled the air and dissolved the lightning bolt. The next moment, a black spear appeared in the Empress's hand, and she threw it toward Nanjiang. The earth-shattering spear cut through the world of light and swept toward Nanjiang. In Sunrise Divine Palace, the dark spear swept over and killed the gods. Wu Shun, Yueshan, and Butterfly in Hua saw this and joined forces to block the darkness. Wu Shun was the first to be hit by the collision of darkness and light. His mouth was red, and he was forced to retreat several feet. Yueshan and Butterfly in Hua were also affected and were severely injured. The power of one move had severely injured the three of them, and they could no longer help the battle in the north. In Shuiyun Imperial Palace, Knowing Destiny was injured again and again. Facing the unknown power of darkness, it was difficult for him to find a way to break it. The Empress's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Ning Chen switched from offense to defense. He crossed his swords and blocked one attack after another. Ning Chen was injured, but he recovered quickly. With the help of his indestructible body, he circled the battle and looked for flaws in the darkness. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. When the battle was in a stalemate, heaven and earth shook again. Large cracks spread, swallowing the sky and the earth. In the battle, the Empress's figure flashed, and her powerful palm imprinted on Knowing Destiny's chest. Blood splashed all over the sky. Ning Chen was forced to retreat several steps. Suddenly, the ground behind him cracked open and spread thousands of miles away. Ning Chen couldn't stand still and fell into the bottomless abyss. Dark energy lingered around him, suppressing his power. Above the abyss, the Empress looked down at Knowing Destiny with her cold eyes. No emotion could be seen on her face. After a short while, the Empress's figure dissipated into black air and disappeared. In the human world, above the starry sky, a large crack suddenly opened. A white-haired figure in plain clothes fell and hit a large planet. The beautiful planet didn't seem to be affected by the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Above a small stream, Ning Chen fell from the sky and crashed into the stream. Not far away, a child who was herding cows was startled. He was nervous for a long time and walked over carefully. "It's a person. Mom, someone fell into the water." Seeing the man in the stream, the child immediately shouted into the distance. Soon, a delicate woman came from below the stream. Seeing the young man in the stream, she hurried to drag him out of the stream. "Mom, is he still alive?" the child asked worriedly. "Yes," the woman said softly. "Let's put him on the back of the cow and take him back to see a doctor." "Okay." The child nodded immediately and stepped forward to help. At this time, black air loomed in Ning Chen's chest and kept devouring his vitality. The woman and the child dragged him onto the back of the cow. Then, the cow dragged Knowing Destiny and walked toward a small town in the distance. Chapter 1525. In the small city, it was rainy in early autumn. In the city, cooking fires were lit and everyone started cooking. In front of a simple house, a white-haired young man in plain clothes stood quietly. He looked at the human world with a complicated look in his eyes. He was back. In the battle with the darkness, Ning Chen's cultivation was temporarily suppressed, but he gradually recovered these days. The great calamity of the human world didn't seem to have spread to this pure land. In the city, the people lived and worked in peace. Their lives were stable. Young Master Ning, it's time to eat. After the woman finished cooking, she looked at the man standing quietly in front of the house and said. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and walked towards the house behind. In the house, the bowls and chopsticks were already placed. The food wasn't sumptuous, but it wasn't shabby either. The man in the woman's family died early, so the woman raised the child alone. Although it was hard work, she never complained about it. What others saw as hard work might not be true. Take Ning Chen for example. He had been running around for 1,000 years, but he never complained about it to anyone. The woman was hard-working. In her spare time, she did embroidery for the rich in the city. She could barely support the family. After Ning Chen was saved by the woman, he helped her do many things in the past few days. Carrying water, chopping firewood, these were things that ordinary men could do. Ning Chen could also do them, and he did them quite well. The woman didn't know that her servant used to be the ruler of the human world. If she knew, she probably wouldn't be talking and laughing like she was now. There was a lot of gossip in front of the widow's house, but the people in the small city were simple and honest. Very few people would stir up gossip. Moreover, the woman worked hard to raise the child alone. She had experienced so much that she didn't care about these things anymore. Ning Chen and the woman sat face to face, and the child sat on the side. The three of them started eating. The hot food wasn't sumptuous, but it tasted good. The woman was skillful, and could always make the most ordinary things taste the best. The child ate very happily. He ate a big bowl of rice by himself, and there were a few rice grains around his mouth. The woman reached out and wiped the rice grains from the child's mouth. Her expression was so gentle. Perhaps happiness didn't lie in poverty or wealth, and it didn't lie in status. Sometimes, a simple life was the greatest happiness. Ning Chen didn't talk much. Most of the time, he just watched quietly, watching the last beauty of the human world. For some unknown reason, during the days Ning Chen was rescued, the dark energy in his body didn't break out. Ning Chen had a chance to suppress it and recover his cultivation base. Ning Chen was extremely fearful of this unfamiliar power. The battle with the darkness made him realize that he had to find a way to deal with the darkness as soon as possible. Otherwise, before the great calamity of heaven and earth descended, the human world and the heaven realm would have already been swallowed up by the darkness. Outside, under the gloomy and rainy weather, the sky quickly darkened. Night fell, and the people in the city began to rest. The women and children also went to bed early. Gradually, Ning Chen was the only one left in the quiet town who was still awake. The door of the house creaked open. Ning Chen walked out of the house and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. His weathered eyes flashed with deep worry. "I'll leave tomorrow." His cultivation had more or less recovered. Crack! At this moment, at the end of the Z-way segmentum, a huge crack appeared, crisscrossing and spreading in all directions. In the starry sky, many powerful cultivators of the mortal realm appeared and joined forces to stop the great tribulation of the world from spreading. In front of all the powerful cultivators of the mortal realm, Honorable Gu Yao, as the master of the Z-way segmentum, attacked with all his strength. He gathered the power of all the powerful cultivators to stop the great tribulation. After hundreds of years, Honorable Gu Yao had also stepped into the heavenly path realm. With his Tao reasoning cultivation base, he was outstanding among all the powerful cultivators of the mortal realm. Although the changes of heaven and earth brought endless disasters to the mortal realm, it also gave the cultivators of the mortal realm a chance to step into the heavenly path realm. For hundreds of years, many powerful cultivators of the mortal realm took this crucial step and became true grand cultivators. The huge commotion in the starry sky caused the entire segmentum to tremble. All the powerful cultivators of the mortal realm retreated again and again, unable to stop the great tribulation of the world. In the small town, the commotion at the end of the starry sky affected the quiet planet. The small town shook as if there was a moderate earthquake. Ning Chen sensed it and frowned slightly. He raised his hand to stop the shaking ground. At the end of the Z-Way segmentum, the powerful cultivators of the mortal realm joined forces to resist the great tribulation of the world. In just a few seconds, they showed signs of being unable to hold on. At the front, blood dripped from the corner of Honorable Gu Yao's mouth. In the face of the great tribulation of the world, even a Tao reasoning cultivator seemed so weak. At the critical moment, in the starry sky, beams of sword light swept over from the depths of the starry sky. The sword power shook the sky and resounded through the universe. This time, Honorable Gu Yao and the other powerful cultivators sensed it and were shocked. Above them, beams of sword light swept past and flew towards the spatial rift in front of them. After the shocking sword entered the spatial rift, the collapsing starry sky gradually stabilized. It's the Lord of the Grand Supreme Realm. A powerful cultivator who had experienced a level 1 demon slayer battle reacted, and said in shock. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Wasn't the Lord of the Grand Supreme Realm the previous Lord of the Immortal Realm? Everyone looked at the Z-Way segmentum Lord in front of them, waiting for an answer. It's indeed the Lord of the Grand Supreme Realm. Honorable Gu Yao also recognized the owner of the sword qi and said. In the small town, the sword qi around Ning Chen gradually converged and returned to normal. The great tribulation of the mortal realm was getting worse. It's an earthquake. The people of the small town ran out of their houses and said in a panic. In the small house, the woman also ran out with the child. When she saw the white-haired man outside, she hurried forward and said, "Is it an earthquake?" "It's fine now." Ning Chen looked at the starry sky and said calmly. Although the great tribulation of heaven and earth was unstoppable, at least he had to protect the last hope of the mortal realm. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman and child behind him. Light flashed across his eyes. They were the last hope. In the sky, when the sky was about to brighten, figures appeared in the void. The heavenly venerables of the mortal realm appeared in the sky above the small town. Immortals! It's the immortals! In the small town, the people saw the people in the sky and were pleasantly surprised. In front of the small house, the busy woman also saw the group of immortals in the sky and was shocked. "Mom, it's the immortals!" The child pointed at the sky and said excitedly. In the void, the heavenly venerables of the mortal realm saw the white-haired young man below. At this moment, they finally confirmed his identity. "Greetings, Lord of the Grand Supreme Realm." The heavenly venerables bowed and said respectfully. It was a shocking scene. In the void, the immortals bowed together to a mortal below. In front of the small house, the woman saw the direction the immortals were bowing in. She was stunned at first, but then her expression changed. Could it be that they were bowing to? The woman looked at the white-haired young man in front of her, and the waves in her heart could no longer be suppressed. He was an immortal? Under the gazes of the heavenly venerables of the mortal realm, Ning Chen looked back at the woman behind him and said calmly, "Thank you for taking care of me these days. I have to go." "Are you an immortal?" Seeing the calm expression of the young man in front of her, the woman suppressed the waves in her heart and asked. Ning Chen shook his head gently and replied, "There are no more immortals in this world, but there will be soon." After saying that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and walked toward the sky. In the void, the white-haired figure walked in front of the heavenly venerables. His white hair danced in the wind, and his aura of absolute nobility made it difficult for people to look at him. Ning Chen looked at the sky, and a light flashed in his eyes. It was time to do something. In the ancient era, the Eastern Immortal Lord took action and caused the great calamity of the world. In this era, it was their turn. In the immortal world, Ning Chen looked toward the east. Perhaps there were secrets in the immortal world that he wanted to know. It was time for the immortal realm to see the light of day again. Chapter 1526. In the Ziwei star zone, 100 celestial lords made a pilgrimage to the immortal land. After knowing destiny returned, all the celestial lords in the human world came to meet the former ruler of the human world. On the divine peak, Ning Chen looked at the sovereigns of the mortal world and reminded them, "The catastrophe of heaven and earth has arrived. This time, I may not be able to protect all of you. In addition, a dark force has appeared in the mortal world and the heaven realm. Until now, I have not found a way to deal with it. If you encounter it, do not hesitate and run for your life immediately." Dark power? When Honorable Gu Yao heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. Even the territorial lord is helpless against it. Where did this dark energy come from? "I don't know yet," Ning Chen said with a solemn expression. "It's precisely because we don't know its origins that we haven't been able to find a way to deal with it." When the various Empyreans heard this, their hearts all sank. Just the arrival of the great tribulation of heaven and earth was enough to make people despair. Now there was an undefeatable dark force. Did God really want to destroy the human world? "What do you plan to do?" Honorable Gu Yao asked. "Go to the 4 great immortal realms to find out the truth." Ning Chen looked to the east and said in a deep voice, "Back then, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial World acted to stop the great tribulation of heaven and earth and the dark force. Perhaps there are records of the great tribulation of heaven and earth and the dark force in the celestial world." "We'll go with the Realm Lord," Honorable Gu Yao said. "No need." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I can go by myself. You guys still need to guard the human world." Half a day later, Ning Chen left the god's realm and headed east. In the inner realm, the central continent's demonic wheel sea was filled with phoenix fire. Ning Chen walked out and directly entered the forbidden land of the central continent. Just as Ning Chen entered the demonic wheel sea, a terrifying power appeared between heaven and earth, wanting to devour the life force of those who entered. After 1,000 years, Ning Chen once again entered the sea of demonic wheel. Even though his cultivation base was as different as heaven and earth, he could still feel that his body was constantly losing energy. Ning Chen released his divine sense and scanned the demonic wheel sea. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like this demonic wheel sea had secrets that he did not know. He had already cultivated to the Tao extermination realm, but he was still unable to completely resist the nomological powers in the demonic wheel sea. The mortal realm's forbidden land had no end in sight. It was a world of its own. After Ning Chen entered, he walked for several hours but still did not reach the end. Inside the demonic wheel sea, time and space seemed to be separated from the other world. 1,000 years ago, Ning Chen's cultivation base was insufficient, so he couldn't sense the abnormalities here. Now that he was here again, he could feel how unusual this forbidden land was. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the end of the demonic wheel ocean. The scenery of heaven and earth changed, becoming a scene of silence. More than half of the stone door had already been destroyed, leaving behind only ruins. However, the immortal might on the stone door could still be clearly felt. Blood could be vaguely seen on the collapsed stone door. After the erosion of time, the spiritual energy on the door had long since dissipated. Behind the stone door, the devastated Eastern deity world was almost completely destroyed. Tens of thousands of years had passed since the Antiquity Age. Even the sturdy rocks had been weathered by the passage of time. Ning Chen walked into the Eastern deity realm. Looking at the broken world in front of him, his expression grew more and more serious. During the great tribulation of heaven and earth, the immortal world was destroyed and the immortals perished. Everything happened so suddenly. However, the Lord of the Eastern immortal world managed to withstand the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Even the darkness was afraid of the Lord of the Eastern immortal world. Could it be that the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm really knew the origin of darkness? Also, why would the world have such a great tribulation? All kinds of questions flashed through Ning Chen's mind. Facing the great tribulation that was about to befall the three realms, he did his best to find a way to stop it. In the immortal world, the former prosperity could be faintly seen. Celestial mountains sat there, but they had lost all their spiritual energy. At the end of the celestial mountains there was a palace. Ning Chen looked at the palace in the distance. His figure dissipated, turning into a fire phoenix and flying away. In front of the palace, phoenix flames filled the air. Ning Chen walked out and looked at the palace in front of him. He reached out and pushed open the palace door. With a rumble, the palace door opened and Ning Chen walked in. Inside the palace, it was still dead silent. There was no sign of life. Ning Chen walked in the palace. He released his divine sense and walked straight into the depths of the palace. When he came to the palace again, nothing had changed much. The only difference was that after 1,000 years, the palace's aura of time had become thicker. Compared to the palace's history, 1,000 years was nothing. However, to Ning Chen, 1,000 years was already so long. Inside the palace, it was abnormally dark. If it weren't for the remaining luminous pearls that were still emitting some light, the palace would have been almost invisible. Silence, an eternal silence. In the main hall, the sound of footsteps could be heard, one sound after another. Ning Chen followed his memory and walked to a palace where the green coffins were displayed. Suddenly, his expression froze. No. In the palace, a green coffin floated quietly in the void. There were 3 green coffins in the beginning, but now only one was left. Ning Chen looked at the green coffin in the void. He took a step and leaped up. In the void, there was only one green coffin. It was half open, and it contained all the methods of the starry sky. It made people not dare to look at it directly. Ning Chen looked at the green coffin in front of him, and his expression became more and more serious. There were 3 green coffins. He took one away, so there should be 2 left. If he remembered correctly, there was a blood-stained white robe in the missing green coffin. Who was it that took away the 3rd green coffin? Was it just for the blood-stained clothes? Who was the owner of the shirt? The master of the Eastern immortal world? All kinds of questions lingered in his mind. After a long time, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the green coffin in front of him. Back then, he and Miss Jiangli hid in this coffin and saved their lives from the fairy-slaying sword. However, the flow of time in this coffin was much faster than the outside world. A moment was eternal, and a night was 100 years. Ning Chen waved his hand and shook off the lid of the green coffin. Looking at the methods of the starry sky in the green coffin, a strange light flashed in his eyes. In the green coffin, the nebula rolled like an independent small world. It evolved slowly and clearly from the Archean era to the ancient era. 1,000 years had passed in the outside world, but in the green coffin, an unknown number of years had passed. When Ning Chen looked at the green coffin, it was the beginning of the ancient era. Across the Archean era and the ancient era, the 4 immortal worlds developed to the peak. In the era when the gods and demons withered, people only had eyes for immortals. In the green coffin, one could vaguely see an immortal going through the tribulation and ascending. Suddenly, Ning Chen's expression froze and his face darkened. He saw that around the immortal going through the tribulation, there was a faint black aura. It was so weak that it was almost undetectable. After the tribulation, the immortal ascended, leaving only a trace of black aura in the mortal world. The power of darkness. Having fought with darkness before, Ning Chen was very familiar with the power of darkness. Looking at the ancient scene reflected in the green coffin, his expression became more and more serious. This trip was right. The power of darkness came from the immortal who ascended. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen stepped forward and entered the starry sky world in the green coffin. This was not enough. He needed to know more about the source of the power of darkness and how to deal with it. Chapter 15:27. In the Immortal Palace, inside the green coffin, Ning Chen stepped into the starry world to check the source of the dark power. In the starry world, time had passed and it was the beginning of ancient times. When the cultivators of the mortal world ascended and became immortals, the dark aura remained in the mortal world. The chaos had clarity and turbidity. The clear rose and became the sky, while the turbidity sank and became the earth. There was good and evil in the human heart. Good thoughts rose and evil thoughts remained in the mortal world. For thousands of years, evil thoughts accumulated in the mortal world and eventually turned into darkness that covered the sky. In the starry world, Ning Chen watched the passage of time and his life force quickly dissipated. In the world in the coffin, 100 years passed in an instant. In order to understand the source of the darkness, Ning Chen stood in the starry world for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, Ning Chen's life force dissipated by half. Even with the body of an immortal demon, it was difficult to hold on. In the long years, countless powerhouses ascended to the immortal world. The dark power accumulated in the mortal world increased and almost condensed into a substance. Gradually, after an unknown period of time, the dark power in the mortal world began to develop intelligence. Although it was very weak, it was clearly felt. The dark power that had just developed intelligence was still very weak. It was like a child holding a sharp divine sword. The power it could exert was actually very limited. However, no one noticed the budding dark power. Even the immortals of the immortal world didn't care about it. Everyone had good and evil thoughts. This was the most common thing. No one would think too much about it. The onlooker sees the game more clearly. Coming from the future, Ning Chen had personally fought with the dark power. His sensitivity to the dark power was better than ordinary people. Ning Chen stood in the starry world and watched the passage of time. The dark power in the mortal world also grew rapidly. After the cultivators of the mortal world ascended, more and more dark power was left. However, just as the dark power was gradually growing in the eastern immortal world, the master of the immortal world finally noticed the changes in the mortal world. In the eastern immortal world, the immortal master made a move. The immortal slaying sword appeared and an earth-shattering sword light slashed from the immortal world into the mortal world. The immortal light spread and dispersed the dark power in the world. After the sword, the dark power in the mortal world disappeared and the world regained its clarity. In the starry sky, Ning Chen saw this scene and was even more puzzled. The dark power had been cut off by the master of the eastern immortal world. Then where did the dark power come from? All kinds of doubts flashed through Ning Chen's mind, but he couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the scene in the starry sky world changed again. Somewhere in the mortal world, a woman gave birth to a child. When the child was 10 years old, he was accepted into an immortal sect because of his innate talent and intelligence. Within 100 years, the child of the past had succeeded in his cultivation and became the first person in the world to ascend to the heavens after only 100 years of cultivation. In the North Immortal world, a cultivator who ascended in 100 years had appeared in the mortal world. The entire immortal world was shocked. The Lord of the North Celestial Realm personally came out and accepted the ascended genius cultivator as a disciple. Under the envious gazes of the immortals, the young man in green entered the immortal palace with the Lord of the North Immortal Realm. 10,000 years passed again. The Lord of the North Celestial World was in seclusion. As the Celestial Master's disciple, the young man in green was in charge of all the affairs of the celestial world. In the starry sky, Ning Chen looked at the mirror image below with an extremely solemn expression. He always felt that there was something wrong with this young man, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Time passed little by little. The Lord of the North Celestial Realm had been in seclusion for 20,000 years. Although the celestial realm looked calm on the surface, it was turbulent in the dark. The green-robed young man began to show his ambition. With the help of the power in his hands, he began to arrange his own forces, eliminate dissidents, and control the North Celestial Realm step by step. After 20,000 years, the cultivation of the green-robed young man was also getting higher and higher. He was almost no weaker than a monarch. In the starry sky, Ning Chen watched the growth of the green-robed young man and gradually saw the abnormality. This young man was too human-like. Humans have the 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, shock, good or evil. However, on the path of cultivation, the 7 emotions and 6 desires will gradually become indifferent. Regardless of good or evil thoughts, they will become less distinct. However, this young man was extremely greedy, angry, and obsessed. His face was covered with many hypocritical masks. The greed of the human heart was undoubtedly evident. Compared to the transcendence that immortals should have, this young man was too human-like. Could it be? Ning Chen looked at the mirror image of the celestial realm below, and a terrible guess arose in his heart. However, those dark forces had indeed been destroyed by the Lord of the East Celestial Realm. He also didn't feel any dark forces from this young man. Ning Chen couldn't figure out the doubts in his heart, so he could only continue to watch. However, after 70,000 years in the green coffin world, his vitality had dissipated by more than half, and he gradually found it difficult to support himself. Just as Ning Chen entered the celestial realm to find a way to deal with the calamity of the world and the dark forces, in the human world, in the starry sky, large cracks appeared and the world shook. The barriers of time and space that had existed for countless years in the human world and the heaven realm gradually collapsed under the calamity of the world. The gods and demons of the calamity finally arrived in the human world. Under the apocalypse, the 3 realms were in panic. The negative emotions in the hearts of the gods and demons were extremely magnified, causing chaos in the human world. In the purple myrtle holy realm, the celestial lords in the human world all tried to stop the gods and demons from causing chaos. However, the power gap between the human world and the heaven realm was too big. The gods and demons of the 6 levels of heaven came to the human world one after another. In 100 years, the human world was in chaos. At the critical moment, Hua Zhongjie, Luo Xingqian, and the others returned and immediately killed more than 100 powerhouses of the 6 levels of heaven, frightening the gods and demons of the heaven. The powerhouses of the human world established their power, and the gods and demons of the heaven temporarily restrained themselves and didn't blatantly cause chaos in the human world. In the purple myrtle holy realm, Hua Zhongjie and the others gathered. Venerable Gu Yao told them the whereabouts of Knowing Ming, and they were finally relieved. For 100 years, they had been looking for Knowing Ming's whereabouts. They were relieved. Knowing Ming has been gone for 100 years? Luo Xingqian asked. Yes. Venerable Gu Yao nodded and said, the State Lord went to find a way to deal with the tribulation of heaven and earth. I wonder how he is now. I will go find him. Hua Zhongjie turned around and was about to leave. Miss Dai, don't worry. Qing Ning said softly. He has been to the East Deity realm once. There won't be any danger. We just need to wait here. Hua Zhongjie frowned slightly, but didn't refute. She nodded and agreed. Immortal state. How can such a place be called immortal state? At this moment, the sky above the immortal state shook. Many powerful figures walked out of the sky. The gods and demons of the heaven realm had joined forces to suppress the immortal state. It was a shocking scene. The chi of the gods and demons surged in the sky and covered the sun. On the immortal peak, Hua Zhongjie looked up at the gods and demons in the sky. Her cold eyes flashed with intense killing intent. The tribulation of heaven and earth had arrived, and these people still wanted to cause chaos in the human world. If so, she would kill them all. The flower burial appeared. The black blade light was dazzling. Demonic butterfly held the blade and rushed to the sky. Chapter 1528. In the purple myrtle divine realm, all the gods and demons were pressuring the realm. The demonic butterfly attacked, and demonic chi soared into the sky. Hua Zhongjie, who had been suppressing her murderous nature, no longer hid the murderous intent in her heart. She attacked to kill the gods and demons. The flower burial rose, and Hua Zhongjie displayed her shocking power. Her long sleeves danced, forming an inescapable net to block the gods' and demons' escape route. In the net, black and white blade aura intertwined. The blade aura danced in the sleeves, and killing intent filled the sky. Blood sprayed in the inescapable net, and not a single drop fell outside. Below, in the shocked eyes of the immortal realm cultivators, all the gods and demons were slaughtered. Not a single one survived. After killing all the gods and demons, the demonic butterfly descended from the sky. The bloody smell made people shudder. On the floating islands of the immortal realm, the celestial venerables in the human world looked at the demonic shadow descending from the sky. There was such a powerful demon beside the Lord of the Grand Supreme Realm. The celestial venerables in the human world were silent. At this moment, no one dared to say anything. In the human world, demons were evil. However, now that the gods were in chaos, the demons were protecting the human world. Hua Zhongjie and the others returned, and the human world was temporarily peaceful. In the green coffin world of the East Deity Realm, Ning Chen had been in there for 70,000 years. He had observed from the early to the middle of the ancient times. After such a long time, most of his vitality had dissipated. In the North Deity Realm, the young man in cyan had ascended to the immortal realm for 30,000 years. His strength increased day by day, and he had reached the monarch realm. The Lord of the North Deity Realm had been in seclusion, trying to reach a higher level. The young man in cyan had controlled the North Deity Realm for more than 20,000 years, and almost half of the Deity Realm was under his control. In the North Deity Realm, all the rebels disappeared for unknown reasons. Even many immortal lords and immortals at the giant level had died. In the sky above the Deity Realm, Ning Chen looked at the situation in the North Deity Realm, and his heart became heavier and heavier. If he guessed right, this young man in cyan had something to do with the darkness. During the tribulation of heaven and earth, the Lord of the North Deity Realm suddenly went crazy. But what was the relationship between this young man in cyan and the darkness? Was the darkness himself? 30,000 years ago, the Lord of the Deity Realm had killed him. Ning Chen was puzzled and could only continue to watch. Finally, the first turmoil of the ancient times. The gods. Between heaven and earth, groups of demons appeared. Outside of the human world, the 10 primordial demon lords led the 100 races to conquer the human world. A great battle was about to break out. Among the 10 fiend lords in the primordial fiend realm, the strongest was already at the monarch realm. The weakest, first fiend Emperor Kuan, was a peerless expert who had stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. The 10 great demon monarchs were pressuring the borders, and the human world was in danger. At this critical moment, the 4 great immortal realms proposed an alliance to resist the demonic realm. In the northern celestial realm, the young man in cyan robes personally led the cultivators of the celestial realm to battle, wanting to establish his might once again. In the southern immortal world, the leader of the army was a woman in white. Her cultivation was extremely high and was not inferior to the young man in green. As for the strongest immortal realms, both the East and West immortal realms had sent their top experts to battle. A great battle broke out. The 10 great demon realms of the primal demon realm led the cultivators of the 100 races against the allied forces of the 4 great immortal realms. In the first battle, the allied forces of the 4 great immortal realms suffered a crushing defeat. The number 1 demon monarch of the primordial demon realm had an unparalleled cultivation base. He alone was able to fend off most of the experts of the 4 immortal realms. His battle prowess was astounding. The primordial demon realm army continued their victorious pursuit, conquering several star regions in one go. The situation was completely unfavorable. In the Western Immortal Realm, Western King's mother came out. She pulled out the dragon phoenix golden hairpin from her head, drawing out a heavenly river that extended into endless time and space. The heavenly river was vast and boundless, blocking the path of the primordial demon realm army. The path of the primordial demon realm army was temporarily blocked, giving the allied forces of the four great immortal realms a chance to catch their breath. And in these 100 years, the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm did not make a move. Ning Chen left the Northern Immortal Realm, watching the tragic battle of the ancient gods and demons along the way. He was extremely shocked. In these 100 years, the primordial demon realm army crossed the heavenly river and continued their conquest of the mortal realm. In these 100 years, the flames of war raged in the mortal realm, almost turning many star regions into ruins. After watching the battle for 100 years, Ning Chen left the battlefield and went to the Eastern Immortal Realm. He wanted to know why the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm had not made a move. In the sky above the Eastern Immortal Realm, Ning Chen's figure appeared. He searched through many immortal palaces, but could not find any trace of the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm. Even in the Eastern Immortal Realm, no one knew where he was. After searching for a long time, Ning Chen left the Eastern Immortal Realm and searched everywhere in the mortal realm for the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm. In these 100 years, Ning Chen went to every corner of the mortal realm, but still did not find any trace of the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm. And in these 100 years, the four great immortal realms sent out their elites again and finally managed to stop the primordial demon realm army. The immortal and demon armies were in a stalemate. For a time, no one could end the war quickly. In these 100 years, Ning Chen left the mortal realm and went to the heavenly realm. There were 9 heavens in the heavens, and they were unreachable. The last 3 heavens were far away in the endless space and time. Ning Chen went through the 6 heavens first, from the God realm to the desireless heaven, and searched through all the heavens. However, there was still no trace of the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm. Finally, when Ning Chen had almost searched all 3 realms, he found the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm in front of a tomb buried in nothingness. The tomb was very ordinary, but it was a little unusual to be buried in nothingness. In front of the tomb, the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm stood there quietly for hundreds of years. There were a few words carved on the tombstone. Ning Chen tried his best to get closer to see, but after so many years, everything seemed so blurry, and it was difficult to see clearly. When Ning Chen got closer, the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm looked back in front of the tomb. His weathered eyes seemed to be able to see Ning Chen through reincarnation. Their eyes met for an eternity. Boom! At the end of the nothingness, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky, illuminating the dim world of nothingness. Their eyes reflected each other's figures. Reincarnation after reincarnation, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. In the end, the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm left and returned to the mortal realm. Not long after the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm left, a beautiful little flower grew on the tomb in nothingness. It was white and flawless, without a speck of dust. Ning Chen's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. After a long time, he also left the nothingness. That pure white flower was so familiar. Why? After Ning Chen left, a wind came out of nowhere in the nothingness. The little white flower flew up, fluttered, and flew into the mortal realm. The cycle of reincarnation began in this life. That year, she looked at his back from the tomb. He was so tall and so far away that she could not reach him. The little white flower did not understand, but she was curious, so she tried her best to enter the mortal realm. However, the little white flower did not know that once she entered the cycle of reincarnation, she would lose the consciousness of her previous life. The Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm did not care about the little white flower's existence. Ning Chen cared about it, but he forgot about it. Fate was formed when they saw each other in front of the tomb. In the mortal realm, after the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm returned, he made a strong move and killed 9 of the 10 demon monarchs by himself. The primordial demon realm was defeated. The first demon emperor, the last of the 10 demon monarchs, was only affected by the battle. He was knocked down from the celestial venerable realm and could not recover. The army of the 100 clans retreated back to the primordial demon realm in defeat. The Queen Mother of the West made a move and sealed the exit of the primordial demon realm. Thus the war ended. And after the war ended, the young man in green appeared on the battlefield. His divine essence spread out, and he began to devour the origin of the immortals and demons. Chapter 1529. In the green coffin world, Ning Chen dreamt of the ancient times, 70,000 years ago, searching for the truth of history. In the past 70,000 years, the immortal world and the human world had been experiencing a lot of major events. Especially in the last 10,000 years, the demon realm and the immortal world had a great war, and the flames of war had burned every corner of the human world. At the critical moment, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm returned from the void. He single-handedly killed the 9 great demon monarchs of the demonic realm, completely turning the tide of the battle. The devil realm was defeated. The West King Manor sealed the entrance between the primordial devil realm and the human world. The war ended completely. After the demon realm retreated, the human world and the immortal world were able to rest for a short while. No one noticed that in the North Immortal world, a strange power was growing rapidly. The young man's strength had increased by leaps and bounds after devouring the remaining essences of the immortals, demons, and the 9 demon monarchs. Vaguely, he was showing signs of surpassing the monarch realm. And the real master of the North Celestial Realm, the Lord of the North Celestial Realm, had been in seclusion for 20,000 years and had not come out. No one knew what accident had happened to him. In the green coffin world, after Ning Chen had stayed there for 70,000 years, his white hair began to turn gray. Obviously, his body could no longer support the clear passage of time in the green coffin world. Forced to the limit, the origin of the immortal god tree in Ning Chen's body automatically recovered and fed back to its master. The undying god tree that had lived for countless years had existed since the immemorial era. It was immortal and indestructible, almost indestructible. Its vitality was even vaster than the vast ocean. As the undying god tree counterattacked, Ning Chen's vitality rapidly recovered. After breaking through his limits, his physical strength seemed to be even stronger than before. Ning Chen's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had expected this. At the same time, in the Eastern Celestial Realm, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm stood quietly at the peak of the Celestial Realm. He looked at the starry sky. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He was truly the number 1 person in the world, invincible in the world. He created the immortal world, established the laws of a domain, and intimidated all gods and devils. Everyone in the mortal realm, heaven realm, and the 4 great immortal realms knew that the ruler of the Eastern Immortal Realm was invincible. He was truly invincible. Unfortunately, even someone as strong as the ruler of the Eastern Immortal Realm couldn't do it. It was rumored that before the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm became an immortal, he had a wife in the mortal world. Unfortunately, when the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm was in danger, his wife risked her life to save him. In the end, she died. She didn't have the chance to see the master of the Eastern Celestial Realm become an immortal and become invincible on the first day. When the Lord of the Eastern Celestial World became an immortal and became the number 1 person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it was already tens of thousands of years later. After tens of thousands of years, everything changed. Her soul dissipated, there was no longer any hope of revival. The great Tao was merciless. Those who died were forever dead. Even the strongest person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths couldn't change this merciless rule. It was said that in order to resurrect his wife, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm did not hesitate to break through the cycle of reincarnation. He went up to the 9 heavens and down to the Yellow Springs. Even the Lord of the Underworld was defeated by him. The Underworld was broken through, but he still could not find the slightest chance of survival for his woman. At the peak of the Celestial World, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial World stood quietly for 10,000 years. His ancient eyes became more and more confused. After an unknown period of time, he gradually became determined. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the world of immortals surged, and the sky changed color. A moment later, a gigantic vortex appeared in the sky, churning continuously. It was like the cycle of reincarnation, bottomless. The Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm raised his hand and pulled out many broken mirror images from the cycle of reincarnation. Each mirror image was a bit of the time he spent with his wife when he became an immortal. Thousands of mirror images turned into starlight and flew into the mortal world, entering the belly of a woman. In the sky, Ning Chen was shocked when he saw this scene. What was the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm doing? In the mortal world, 10 months later, the woman gave birth to a daughter. After giving birth, the daughter stopped crying. 16 years later, the baby grew up. She grew up to be slender and elegant. However, she often looked at the sky in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Many people said that the girl was a fool. The girl did not refute. She continued to look at the sky every day, thinking about things. A year later, the woman died of illness. After the mourning period, the girl left home. No one knew where she went. 7 years later, a woman shocked the world. She disguised herself as a man and suppressed all the scholars in the world. She passed the imperial examination. In the throne room, the woman returned to the throne room of her daughter, shocking all the officials in the imperial court. The emperor was shocked and angry at the same time. He sentenced the woman to the crime of deceiving the emperor. The woman was sent to the imperial prison. 3 days later, she was executed in public. The woman was fearless. On the day of the execution, she smiled for the first time. This life was worth it. The executioner carried out the execution. When the butcher's knife slashed down, the woman's figure dissipated into starlight and disappeared from the mortal world. In the celestial realm, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm looked at the scene in the mortal world and did not interfere. After one life, the broken mirror images entered the cycle of reincarnation again. This time they had more spirituality. Somewhere, the woman reincarnated. The second life was even shorter than the first. The woman practiced martial arts from a young age. In just 20 years, she cultivated the martial arts of the mortal world to the realm of Taoism. It was a shocking talent. When the woman was 25 years old, she turned to Taoism and ended her short life. In the third life, the woman reincarnated into the royal family. She enjoyed endless glory and wealth from a young age. However, the woman still risked her life. At the age of 20, she died. The fourth life. The fifth life. In the starry sky of the celestial realm, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm and knowing destiny watched the woman reincarnate one life after another. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, as if there was no end. Life after life, the woman did not live past the age of 30. She died in the best years of her life. However, after the woman disappeared in each life, the spirituality in the thousands of mirror images became stronger and stronger. Vaguely, there was a trace of vitality. In the underworld, the Lord of the Underworld looked at the mortal world from the throne. Seeing the woman reincarnate one life after another, shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. She sent the lifeless images into the cycle of reincarnation. After life, they actually gave birth to life. How was this possible? At the peak of the celestial realm, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm was surrounded by celestial light. Her cultivation, which was already invincible, rose again. After countless lives, the woman reincarnated again. In the void, Ning Chen looked back and suddenly trembled. At the peak of the celestial realm, the lord of the eastern celestial realm disappeared. At the same time, a delicate young man appeared in the mortal world. He was ignorant of the world and was born to know. In the underworld, the Yama king who was supposed to be on the throne also disappeared and entered the mortal world. The lords of the celestial realm and the underworld entered the cycle of reincarnation together. They wanted to see the essence of reincarnation. In the void, Ning Chen looked at the three people who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. His expression became more and more serious. Did reincarnation really exist in the world? What exactly was reincarnation? In the mortal world, the young man and the young woman finally met. At the same time, they met a woman who liked to wear red. The young man did not like the woman in red. The two of them did not get along and quarreled when they met. The young woman was very gentle and considerate. She kept saying good things about the woman in red. In the crowd not far away, a beautiful girl looked at the young man with admiration in her eyes. In the girl's hand was a small white flower that had just been picked. It was pure and flawless, like a snow lotus in full bloom in the mortal world. Chapter 1530. In the green coffin world, the lords of the celestial world and the underworld all entered the cycle of reincarnation and met in the mortal world. It was as if there was an invisible person controlling fate. Those who were destined to meet would eventually meet. No one could change that. The young man was valiant and accomplished at a young age. He entered the imperial court and was conferred the title of Marquis step by step. The young man's path became faster and faster, but the more he walked, the lonelier he became. The woman who reincarnated again and again did not live past 30 years old in this life. Her stunning life disappeared at the most beautiful time. The young man was very sad. Although he was in a high position, he could not save the life of the woman he loved. At this time, the foreign tribes from the west invaded and the country was in danger. The young man was in danger and had to put down the sadness in his heart. He personally put on his armor and went to the battlefield. The battlefield was cruel and life and death were at stake. Every time he was in danger, the beautiful figure in red would appear in front of him and resolve the crisis for him. Finally, the foreign tribes were defeated and the young man returned to the imperial court. He looked very old and experienced. In the imperial city, among the people who were still welcoming him, a pair of pure eyes looked at the young man. It was just like before. Nothing had changed. The cycle of reincarnation had never changed. Back then, the little white flower on the tomb looked up at the back of the Lord of the Eastern celestial world. Now, the woman was still looking up at the young man. Her exquisite heart was purer than the snow lotus. The young man returned to the imperial court. Under the gaze of the people in the imperial city, a shocking change happened. In the crowd, a woman in white leaped up, and like a fairy flying from the heavens, her sword pierced directly into the youth's chest. No one had expected such a shocking scene. The young man was the same. Up close, the young man looked at the woman in white with a veil covering her face. His shocked eyes gradually calmed down. A smile and relief appeared on the young man's face. This life was worth it. The young man fell off the horse. The woman in white did not escape. She killed herself and fell beside the young man. The woman in white was the princess of the foreign tribes. The foreign tribes were defeated and suffered heavy casualties. The woman in white followed the young man all the way to the imperial city. When the young man's guard was at its lowest, she assassinated him. The woman in white also knew that she could not live, so she chose to kill herself. A life was short. The woman in white's sword cut off the cycle of reincarnation, but it also opened a new fate. In the void, Ning Chen looked at the scene below. The shock in his heart was hard to suppress. Under the hooves of the horses, the two people who fell into the sand side by side did not know each other. Because of this sword, they were tainted with karma that could not be avoided. The wheel of reincarnation continued to turn, and the youth was once again reincarnated. He was born in a great immortal cultivation sect, and his innate talent shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. There was an astonishing phenomenon as soon as he was born. In 33 years, the young man had cultivated from a mortal body to near the immortal realm. His talent was unprecedentedly terrifying, surpassing that of any heavens chosen since ancient times. However, just when everyone thought that the youth would ascend to the immortal realm without any suspense, the youth unexpectedly fell. The one who attacked was still a white-robed woman. Her sword shook the heavens and the earth, as if she was a flying immortal. When the young man was facing his tribulation, she heavily injured him. In the end, the two of them were swallowed up by the blue lightning that filled the sky and turned into ashes. At the foot of the mountain, the woman in red walked over. She looked at the raging thunder on the mountain and was absent-minded. For some unknown reason, tears silently fell from the red-clothed woman's eyes, wetting her clothes. After missing a lifetime, it would be difficult to catch up again. In the human world, a beautiful woman with a pale face struggled to live for 28 years. Finally, she could not hold on any longer. The woman powerlessly closed her eyes, tears falling from her eyes at the same time. The white-robed woman's sword had cut off too much. Fate had come to meet, but a sword had led to nothing. In the following 7 lifetimes, the young man's ending was the same. In each of the 7 lifetimes, he would be hunted down by the white-robed woman. In addition to the previous 2 lifetimes, the grudges of the 9 lifetimes turned into unbreakable shackles that trapped the 2 of them forever. In the 9th life, the young man entered a cultivation family again. In this life, his talent was even more terrifying. In a short 20 years, the young man cultivated to near the immortal realm. When the heavenly tribulation descended, the white-robed woman's sword shook the heavens and the earth. The young man raised his hand and blocked the white-robed woman's sword. However, how could the white-robed woman's killing intent be so easily blocked? Under the heavenly tribulation, the 2 of them fought. In the end, the young man in this life was stronger, and the white-robed woman fell. However, the young man was also heavily injured in the battle. He failed his tribulation and his cultivation was crippled. The young man fell into the human world and was picked up by a young woman. The young woman's eyes were pure and flawless, so beautiful. When the young woman saw the young man for the first time, her heart trembled slightly. She did not know why. The young woman saved the young man. After waiting for life after life, the young woman finally did not only have to look up at the young man's back. Under the young woman's accompaniment, the young man began to cultivate again. Although it was difficult, the young man did not give up. He cultivated in seclusion again and again. The young woman did not have the talent to cultivate, so she accompanied the young man. Sometimes she waited for nearly 10 years. However, the lives of mortals were so short. How many decades could they have? In the end, when the young man was in seclusion, the young woman's lifespan was exhausted. She reached the end of her life. The young woman looked at the stone room where the young man was in seclusion. She wanted to hold on for a few more days to see him one last time. However, the young woman was really too tired. Her tired eyes gradually closed. She had finished her short life. In this life, there were no regrets. It was worth it. 3 days later, the young man came out of seclusion. Thunder roared from the 9 heavens and descended to the human world. When the young man came out of seclusion, he saw the young woman sleeping soundly. His body trembled violently. Life after life, the 9 lives were about to end. The youth's appearance changed, and he walked towards the horizon. The lightning in the sky could not hurt him. Looking back at the 9 lives, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm's eyes became more and more vicissitude. At this moment, a sword light came from afar. The woman in white kept repeating the same thing over and over again. Grand Supreme, you can't kill me. The Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm raised his hand and caught the sword light with 2 fingers. With a clang, he broke the divine weapon in the Grand Supreme's hand. The woman in white was hit by the backlash. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the lord of the eastern celestial realm in front of her. Without saying a word, she repaired the broken sword with the blood-herder sword. The broken sword was rebuilt. It was dazzling. The woman in white flashed past. In a flash, she was in front of the lord of the eastern celestial realm. The lord of the eastern celestial realm raised his hand. Celestial core power surged. Just as he was about to counter the Grand Supreme in front of him, suddenly, above the 9 heavens, the world changed. In the void, a terrifying crack appeared and spread for millions of miles. The change of the world had just begun. In the sky of the northern celestial realm, under the huge crack, the young man in green looked at the crack in the sky. The smile on his face became brighter. The sky cracked, and a disaster appeared. The lord of the eastern celestial realm's expression changed. He took a step forward and swept toward the sky. In the middle of the big crack, the lord of the eastern celestial realm stopped. He condensed celestial core power in his hands and used his supreme cultivation to forcefully pull the time and space that was constantly collapsing. The lord of the celestial realm blocked the change of the sky. Unexpectedly, in the void, a huge vortex appeared and swallowed the lord of the celestial realm. Unexpectedly, 9 was the limit. The 10th life that should not have existed had arrived. Chapter 1531. In the human world, the heavens and earth changed. In the Qing royal family, a prince was born. When he was born, thunder roared and rain poured down. In his 10th life, the Master Immortal reincarnated and became a prince of the Qing kingdom. The Qing dynasty was a small country. To the north was the Wu dynasty and to the west was the Jurchen. The two dynasties were both big countries. Because they restricted each other, the Qing dynasty was barely able to protect itself. However, in the past 100 years, the talents of the Wu dynasty in the north had withered and the country had declined greatly. The balance was broken and the Jurchen dominated. The situation of the Qing dynasty became dangerous. Qing Shing, the 10th reincarnation of the Master Immortal, was named by the Qing Emperor himself. It meant that he could bring life to the Qing dynasty. After he was born, he was given the title of Crown Prince. 16 years later, Qing Shing gradually grew up. In his memory, the dynasty was always at war. Every time his father returned from battle, he would be exhausted. However, even though the Qing Emperor was brave and good at war, the land of the Qing dynasty was still decreasing day by day. It was difficult to stop the iron cavalry of the Jurchen. Qing Shing had been practicing martial arts since he was young. He did it every day so that he could one day go to battle and protect the country. His coming-of-age ceremony was about to arrive. The Qing Emperor purposely returned from the front lines. When he returned, the banners swayed because the Qing dynasty had won a rare battle. It was as if the heavens had eyes. The Qing dynasty had temporarily repelled the invasion of the Jurchen. Qing Shing's coming-of-age ceremony was very lively. It could be said that the entire country was celebrating. However, just as Qing Shing's coming-of-age ceremony ended, news came from the front lines. The Jurchen had returned and 100,000 soldiers had arrived. In the palace of the Qing dynasty, the Qing Emperor, who had finally rested, had to put on his armor again and personally lead the troops. Before leaving, the Qing Emperor looked at his grown son and said calmly, "Qing Shing, you have grown up. From now on, you must learn to protect your home and family." Qing Shing nodded and remembered his father's words. The Qing Emperor left and once again personally led the troops into battle. The Qing Emperor left for a whole year and did not return. The Empress arranged a marriage for Qing Shing. It was the daughter of a prince with a different surname. Her name was Ji Hui. She liked to wear red and was very beautiful. Ji Hui saw Qing Shing and fell in love at first sight. She did not hesitate to agree to the marriage. As for Qing Shing, after knowing his mother's arrangements, he did not say anything. He knew that as the crown prince of the Qing kingdom, there were some things he could not choose for himself. Qingxing and Ji Hui's wedding came quickly because the empress hoped that their wedding would bring good fortune to the Qing kingdom. It was a joyous day for the two of them. The palace was filled with red as the two newlyweds knelt down to pay their respects. Just as the ceremony was about to be completed, a blood-soaked general rushed into the palace on horseback. In front of the main hall, the general rushed into the hall regardless of the people blocking his way. Seeing the empress in the hall, he cried and knelt down, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has died in battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the lively hall immediately quieted down. Qingxing, who was bowing, shuddered violently. It was as if a lifetime had passed. "Your Highness, there is one last gift," Ji Hui said softly under the red veil. Qingxing returned to his senses and looked at the quiet hall. He looked at his mother sitting on the main seat and pulled off the red silk on his body. He walked to the side and picked up his sword before walking out of the hall. "General Yun, protect mother well." As he said this, Qingxing got on the general's warhorse and rushed out of the palace. 3 days later, the crown prince led reinforcements to the front lines. The Qing soldiers who had already given up all hope saw the Qing kingdom's flag. Their morale was immediately boosted, and they exploded with a shocking desire to live. The Nuzhan army on the front lines was fiercely blocked by the Qing soldiers and reinforcements. They were forced to retreat again and again. Qingxing led the army in pursuit, wanting to wipe out the Nuzhan frontline army in one go. Just as the Nuzhan army on the front lines was completely defeated, the cavalry behind them rumbled. The Nuzhan reinforcements had arrived. The 100,000 soldiers were like a flood of molten iron, pressing down on the border. At the front of the army, a woman in white rode over. As she neared the battlefield, she slapped the back of the horse with both hands and leaped up. The famous sword Qi Feng, shocking the world, pierced toward the crown prince. The grudge that had lasted for 10 lifetimes exploded once again. The eldest princess of the Nuzhan kingdom and the crown prince of the Qing kingdom clashed for the first time on the battlefield. The shocking sword shocked everyone. It was like a flying immortal, making it unavoidable. In front of the Qing army, Qingxing waved his sword and forced away the dozen Nuzhan soldiers in front of him. Looking at the sword flying toward him, his expression turned serious. He stepped forward and did not dodge, taking the sword head-on. Kung! The two swords clashed. Qingxing's right arm went numb, and he took half a step back. In the air, the woman in white used the momentum to change her sword. Her attacks were continuous, not leaving any gap. Qingxing sidestepped the sword and raised his hand toward the woman's throat. The woman in white twisted her body, and the two of them brushed past each other. Both of their faces were cold and filled with murderous intent. 3 steps away, the woman in white stopped. She turned her head and charged out, her killing moves continuous. Among the thousands of soldiers, the two of them fought. The martial arts of the mortal world were even more dangerous at this moment. The men of the Qing dynasty were brave and good at fighting. The Qing emperor was like this, and now Qingxing was like this. To protect the Qing dynasty behind him, even though he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers, there was no fear on Qingxing's face. Behind him, under the attacks of the Nuzhan army, there were fewer and fewer Qing soldiers left alive. Surrounded by thousands of soldiers, Qingxing's injuries became more and more serious. His armor was covered in blood. "Kill!" Qingxing shouted furiously. He held his sword with both hands and forced the woman in front of him back. 10 steps away, the woman in white stopped once more. She looked at the crown prince in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Release the arrows." Behind her, a Nuzhan general opened her mouth and said coldly. As soon as the order was given, thousands of arrows flew out. They were densely packed, as if the god of death was descending from the sky. On the battlefield, Qingxing, who was covered in blood, looked at the arrows in the sky. There was no fear in his eyes. What was there to fear about death? Unfortunately, he could no longer protect the dynasty behind him. "Mother, I am unfilial." Thousands of arrows pierced through his body, bringing out a bright red waterfall. It was so shocking. At this moment, a woman in a red wedding dress rushed over. When she saw the shocking scene in the Nuzan army, her pupils constricted. "Ah!" The woman in red roared toward the sky in pain. 2 drops of blood fell from her beautiful eyes. 10 lives of reincarnation. She had waited 10 lives, but in the end it was all for naught. Boom! In the sky, thunder roared and rain poured down. When the crown prince of the Qing dynasty was born, it was accompanied by heavy rain. When he left, the heavens sent him off with heavy rain. On the battlefield, Qing Sheng, who had been pierced by thousands of arrows, fell. Looking back at the world for the last time, he was filled with regret. Farewell. The memories of the 10 lives quickly flowed back. In the world, thousands of soldiers and horses turned into a dream. In the sky, a terrifying crack appeared. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. A calamity befell the world, and everyone cried. In the moment of crisis, an unparalleled figure returned in the sky. His white clothes were spotless. The Divine Master attacked. He held up the sky with one hand and stopped the calamity. In the distant North Celestial World, the Master of the North Celestial World broke out of seclusion. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were blood-red. Not far away, the young man in green curled his lips into a cold smile. It made people shudder. Chapter 1532. The crown prince of the Qing dynasty was pierced by thousands of swords and died. His soul returned to the celestial world. Time stood still. At the end of reincarnation, the catastrophe of heaven and earth arrived. In the North Celestial World, the Lord of the North Celestial World broke out of seclusion. His hair was dyed red and he looked crazy. In the depths of the North Celestial World, a celestial sword flew out. The Lord of the North Celestial World held the sword and roared to the sky. With one sword, he cut off the pillar of heaven that had protected the North Celestial World for countless years. The sword that could destroy heaven and earth directly cut off the hope of all living beings. The pillar of heaven collapsed, and heaven and earth suddenly tilted. The end of the world had arrived. Everywhere in the world, floods flooded and fire spewed out. The most terrifying catastrophe of the end of the world, and death spread to every corner of heaven and earth. In the catastrophe of the world, the 6 heavens of the heaven realm were also affected. The heavens shook and the catastrophe continued. The fear of the world shocked all the gods and demons in the sky. In the 6 heavens, the gods and demons joined forces to resist the catastrophe. However, even the gods and demons in the sky could not stop the catastrophe of the end of the world. In the North Celestial World, the young man in green looked at the scene in the world, and the smile on his face became brighter. Just as all living beings in the 3 realms were in despair, in the void, a peerless figure in white walked out of thin air. After 10,000 years, the Lord of the East Celestial World reappeared in the world. He held up the sky with one hand and supported the tilted heaven and earth. The number 1 person in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the truly invincible Lord of heaven and earth, supported the hope of the world alone. In the world, billions of people looked at the sky, and their faces were filled with excitement. The celestial had appeared. In the void, the Lord of the East Celestial World refined thousands of mountains and rivers to mend the sky. On the earth, mountains and rivers flew to the sky. Under the forging of the celestial fire, they gradually changed shape and turned into stones to mend the sky. In the cracks in the sky, heavy rain poured down, drowning one city after another. The catastrophe destroyed the world, and the Lord of Heaven mended the sky. The refined stones flew to the sky and repaired the cracks in the sky. Day and night, in the sky, the cracks in the sky were repaired, and the heavy rain that fell on the world gradually stopped. The cracks in the sky were repaired, and all living beings breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook again, and more terrifying cracks appeared, and torrents poured down. A collapsed corner of the world was no longer in balance. Even if the sky was mended, it would split open again. In the void, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial World sensed the source of the catastrophe and looked at the Northern Celestial World. At the end of the Northern Celestial World, the heavenly pillar collapsed, and the heaven and earth that supported it collapsed. The scene was horrifying. Boom! In the doomsday scene, the North Celestial Realm was destroyed. Countless immortals and immortal lords were killed. It was shocking. It was an unbelievable scene. Everyone in the North Celestial Realm, including the Celestial Lord, was buried together with the North Celestial Realm. When the North Celestial Realm was destroyed, the young man in the teal robe did not escape. He allowed the Celestial Realm to fall into the human world. There was no fear on his face, only endless madness. It's over, it's all over. Under the shocked gazes of all living beings, the North Celestial Realm fell, crashing into many planets of life in the human world. In the collapsing Celestial Realm, black airflow filled the air. The young man in green had fallen. His powerful consciousness returned to heaven and earth, once again gathering the dark power scattered all over the world. Meanwhile, in the other three directions of the mortal realm, regardless of whether it was the immortal realm or the immortal realm, experts all came out to help the Eastern Immortal Master mend the heavens. Under the collapsing world, countless immortals and fiend gods perished in the heavenly tribulation, unable to withstand this apocalyptic tribulation. Even the powerful Celestial Lord of the Southern Celestial Realm and the Queen Mother of the West were stained red after being hit by the heavenly tribulation again and again. At the center of the Great Tribulation, the Celestial Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm resisted the violent impact of the Great Tribulation alone. His tall and straight body did not yield for a moment. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living beings like straw dogs. The Celestial Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm resisted the heavens with his human strength, wanting to reverse this apocalyptic tribulation. At the critical stage of mending the heavens, darkness descended from the 9 heavens, covering the faint light of hope in the human world. In the green coffin world, the ancient Great Tribulation evolved again. Ning Chen looked at the ancient scene, and his expression became more and more shocked. I see. The scene in his memory reappeared. The Eastern Celestial Realm defeated the dark power and exhausted his celestial core power and blood chi to refine the chaotic sky-mending pillar, leaving the last hope for the human world. After repairing the sky-mending pillar, the Celestial Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm was exhausted. His celestial body gradually dissipated, and his soul returned to heaven and earth. The dark power that had left reappeared. It wanted to seize the opportunity when the Celestial Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm died and the human world's vitality was greatly damaged. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm, who should have died, reappeared. He used the Celestial Slaying Sword formation to heavily injure the dark power and force the conspirators of the dark power to retreat. The Celestial Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm, who sacrificed everything for the human world, even his last trace of soul dissipated. In the distance, the eyes of the Yama King of the Underworld, who had recovered from the cycle of reincarnation, instantly turned blood-red when he saw this scene. Ning Chen witnessed the cause and effect of the ancient Great Tribulation with his own eyes, and his gaze became more and more solemn. Under the Great Tribulation, even the celestial lords of the various celestial realms had fallen. It was clear how terrifying the Great Tribulation was. If this tribulation could not be overcome, no one in the entire 3 realms would survive. However, in order to overcome this tribulation, there were 3 things that had to be done as soon as possible: mending the heavens, repairing the sky-mending pillar, and killing the dark power. The first thing was easy to deal with, but the latter 2 were difficult to deal with. The chaos item needed to repair the sky-mending pillar was nowhere to be found. As for killing the dark power, it was even more difficult. Darkness and light were originally equal. Now that the Great Tribulation had arrived, the dark power would completely suppress the light. In the 90,000 years in the green coffin world, Ning Chen had seen and understood many things. The source of the dark power was the darkness in the hearts of all living beings. The darkness in the hearts of mortals was weak and could not affect the world. However, when accumulated, it was enough to rival the great cultivators who had ascended to the celestial realm. Especially under the apocalypse, the darkness in the hearts of mortals would expand hundreds and thousands of times, and the dark power would become stronger and stronger. However, under the apocalypse, how could the hearts of mortals produce light? Ning Chen was silent and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Ning Chen came back to his senses and stepped out of the green coffin world. The strength of the dark power came from the expansion of the darkness in the hearts of all living beings. Now, the most important thing was to let the human world see the hope of light again. The celestial realm. Ning Chen flew out of the celestial palace and soared into the sky. High in the sky, Ning Chen looked down at the broken eastern celestial realm. With a deep roar, 8 dragons appeared around him. Dragon Chi roared and flew to all parts of the eastern celestial realm. The 8 dragons surrounded and pushed the celestial realm toward the starry sky. It was a shocking scene. The 8 dragons pushed the celestial realm toward the starry sky. On the celestial realm, Ning Chen stood quietly, protecting the 8 dragons and moving the celestial realm together. In the Ziwei galaxy, in the immortal realm, Hua Zhongye and the others felt a huge fluctuation in the distance and rushed out of the immortal realm. In front of the immortal realm, everyone saw the shocking scene in front of them and was shocked. It was the knowing destiny state. What was he doing? In front of everyone, Hua Zhongye flew to the celestial realm. What are you doing? Hua Zhongye asked softly. Rebuilding the celestial realm, Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Hua Zhongye narrowed her eyes and didn't ask any more questions. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll help you. As soon as she finished speaking, her sleeves spread out and fixed on the celestial realm, pushing the celestial realm forward. Chapter 1533. Ziwei Galaxy. Above the starry sky, the eastern celestial world floated over. On the celestial world, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly, moving mountains and seas by himself. Seeing this, everyone stepped forward. I want to rebuild the celestial domain, please help me. Ning Chen looked at the experts in front of him and said. Luo Xingchen and Mu Qianshang were shocked when they heard this, but after a moment, they came back to their senses and nodded in agreement. No one joked before serious matters. The great calamity of heaven and earth had arrived, and time was precious. The western celestial world is in the Red Phoenix Galaxy. House Master Qianshang, Brother Xingchen, I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen said seriously. We will not disappoint you. The Dawn Moon House Master nodded. The 4 of them then moved and rushed towards the Red Phoenix Galaxy. The whereabouts of the southern celestial world is still unknown, but I've seen the reflection of ancient times in the Immortal Palace. The southern celestial world should have been destroyed in the White Emperor Galaxy. Female Supreme, Sister Qing Ning, and Prince Qi, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Ning Chen looked at the 4 women and said seriously. Qing Ning nodded and said, We will find the whereabouts of the southern celestial world as soon as possible. Qing Ning and the other 3 left. Ning Chen looked at the people in front of him and said seriously, I'm going to the Wanxiang Galaxy, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, Realm Lord. With us here, nothing will happen for the time being. Honorable Gu Yao said seriously. Thank you, Ning Chen replied, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Where are Zi and Luofei? Why don't I see them? When we left Desireless Heaven, we encountered a dark aura. Zi and Luofei stayed behind to cover our retreat and have not returned. Yi Xuanmiao sighed. When Ning Chen heard this, his body trembled, but he did not make a move. He clenched his fists and suppressed the emotions in his heart. At this time, he could not lose his mind. "I'll go with you." Behind him, Hua Zhongye walked forward and said in a calm tone that did not allow rejection. Ning Chen nodded and did not refuse. The two left and rushed towards the north of the starry sky. With the arrival of the Great Tribulation, the powerhouses of the human world each contributed their own strength to fight for a glimmer of hope for themselves and for all living beings. In the Wanxiang star area, demonic qi was spreading everywhere. Ning Chen and Hua Zhongye walked out. Looking at the half-destroyed star area in front of them, their hearts felt heavy. This great calamity of heaven and earth came too fiercely. They didn't even have time to stop it before half of the human world was destroyed. The heavenly Tao was merciless. Once it began to purge the three realms, even fiend gods would find it hard to escape. "What exactly did you see in Immortal Palace?" Hua Zhongye spoke with a heavy voice. "The reflection of the great tribulation of heaven and earth in the ancient times," Ning Chen replied softly. "What about that dark force? Do you know where it is?" Butterfly in the Flower asked again. "The human heart," Ning Chen said with a heavy tone. "The negative emotions in people's hearts are the source of the dark power. In this post-apocalyptic world, the negative emotions in people's hearts will expand countless times, and the dark power will become unstoppable." When Hua Zhongye heard this, her eyes flashed. So that was the case. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could they stop the darkness in people's hearts? "Let's go. Let's find the relic of the North Immortal Realm first," Ning Chen said as he strode forward. The human world needed hope. Only when there was hope in people's hearts could they suppress the violence and darkness in their hearts. However, what made him afraid was that the North Fairy world was once dominated by the cyan-robed young man. It was very likely that there would be unexpected dangers. Back then, the Lord of the East Fairy world killed the Dark Will with a sword. The darkness between heaven and earth dissipated. Unexpectedly, the Dark Will entered the reincarnation cycle and returned with the help of human beings. Reincarnation was an incomprehensible existence. The Lord of the East Fairy world used reincarnation to resurrect his wife with the remaining memory fragments between heaven and earth. The Dark will resurrect itself in the same way. In the depths of the Wanxiang star area, many collapsed stars floated in the starry sky. It was a mess everywhere. In a desolate land that no one had ever set foot in, the North Fairy world fell and destroyed countless stars, causing half of the star area to become a forbidden area. Ning Chen and Hua Zhongye entered. Looking at the collapsed stars in front of them, they were shocked. "Be careful," Ning Chen said and reminded them. Hua Zhongye nodded. Demonic qi spread out from her body, and she was on guard against any danger that might appear at any time. The starry sky was vast. Even gods and demons had never set foot in some places. The Wanxiang star area was close to the end of the starry sky. There were too many unknown places. After entering the unknown place, the two slowed down significantly. They were on full alert and didn't dare to be careless. Boom! The starry sky shook. Huge cracks appeared one after another. After the great calamity of heaven and earth descended on the human world, the unknown place became more unstable. Terrifying cracks kept appearing and swallowing the broken stars one after another. The two avoided the cracks and tried to stay as far away from these cracks as possible. Although they had cultivated to the Tao extinguishing realm, they couldn't guarantee that they could walk out alive after being swallowed by these cracks. After walking for half a day, a huge crack blocked their way. The crack in the starry sky seemed to have no end. Ning Chen and Hua Zhongye stopped. They looked at the crack in front of them with serious expressions. "What should we do? Take a detour?" Hua Zhongye asked. "I'm afraid there's no way," Ning Chen said seriously. "Go through it." Hua Zhongye nodded without any hesitation. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, she would accompany him. The two moved and disappeared into the crack in the sky. In the crack there was an endless void. There was nothing, not even time and space. Outside the crack in the sky, time passed quickly. Inside, everything seemed to be still. Ning Chen and Hua Zhongjie moved forward quickly. They wanted to reach the end of the crack as soon as possible. Days passed. In the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the Dawn Moon House Master and Luo Xingchen worked together to push the Western Immortal World to the Z-Wei Galaxy. At the same time, in the White Emperor Galaxy, Qing Ning and the Female Supreme found the ruins of the Southern Immortal World. They worked together to push it to the Z-Wei Galaxy. In the center of the starry sky, in the Z-Wei Galaxy, the Eastern, Western, and Southern Immortal Worlds merged into one. The rumbling shook the heavens and the earth. The Immortal Worlds merged and their territory multiplied. "Where's Zhi Ming? Not back yet?" Mu Qianshang asked. "Not yet. Zhi Ming and Lady Dai went to look for the ruins of the Northern Immortal World. There's no news yet," Yi Xuanmiao said. Qing Ning and the others heard this and their eyes flashed with worry. With Ning Chen and Hua Zhongjie's cultivation, they should have returned earlier than them. Could it be that they met with some danger? In the Wanxiang Galaxy, in the crack in the starry sky, two figures flashed through it. It took a long time for them to reach the other side. At the same time, in the depths of the crack, a huge black cocoon floated up and down. In the black cocoon, the sound of heartbeats could be heard. The dark cocoon grew stronger day by day. It gradually healed the body that was severely injured. With the arrival of the Great Tribulation, the darkness in the human heart increased tenfold. The day when the darkness broke out of the cocoon was also coming. Chapter 1534. In the Wanxiang starfield, in a large crack that cut across the starry sky, knowing destiny and demonic butterfly crossed the void, trying to reach the other side of the starry sky. In order to reopen the mystic realm and explore the secrets of the North Fairy World, Ning Chen did not hesitate to risk his life and travel through endless time and space to find the whereabouts of the North Fairy World. The butterfly in the flower was with him, and they would never leave each other. The two of them moved forward quickly, and in the endless void there was nothing, as if there was eternal silence. Boom! In the outside world, heaven and earth shook, and large cracks continued to spread to the deepest part of the starry sky. In the void world, the two of them felt the changes in the outside world. They looked at each other and moved faster and faster. They had to leave this place as soon as possible, or they might be trapped in this void world forever. In the outside world, time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was more than 3 months. In the void world, the two of them finally saw a glimmer of light, and the other side was right in front of them. However, at this moment, the void world shook again. In front of the other side, a black aura lingered, endless, and gradually covered the light on the other side. Seeing this, Ning Chen was shocked, and he did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He shouted and called out the celestial slashing sword. "Senior sister, let's go!" Ning Chen controlled his qi and condensed his yuan. He had entered the God realm, and his attacking power was 10 times stronger than before. In a short moment, Ning Chen burst out with the monarch-level power. He slashed open the darkness that hadn't fully condensed yet, and used his sword to send the butterfly out of the void. The butterfly in the flower was shocked, and before it could recover, it was sent out. "Don't come back. If I don't get out, you must bring the North Fairy World back to the Z-Wei Starfield." Ning Chen looked at the butterfly in the flower that flew to the other side, and shouted anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness that was cut open quickly solidified, and there was no trace of light. After a short burst, Ning Chen's aura returned to its original state. Around him, the dark aura spread, and he gradually turned into a human figure. The woman's appearance was beautiful, and he had never seen it before, but she was so powerful that it was frightening. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him, and his right hand clenched, and the fairy-slaying sword appeared. In front of him, a huge death scythe condensed in the woman's hands, and black aura lingered around it, as if it could swallow someone at any time. In the next moment, the woman moved, and in a flash, she was in front of Ning Chen. The black aura was vast and mighty, and the woman waved the death scythe in her hand, with shocking murderous intent. Ning Chen was shocked. He waved his sword to block the attack. With a loud bang, he collided with the death god's scythe. Ning Chen was pushed back 100 feet. He didn't even have time to take a breath before a black shadow condensed in front of him. The woman appeared again, and the death god's scythe slashed down. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. Instead of retreating, he advanced and raised his hand to grab the handle of the scythe. At such close proximity, the woman clenched her fist and punched out. It was earth-shattering. With a loud rumble, the corners of Ning Chen's mouth turned red. However, he still refused to retreat. Phoenix flames gathered on his palm as he forcefully counterattacked. With a counterattack of her palm, Phoenix flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. The woman bathed in Phoenix divine flames, and the black aura around her burned even more fiercely, forcefully suppressing the Phoenix flames. The Phoenix divine flames that had always been invincible were now being suppressed by the power of darkness, and were unable to gain the slightest advantage. The great tribulation of heaven and earth had caused the light to dissipate and darkness to flourish. The power of darkness had also subsequently suppressed the power of light. Even the most holy and most young divine flames of the Phoenix were unable to resist the corrosion of the darkness. As the death god's scythe slashed down, a horrifying wound appeared on Ning Chen's chest. Blood gushed out, and the wound was so deep that one could see bone. 10 steps away, Ning Chen staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only exchanged a few blows and was already severely injured. The darkness had completely suppressed the light. Even someone as strong as a Tao extinguishing realm knowing destiny cultivator could not resist the power of darkness. With one successful move, the woman's figure flashed again. In a flash, she raised her hand and grabbed Ning Chen's throat. The power of darkness spread and engulfed the knowing destiny cultivator's body in an instant. On the other side of the starry sky, Butterfly in the Flower felt Ning Chen's aura disappear from the void world, and her body trembled violently. How could this be? At the same time, in the Ziwei galaxy, Qing Ning, Mu Qianshang, and the others also felt the disappearance of the knowing destiny cultivator's aura. What had happened? Not far away, a man clutched her chest in pain, and her face was pale. The connection between their hearts allowed Ah Man to clearly feel the rapid loss of Ning Chen's flame of life. Qing Ning came back to her senses and looked at Ah Man, who was not far away. At this moment, Ah Man, who was supposed to be there, had already left. On the other side of the starry sky in the Wanxiang galaxy, Butterfly in the Flower stood for a long time. Finally, she calmed her trembling heart and turned to leave. She had to complete the task he had given her. Butterfly in the Flower left and went into the depths of the starry sky to search for traces of the North Celestial Realm. In the void world, a strange place appeared. It was as cold as hell, and it made people shudder. In the black hell, a woman appeared and walked step by step toward the main hall. In the main hall, figures stood quietly, surrounded by black air. Everyone's strength was extremely powerful, surpassing that of a celestial venerable in the human world. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After the woman returned, the figures bowed respectfully. The monarch of death in the dark world was also one of the 4 heavenly kings of the dark world, death god Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan waved his hand and sent Ning Chen's body out. He said lightly, "Send him to the nether prison. When the darkness opens, sacrifice him to our master." Yes. A nether general accepted the order and left the main hall with knowing destiny cultivator's body. The nether prison was the place where the dark world suppressed the light. It was ruled by death god Ming Yuan. Even a monarch-level expert could not escape. Ning Chen was sent to the nether prison. Not far away, 2 familiar figures were also sleeping in the nether prison. They were Luofei and Xia Zi, who had disappeared for a long time. Knowing destiny was captured and his life was in danger. The calamity of heaven and earth continued to spread, and the human world could collapse at any time. The real doomsday made people unable to see a trace of hope. The power of darkness made people despair. Facing the death god, one of the four heavenly kings of the dark world, Ning Chen was defeated so quickly. At this moment, in the last three heavens, far away from the three realms, a holy and destructive figure looked down at the human world. Black feathers fluttered around his body, and his endless demonic power surpassed all other powers. "The human world is doomsday," Nether King said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a divine sun appeared in the sky. In the divine sun, an illusory figure loomed, powerful and gentle. "The human world will not be destroyed. Not in the ancient times, and not in this era," a calm voice said from the divine sun. "Did God intervene again?" Nether King said coldly. "The human world needs hope," the calm voice replied from the divine sun. Nether King raised his head and looked at the divine sun in the sky. He said lightly, "God, your intervention can only mean that you have no confidence in the human world." In the sky, God sighed and did not say anything. In the human world, in the nether prison, Ning Chen's body trembled slightly. In his dantian, the heavenly book of creation flipped quickly, and the silver light shone brightly. The 10 volumes of the heavenly book of creation gradually expelled the dark power in Ning Chen's body. After a long time, Ning Chen opened his eyes and stood up in the darkness. Chapter 1535. In the first prison of darkness, Nether Prison, Death God Ming Yuan, one of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, had been waiting for the recovery of the Lord of Darkness for more than 100,000 years. With the arrival of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, the dark energy in the human world rose sharply. The recovery speed of the Lord of Darkness was getting faster and faster, and it was time for him to come out of seclusion. In the deepest part of the darkness, the Lord of Darkness, who had been severely injured by the fairy-slaying sword array, turned into a black cocoon. Day after day, he devoured the dark energy in the human world to recover himself. The light was suppressed, and the age of darkness was coming. No one could stop the great tribulation of the 3 realms. The aura of the Lord of Darkness had gradually surpassed that of a monarch. In this era where monarchs did not appear, who could stop the darkness? In the first prison of Nether Prison, the heavenly book of creation summoned fortune, dispelling the dark energy in Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen woke up and stood up from the darkness. Not far away, in a cage filled with darkness, Xia Zi and Luofei's 5 senses were sealed by the darkness, and they had not woken up. Ning Chen stepped forward and looked at the 2 people trapped in the darkness with a solemn expression. The next moment, the heavenly book appeared, and a bright silver light gradually dispelled the dark energy in the nether prison. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the 2 people. He did not dare to stay and was about to leave. "Save me!" At this time, hoarse voices came from the black airflow. It was as if the throat had been eroded by time, and even speaking was difficult. Ning Chen heard it and stopped. He looked through the darkness and looked at the source of the voice. In the depths of the prison of darkness, many powerful figures were trapped. After countless years, they had been tortured to the point that they did not look human anymore. However, even so, Ning Chen could still feel the terrible aura from these people. "Save me, I will help you get out of here." Among the powerful gods and demons, a thin old man said in a deep voice, "Save me. I will give you the position of the Lord of a realm." Not far away, a woman also said. Although her appearance was much older, one could still vaguely see the peerless elegance of the past. Numerous extremely formidable existences were true supreme experts in the mortal realm or even the entire 3 dimensions. However, all of them were restrained here by the darkness and suffered day and night. The people in the darkness were too old. God knew how many years they had been trapped in the darkness. Their bodies were all withered, and their energy was almost depleted. Ning Chen saw a kind of terror from these people. If he didn't wake up, after countless years, Would he also end up like these people and be devoured by the darkness? He can't save you. At this moment, black air currents madly gathered above Nether Prison, and Death God Ming Yuan appeared. The peerless beauty held a huge Death God scythe in her hand. As one of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, her strength was so strong that it made people despair. Below, when the crowd saw the newcomer, fear appeared on their faces, and they began to tremble. The Grim Reaper raised his hand, and an incomparably powerful palm strike directly crushed all the fiend gods. The supreme experts of the 3 realms, whose names had shaken the 3 realms, didn't even have a chance to resist in front of the Grim Reaper. Ning Chen's mind shook. He didn't dare to linger any longer. Phoenix flames swirled around him as he spread his phoenix wings and flew out of Nether Prison. Even a moth wants to fly out of the darkness and into the light? In the air, Ming Yuan's sickle of the god of death slashed through the air. A huge black crack appeared between heaven and earth, blocking the path ahead. Dark aura gushed out from the black spatial crack. It was like an abyss that devoured everything. With his path blocked, Ning Chen immediately changed his direction and flew to the other side. Ming Yuan, do you have to waste so much energy on a mere phoenix? At this moment, a black air current surged in the void ahead. A terrifying existence whose aura was not inferior to the Grim Reaper's walked out and blocked Ning Chen's path. The god of plagues appeared, grabbed the phoenix wings behind Ning Chen, and tore them apart. The flaming feathers that filled the sky disappeared in the darkness. Ning Chen let out a muffled groan. He stomped his foot and retreated 1,000 feet. One of the phoenix wings was torn off. Ning Chen's back was dripping with blood, dyeing his white robe red. God of plagues, you've crossed the line. In the air, Ming Yuan spoke, a cold glint flashing across his beautiful face. Your progress is too slow. Master is impatient, so I'm here to help you, the god of plagues said lightly. Ming Yuan's expression was unmoved when he heard that. He said coldly, I'm the Lord of Nether Prison. No one can interfere. God of plagues, there's no need to trouble you. The god of plagues sneered. He looked at the phoenix with broken wings in front of him and said lightly, This phoenix has a disgusting aura. Ming Yuan, catch him. I think Master will like him. After saying that, the god of plagues raised his hand. The dark aura spread out, corroding everything in its path. Ning Chen stepped forward and retreated again. Unexpectedly, in the air, Ming Yuan moved and appeared behind Ning Chen. The scythe of the god of death slashed across, mercilessly threatening his life. Without any warning, the scythe of the god of death slashed through the air. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Boom! The god of death was closing in. At this critical moment, Ning Chen turned around and blocked the murderous intent with his sword. The rumbling sound echoed throughout Nether Prison. At the same time, the power of the god of plagues spread and touched Ning Chen's left arm. It was a shocking scene. Ning Chen's left arm began to corrode from his fingers. In the blink of an eye, half of his arm had been swallowed. Ning Chen was shocked. He came back to his senses in a short moment. Without any hesitation, he cut off his left arm. Blood splattered, dyeing the black hell red. Ning Chen's demonic aura surged, and the eternal demon body was revived, quickly healing his injury. The broken body was reborn, and the eternal demon body reappeared. In the air, the 2 dark heavenly kings didn't look surprised at all. In their eyes, such an ability was nothing to be surprised about. Seeing the young man reborn, Ming Yuan moved again and appeared in front of Ning Chen at an incredible speed. There were too many unknowns in the power of darkness. Facing 2 of the 4 dark heavenly kings at the same time, Ning Chen was at a disadvantage. In Nether Prison, the 2 powerful dark heavenly kings joined forces. Ning Chen, who was already at a disadvantage, was in more danger. The god of death and the god of plagues moved like lightning. The scythe of the god of death and the power of the god of plagues intertwined, forcing Ning Chen to retreat step by step. Blood dyed his clothes red. Even though he had fought with the Dark World several times, it was still difficult for Ning Chen to gain the upper hand in the face of the experts of the Dark World. The restraint of attributes had suppressed Ning Chen's power to the greatest extent. Today, when the light had withered, the darkness was almost unstoppable. With a slap, the power of darkness penetrated his body. Ning Chen's body flew hundreds of feet away, his chest dyed red. Before his body fell, the scythe of the god of death slashed down from the air. The powerful force was earth-shattering. Boom! With a violent tremor, Ning Chen's legs sank into the ground. His right arm was bleeding, and his injury was worsened. The god of plagues stepped forward and looked at the young man in front of him. He smiled and said, "How can a phoenix whose wings are torn to pieces soar in the 9 heavens?" As soon as he finished speaking, the god of plagues raised his hand and pierced it into the former's chest. The most desperate scene. The strongest knowing destiny expert of the 3 realms was defeated by the dark heavenly king. The light was gone, and the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 1536. In the infernal purgatory, 2 of the 4 dark heavenly kings appeared and joined forces to severely injure Ning Ming. His wings were torn, his arms were broken, and his chest was pierced. Even with his indestructible body, Ning Chen gradually found it difficult to hold on. Blood stained his plain clothes. The power of darkness was so despairing. In the apocalyptic world where the power of light was suppressed, even Ning Chen could not exert his original strength. Close at hand, the god of plagues looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and sneered. "The strongest in the human world is nothing more than this." The immortal sword was propped on the ground, and blood kept dripping down the blade. Ning Chen's consciousness was dizzy, but he stubbornly refused to fall. He couldn't lose. He couldn't lose. He knew that if he fell here, everything would be over. He and his 2 friends would die here. He couldn't lose. "I can't lose." His blood-stained face was filled with stubbornness. Ning Chen's immortal demon vitality surged crazily like raging waves. It forcibly opened up a patch of light in the dark world. "Oh? Do you still have consciousness?" The power of light flourished, and the god of plagues was forced to take 2 steps back. Looking at the change in the white-haired young man's aura, his eyes flashed with surprise. In the darkness, a glazed flame burned. Phoenix fire, demon fire, and immortal fire intertwined. It was so bright that it illuminated the endless darkness. In the glazed flame, the white-haired figure in plain clothes stood still. His body was withstanding the shockingly high temperature, and his skin began to crack and curl. In order to get out of this predicament, Ning Chen forcibly used the power that he had not mastered, and forcibly merged the 3 original powers. The unknown and terrifying power shook violently. The Phoenix Divine Flame, the Demon Fire, and the Immortal Spirit Fire sublimated to the extreme, turning into the unprecedented Chaotic Flame. The glazed Chaotic Flame burned everything, including darkness and light, including Ning Ming's own body. Bearing the Chaotic Flame with his flesh and blood, the extreme pain made Ning Chen's dizzy consciousness sober up. Not far away, in the darkness, Ming Yuan saw this and stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of Ning Ming. The death scythe filled with dark power split the void, once again threatening to kill. The death scythe demanded his life, and Ning Ming was unyielding. He raised his hand to block the dark weapon. The glazed chaotic flame, and this time, finally blocked the aura of darkness. With a loud rumble, the 2 forces clashed against each other. The shock waves shook and corroded each other. Ning Chen and Ming Yuan's arms were bleeding at the same time. Since the start of the war, the god of death had been injured for the first time. Shock flashed through his eyes, and was replaced by an even more intense coldness. Ming Yuan took a step forward, and the black air around him roared. Behind him, a huge Grim Reaper phantom appeared. It was 30,000 feet tall and held a huge black scythe. The Grim Reaper's mysterious phenomenon shocked the world. As the scythe chopped down, it directly split apart the primal chaos flame that filled the sky. The Grim Reaper, who had displayed his true strength, multiplied the pressure he exuded. The primal chaos flame was impacted, causing it to shake violently. At the same time, not far away, the god of plagues who was watching the battle also made his move. Above his head, the shadow of a gigantic vase appeared. Within the vase, black air flowed as if it was alive. In the next moment, the black air current with life spread out in the battlefield, crazily devouring light and life. The flame of primal chaos was struck by a powerful force of darkness, and its glass-like color was dyed with a touch of darkness. As the aura of death closed in once more, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with madness. With a shout, he entered the realm of the gods, instantly activating a tenfold attack. The flame of primal chaos burst out in all directions like raging wave. The terrifying temperature dispelled the darkness and illuminated the nether prison. In the center of the flame of primal chaos, Ning Chen's body began to burn as if he was in a heavenly fire. His body began to burn from the outside to the inside. Fight with your life? You're not qualified. The god of plagues snorted coldly. He activated the dark vase and suppressed it, wanting to devour the strongest person in the human world. The dark vase contained the power of darkness that could devour everything. It violently attacked the flame of primal chaos that was crazily sweeping out. The two terrifying forces collided. In the center of the battlefield, blood dripped from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. Before it dripped, it was burned by the terrifying temperature. This was the most tragic battle. In an era without light, any power of light was suppressed. Ning Chen couldn't use his combat power. Facing two of the four heavenly kings of darkness, it was extremely difficult for him to fight. In this era, the realm of immortals had collapsed, and the gods had disappeared. There was no firm faith in the human world. After the great calamity, people only felt fear, and the darkness in their hearts increased greatly. Under such circumstances, the power of darkness was extremely strong, and the power of light was completely suppressed. Ning Chen disregarded his own safety and wanted to reopen the realm of immortals. His goal was to let the human world see hope again. Only when hope appeared in people's hearts would the power of light not be suppressed by the darkness. However, before the realm of immortals was rebuilt, Ning Chen had already met the strongest four heavenly kings of the dark world. There was no room for negotiation. Ning Chen was clear about his situation. Therefore, no matter how difficult the battle was, he didn't give up for a moment. Fight with his life, he was still fighting with his life. He was fighting with the heavens, fighting with his fate. In the darkness, the glazed flame of primal chaos violently attacked the suppression of the dark vase. Ning Chen formed a seal with both hands, and two immortal swords appeared out of thin air. The two swords filled the sky, and a murderous aura rose. The endless flame of primal chaos quickly gathered and merged into the three immortal swords. Heaven and earth chime, life and death defying fate. In the flame of primal chaos, two blazing meteors broke through the sky. The immortal swords turned into two streams of light, drawing two dazzling long tails in the darkness, trying to cut a way out. The god of death and the god of plagues, the two heavenly kings of darkness, looked serious. They released their power of darkness and blocked the immortal swords. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. The power of darkness and light clashed violently. Blood splattered everywhere, and the three people in the battle vomited blood. A flaw appeared in the dark killing trap. In an instant, the flame of primal chaos turned into a pair of wings. Ning Chen took a step and swept past the two heavenly kings, rushing out of the dark world. In the nether prison, Ming Yuan's face sank. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked back at the phoenix in the distance. He clenched his right hand and a black spear appeared. The god of death used his killing move again. The black spear was thrown out, and the darkness passed through time and space. It instantly caught up with the phoenix tens of thousands of miles away. The black spear penetrated the flame of primal chaos and pierced through the phoenix's body. There was a muffled groan, and blood splattered in the void. The phoenix didn't stop for a moment and quickly flew away. Cunning phoenix, he still managed to escape. The god of plagues looked at the phoenix at the end of the darkness and said lightly. In front, Mingyuan gradually restrained his aura and said calmly, "He won't be so lucky next time." In the dark world, tens of thousands of miles away, the phoenix scattered. Knowing destiny walked out, and the phoenix wings on his back disappeared. He fell directly from the sky. At this moment, the demonic butterfly flew from afar and caught knowing destiny. "Let's go back." Hua Zhongjie looked at the severely injured white-haired man in front of her with tears in her eyes and smiled. It was enough that he was alive. Chapter 1537. A broken continent floated in the starry sky. On it, knowing Ming was unconscious and covered in blood. In front of him, the demonic butterfly was wrapped in a long ribbon. She was pulling the North Deity realm forward. In the boundless starry sky, the demonic butterfly rushed toward the Ziwei galaxy. After a long time, thunder rumbled in the starry sky and a giant crack appeared in the sky. Dark energy spread out from the crack. Many figures covered in dark energy walked out. Their powerful energy was shocking. The situation was critical. Seeing this, demonic chi surged around Butterfly in the flower. Amidst the crisscrossing water sleeves, Flower Burial appeared. More than 10 dark overlords came from the sky and killed the demonic butterfly together. Hua Zhongjie attacked. Wherever the blade light passed, demonic chi filled the sky. The shocking blade power cut open the starry sky and blocked the darkness. The rumbling sound echoed in the starry sky. The broadsword god showed his power again. He didn't bow to the darkness. The figures of the 12 dark race experts flickered in and out of existence within the saber light, but they were not injured at all. Darkness and light countered each other. The dark overlords were still strong when facing the broadsword god. They attacked together and blocked all the escape routes of the demonic butterfly. The flower burial blade slashed through the bodies of the dark overlords. It cut open the dark energy, but it couldn't hurt the 12 dark overlords. The immeasurable dark energy was different from the origin of gods and demons. It was also different from the true chi of the human world. The unknown energy brought great pressure to Hua Zhongjie. After a few exchanges, the demonic butterfly was dyed red. Blood seeped out of her blue dress. It was very eye-catching. The invincible broadsword god was at a disadvantage when facing the darkness. It wasn't because he was weak or his level was lower. It was because the overlords of the light world were restrained by the darkness. On the continent of the North Deity realm, sword chi surged around the unconscious Ningchen. Even though he was unconscious, his fighting spirit didn't decrease. The crisscrossing sword will turned into a sword that could cut the sky. In the starry sky, beams of sword chi flashed and slashed toward the dark overlords. The 12 dark race experts sensed this and evaded wave after wave of sharp sword energy. The moment the dark overlords were dodged, Hua Zhongjie took the opportunity to release her demonic essence and infused it into the flower burial tear. It was earth-shattering. The dark overlord closest to her couldn't dodge. He raised his hand and blocked the flower burial blade. Boom! Terrifying vibrations erupted as the flower burial blade sliced open the dark race expert's body, bringing out a waterfall of crimson. The dark race expert was injured, and the other 11 were surrounded by dark aura, helping the former recover. The 12 dark race experts who cultivated the same life shared the same life. They were bound together for good or ill. In just a few breaths' time, the 12 dark race experts had recovered to their peak condition. It seemed like they were unharmed. Seeing this, Butterfly in the flower's expression sank completely. This is troublesome. She knew too much about the power of darkness and had no idea how to deal with these monsters. On the continent of the North Celestial Realm, the glazed chaotic flame rose again around the unconscious knowing destiny, helping the demonic butterfly to resist the dark cultivator. Rest well. Leave them to me. Knowing that Ning Chen's body could not bear the burden, Hua Zhongyue looked back at the figure in the north celestial realm and said in a deep voice. After saying that, butterfly in the flower's blood-red devil flame burned fiercely. Using her blood qi as a guide, she crazily burned her devil qi. Although she did not know how to deal with these monsters, she believed that as long as she was strong enough, she could kill them. As the devil qi burned, the blood-red devil flame was glaring. Butterfly in the flower displayed the shocking cultivation of a path annihilation expert, wanting to kill the darkness with absolute power. In the battle, the 12 dark race experts felt the shocking pressure from the demonic butterfly in front of them. They looked at each other, and their figures flashed and merged one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dark aura burst out all over the sky. The 12 dark race experts merged into one, and a black halberd appeared in their hands with shocking power. In an instant, the dark race expert moved, and the black halberd struck down with a force that could split mountains and seas. As the darkness attacked, Butterfly in the flower did not dodge. She faced the black halberd with the flower burial tear. A horrible collision sound was heard. The devil qi and the dark aura clashed, and the red light was dazzling, making people shudder. The impact of the power made Butterfly in the flower's mouth bleed, and the hand holding the sword was also stained red. Under the suppression of the darkness in the human world, not only Ning Chen, but also Butterfly in the flower could not use all of her power. Butterfly dance Qin Ping. The battle was not going well. Butterfly in the flower burial tear pulled out the white blade in the flower burial tear. The two blades crossed, and two blade lights crisscrossed. The dark race expert waved the halberd to disperse the blade qi. Then, with a palm strike, a black aura spread out, and the surrounding space immediately turned dark. The darkness that even starlight could not fly out was like a black hole, swallowing all light. A shocking palm strike came out with earth-shattering force, mercilessly pressing down. At the moment of crisis, a sword of origin broke through the sky and blocked the dark palm. The shocking change made Butterfly in the flower's face filled with shock. It was Wild Sword. How could it be? Before she could finish her thoughts, a beam of light flew over from the distance. Wild appeared and blocked in front of her. Although the woman holding the sword was holding a sharp blade, her aura was still pure and untainted. The pure and flawless woman was like a white lotus in the cold winter, blooming proudly in the snow. Behind her, Butterfly in the flower looked at Wild, and the shock in her heart could not be suppressed for a long time. She wasn't shocked about why a man had appeared here, but how a man had been able to block that palm strike from before. With Wild's cultivation, it was impossible for her to block that palm strike. Between Butterfly in the flower and the dark race expert, Wild looked back and glanced at Ning Chen on the continent of the North Celestial Realm. She asked softly, "Senior Sister Butterfly, is he okay?" "His life is not in danger," Butterfly in the flower said. Hua Zhongyue said, "He has the origin of the immortal god tree to protect him. He will recover soon." Wild nodded slightly and felt relieved. In front of her, the dark race expert looked at the woman who had appeared and frowned. Strange, this human woman's cultivation was not so terrifying. Why could she block his palm strike so easily? With doubts in his heart, the dark race expert gathered all his power and decided to try again. The black halberd rang, and a beam of halberd light pierced through the sky and slashed down. The dark race expert was about to die. Wild moved, and the blue ancient sword in her hand bloomed with dazzling light, like autumn water, illuminating the world. At the same time, the black halberd light slashed down, and the majestic dark energy shocked the gods and demons in the 9 heavens. The darkness pressed down, and the sword light and halberd light clashed. The dark energy in the sky shook violently. Then it broke through. Ugh! The sword light broke the black halberd, and a curved divine gate slashed across. The dark race expert's body shook, and a sword mark that could not be healed appeared on his neck. Unable to believe it, the dark race expert knelt down and lowered his head. His vitality quickly dissipated. For the first time since the battle between darkness and light, the light had won. Chapter 1538. In the starry sky, the darkness fell and his soul returned to heaven and earth. In front of the broken continent of the North Celestial Realm, Hua Zhongjie looked at the scene in shock. Why did this happen? Hua Zhongjie was confused. Although man's cultivation was not weak, it was not the best either. Even she could not defeat the darkness cultivator, but man could easily defeat him. Although she had thousands of questions in her heart, Hua Zhongjie did not voice them out. She looked at the girl in front of her and said, "Man, come and help." Hearing this, Man put away the Taiyuan ancient sword and turned to rush forward. "Go and protect Ningchen," Hua Zhongjie said softly. "Okay." Man nodded obediently. Man flew to the continent of the North Celestial Realm. Seeing the unconscious white-haired man in front of her, her eyes flashed with pain. Man moved. Light blue light spread out and protected her body. In front of her, Hua Zhongjie unleashed all her power. Huge black butterfly wings opened. Terrifying demonic essence surged and filled the entire starry sky. A cultivator of the Path Annihilation Realm was the closest to the Monarch Realm in the world. Hua Zhongjie's aura kept rising. Her water sleeves spread out and fixed in the North Celestial Realm. Then she flew forward with the North Celestial Realm. The demonic butterfly used all her power. Demonic essence surged in the entire North Celestial Realm. It was shocking. Man tried her best to protect the injured Ningchen, not letting him be hurt by the demonic qi. In the Ziwei Galaxy, the cultivators of the human world were waiting for Knowing Destiny's return. They could not hide their anxiety. Knowing Destiny had unknowingly become their pillar of support. In the era of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, Knowing Destiny's departure made everyone feel uneasy. "It's here." At this moment, who was in front of everyone, saw the continent of the North Celestial Realm floating in the distance. Hearing this, everyone followed her gaze. When they saw the huge continent of the North Celestial Realm in the distance, everyone's expression froze. He was back. He was finally back. On the broken continent of the North Celestial Realm, Knowing Destiny woke up. With man's help, his injuries gradually healed. Ning Chen looked at the girl in front of him. He looked back and forth, unable to take his eyes off her. Man felt a bit uncomfortable. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Man, you've grown." A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. Even though he had been unconscious all this while, he was aware of everything that had happened in the outside world. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the reason why the power of darkness was useless against Wild was because Wild's heart was pure. If there was no darkness in one's heart, one would naturally not fear the darkness. However, in this world, there was only a man who could truly achieve a heart without darkness. "Master." At this moment, flew over from afar. When she saw the bloodstains on the former's body, her big eyes immediately turned red. "Master, are you all right?" Rushed forward and asked anxiously. "It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after resting for a few days," Ningchen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, powerhouses from the human world flew over from the starry sky to welcome the return of Knowing Destiny and Butterfly in Flowers. After a simple greeting, the powerhouses of the mortal world helped the butterfly in the flower to pull the North Celestial Realm into the Ziwei Galaxy. Beside Ningchen, Qing Ning gazed at the 4 floating continents of the Immortal Realm. "Have you really decided to reopen the Immortal region? This is not an easy task." "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "I understand. However, this is something that must be done. The mortal world needed hope. If the reopening of the Immortal Realm could bring a glimmer of hope to the mortal world, then it would be worth it." However, reopening the Immortal region was indeed not an easy task. Pulling the 4 Immortal Realms back was only the beginning. He still had many things to do to restore the vitality and glory of the 4 Immortal Realms. Ning Chen looked at the girl not far away and called out, "Master." Hearing the call, Yin flew over and asked in confusion, "Is something the matter?" "Go to the immortal realm and invite 2 people here," Ning Chen said seriously. Ning Chen said seriously, "Moon God and Rising Sun God. Remember, you must invite them nicely. Don't be rude." "All right." Yin accepted the order and did not stay. The laws of heaven and earth surrounded her, and she disappeared into thin air. Ning Chen waved his hand and summoned the green cauldron. Illusory clouds filled the cauldron. It was a sky that had not yet fully grown. Ning Chen released the restriction in the cauldron and released the sky, allowing it to devour the power of the great world. In the starry sky, the great world that was about to collapse no longer had the power to cleanse the newly born will of heaven and earth. Before long, a huge cloud spread in the sky above the 4 immortal realms. It was endless and had no end in sight. The experts of the mortal realm were shocked by this scene. The will of heaven and earth, knowing destiny, was actually raising the sky. Little Gourd. After he was done, Ning Chen spoke again. "Senior Immortal." Hearing the call, the little gourd flew out in a wobbly manner. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at the barren 4 immortal realms. "Is there a way to restore life to these 4 lands? I don't need too much, just enough." The little gourd looked in the direction Ning Chen pointed and thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes." With that, the little gourd flew to the barren land of the immortal realm and dripped a drop of blood on it. Instantly, a smear of green appeared on the land of the immortal realm. With the little gourd as the center, it spread for 10 miles. 10 miles was full of vitality. In this barren land of the immortal realm, it was very eye-catching. Seeing this, Ning Chen stepped forward. Creation was the domain of God. To some extent, the little gourd had power that humans could never reach, not even Ning Chen. However, as long as there was vitality in the immortal realm, he had the ability to expand it infinitely. Ning Chen stared at the endless barren land of the immortal realm. His cultivation base rose to the extreme. He was the only monarch of this era. There were some things that only he could do. Not far away, the experts of the mortal realm felt the powerful pressure from knowing destiny. Their hearts were in turmoil. Only by experiencing the power of knowing destiny could they clearly sense the real gap between them and monarch-level expert. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. It could be seen but not reached. Behind him, Butterfly and the Flower watched this scene in silence. He was really getting stronger and stronger. He was so strong that everyone could only look at his back. In the starry sky, the 4 broken lands rumbled and suddenly merged together. A moment later, with Ning Chen as the center, the smear of green created by the little gourd quickly spread. Wherever there was vitality, spirit chi was reborn. Ning Chen's domain was close to that of God. He performed an amazing miracle and restored life to the broken immortal realm. After an unknown period of time, the land of the immortal realm was full of lush green and full of vitality. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Hua God and Yueshin walked out of the void and descended from the God realm to the mortal realm. "Hua God, Yueshin, please help." Ning Chen looked up at the 2 in the sky and said. The rising sun Hua God and Yueshin looked at the immortal realm below and nodded at the same time. They worked together to create the sun and moon. In the next moment, the sun and moon were in the sky. Light illuminated the land of the immortal realm full of vitality. Chapter 1539. In the Ziwei star zone, the 4 ancient immortal realms merged. Ning Chen displayed his monarch-level abilities and endowed the immortal realm with endless vitality. It was the closest domain to the god. A single spark could start a prairie fire. Ning Chen used 10 miles of greenery to recreate the glory of the ancient immortal realm. In the sky above the immortal realm, the experts of the mortal realm were shocked speechless when they saw this shocking scene. On the lush green immortal realm continent, the little gourd happily flew here and there, extremely happy. In the world Ning Chen created, the little gourd no longer had to worry about anyone targeting it. It rode on its little gourd and played all over the mountains and plains. Beside the little gourd, there was a nine-tailed black fox that always followed quietly to protect the little gourd. On the immortal realm, after giving the immortal realm new life, Ning Chen's energy gradually ran out. He looked exhausted. Even though his cultivation was #1 in the world and his foundation was unparalleled, he still couldn't bear such a shocking consumption of divine essence. Qing Ning walked over from behind and said softly, "Don't force yourself. There's still time." Ning Chen smiled tiredly. There's not much time left. The collapsed world and the power of darkness left less and less time for the mortal realm. Qing Ning looked at Ah Man and said, "I heard from Miss Dai that it was Ah Man who saved you?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "Ah Man has the purest soul in the world. In this great calamity, she might be the key for us to deal with the darkness." Ning Chen. Hesitation flashed in Qing Ning's eyes. "Yes?" Ning Chen was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Qing Ning thought for a moment and finally asked the question in her heart. "Have you ever thought that Ah Man might be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal?" Although she didn't believe in reincarnation like him, Ah Man's situation was too special. The power of darkness made everyone helpless. Only Ah Man didn't fear the power of darkness. This was really surprising. Ning Chen fell silent. After a long time, he sighed. "I suspected that too. However, even the ancient immortals couldn't fight against the darkness. This possibility isn't big." Qing Ning nodded. Perhaps that was the case. As the two talked, the moon goddess and the rising sun god worked together to create the sun and moon, giving the immortal realm new laws of heaven and earth. Only with the cycle of the sun and moon could the immortal domain have endless vitality. After the two gods created the sun and the moon, they left and did not stay in the human world for too long. Not even the god realm was spared from the calamity of the three realms. As the rulers of the southern region of the god realm, the moon god and the rising sun god could not leave for long periods of time. In the sky above the immortal domain, the sun and moon began to rotate. On the great earth of the immortal domain, flowers and trees were full of vitality, making one sigh in admiration. However, Ning Chen understood that the immortal realms still lacked something. If the continents of the immortal realms couldn't reproduce independently, then once the greater world collapsed, the immortal realms would also be affected. Ning Chen stared at the clouds in the sky with a solemn expression. This was a part of the sky that he had captured. For 1,000 years, it had been sealed in the green cauldron and raised in captivity. Although it grew quickly, it was still unable to replace the real sky. The heavenly Daos of the three realms had evolved for countless years, and there was a qualitative difference between the two. In ancient times, the four great immortal realms were destroyed by the great tribulation of heaven and earth because they were unable to break free from the shackles of the macro world. He had learned from his predecessors' mistakes, so he had to have a backup plan. He couldn't make the same mistake again. The four symbols deities. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The four symbols deities were gods from the beginning of creation. Perhaps they could help this world grow. There were descendants of the black tortoise and azure dragon in the inner realms. He had the white tiger's divine weapon of slaughter in his hand. There were traces of the white tiger's blood on it. With the help of the small gourd, he should be able to revive a part of the white tiger's origin. Now, the only problem was the vermilion bird's origin. The whereabouts of the vermilion bird had disappeared for a long time, and he didn't know where to find it. Vermilion bird. Ning Chen looked at the sky and shouted, "Ji Ming has a request." An earth-shaking voice accompanied by an astonishing fluctuation of divine origins spread into the distance. In every major galaxy, ordinary people heard this loud voice and their faces were filled with shock. Somewhere, a red-clothed vermilion bird heard the voice from the edge of the starry sky, and her expression turned serious. "It's him." Without hesitation, The vermilion bird spread open its wings and flew towards the edge of the starry sky. Qianshang, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. On the immortal realms, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at Mu Qianshang not far away. What is it? Mu Qianshang asked. Go to the inner realms and invite the descendants of the black tortoise and water god Tianwu. Ning Chen said seriously. Mu Qianshang nodded and did not say anything. He turned and flew towards the inner realms. Mu Qianshang left. Beside Qing Ning, Ning Chen looked at the vast immortal realms as thoughts flashed through his eyes. Was there anything missing? Cough, cough. Suddenly, Ning Chen's face flushed red. His body trembled and he vomited a mouthful of blood. After the battle with the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, his body still had not recovered from the serious injuries. Now, in order to reopen the immortal realms, Ning Chen's body was finding it harder and harder to hold on. On the side, Qing Ning was shocked and hurried forward to support the former. You're pushing yourself too hard. Qing Ning's face flashed with anger as she shouted. Sister Qing Ning, I'm fine. Ning Chen gently pushed away the woman beside him. His tired eyes were still filled with thoughts. There really wasn't much time left. This great calamity was different from the past. When the gods destroyed the world, they left a glimmer of hope for the human world. However, this great calamity was not only the calamity of the heavenly Tao, but also the calamity of darkness. Whether it was facing the heavenly Tao or the darkness, the power of humans was too weak and could not compete at all. Even the current him was at a disadvantage when facing the heavenly Tao and the darkness. If he wanted to turn the situation around, he could only rebuild the immortal realms as soon as possible. On the immortal realms, the sun rose and set. For countless days and nights, the powerhouses of the human world gathered from all over to watch the master of the human world create the world. Ning Chen coughed up blood several times. His injuries were repeated and there was no room for him to rest. This familiar scene was like a scene from the ancient times. The master of the human world gave his all to fight for a glimmer of hope for the human world. Ning Chen was like a mad demon. No one could persuade him. He gave his all to rebuild the immortal realms. Even though his will gradually became heavy, Ning Chen knew better than anyone what he wanted to do. He wanted to leave the last piece of sky for them. Just as Zhi Ming was doing his best to rebuild the immortal realms, in the Wanxiang starfield, a majestic voice came out of the spatial rift, giving a dark order. Ming Yuan, before I come out of seclusion, destroy the human world and take back the 4 immortal slaying swords. Yes. In the nether prison, Ming Yuan half knelt and respectfully accepted the order. In the next moment, the power of darkness spread all over the Wanxiang starfield. The Grim Reaper was born, and the nether prison appeared in the human world. In the starry sky, a towering black city was surrounded by darkness. The power of darkness officially descended on the human world. In an instant, the entire Wanxiang starfield sank, and countless creatures were swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 1540. In the immortal realm, knowing destiny created the world. The first person in the world had once again shocked the world. In the celestial domain that was full of vitality, tens of thousands of beasts were galloping. The powerful cultivators of the mortal world used their great cultivation to capture auspicious beasts from various secret realms and place them in the celestial domain. The powerhouses of the mortal realm joined forces to help the master of the mortal realm create the celestial realm. Time passed day after day. On a mortal domain, more and more figures gradually appeared, becoming more and more lively. Powerhouses from various major star fields came to the celestial realm to watch the celestial venerables create the world. The white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly in the void. His aura was earth-shattering. The ruler of the mortal world was powerful beyond compare, a single hand covering the heavens, stopping the great calamity of heaven and earth outside immortal domain. For 100 years, the great calamity of heaven and earth continued to spread, but it was blocked outside the celestial realm. In the four corners of the immortal domain, the three deities revealed their true bodies. The azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise worked together to derive the myriad techniques of the immortal domain. At this moment, at the end of the starry sky, a figure shrouded in divine flames flew over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the Ziwei star zone. In the celestial realm, Ning Chen sensed something. He looked at the end of the Ziwei galaxy with a serious expression. Here it comes. A distinguished guest has arrived. I will leave for a moment, Ning Chen said. His body turned illusory and disappeared. In the celestial realm, many celestial venerables looked into the distance with puzzlement. What a powerful aura! This person's aura was not much weaker than that of the knowing destiny state. At the end of the Ziwei star domain, phoenix flames filled the air. Ning Chen rushed over from the immortal domain, personally welcoming the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird stopped amidst the divine flames of the vermilion bird. She stared at the man who was rushing over as her aura rose rapidly. The phoenix and the vermilion bird met again after 1,000 years. At the edge of the star field, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the vermilion bird in front of him. He smiled and said, "Vermilion bird, thank you for coming." The vermilion bird waved its hand. Divine flames curled around it, and the vermilion sword appeared. When Ning Chen saw this, his expression turned serious. "Defeat me and I will help you." The vermilion bird spoke indifferently. Ning Chen was silent for a moment, then waved his hand to summon Immortal Slayer. "Excuse me," he said. When their swords appeared, divine energy soared into the sky around the two. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix and the vermilion bird moved at the same time. The vermilion sword and the immortal slaying sword clashed, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The two extremely similar people were like mirror images. Their moves were the same, and their battle tactics were also exactly the same. Their swords were as fast as lightning, and the two figures constantly crossed each other. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 10 moves. Nirvana! The swords clashed, and the battle was separated. The two figures soared into the sky at the same time. 10,000 swords surged, breaking through the sky. Shocking sword wills howled in the 9 heavens as they collided with each other. The shock waves shook the vermilion bird. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and she was forced back several steps. Victory and defeat were clear. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. He calmly said, "You let me win." 11 moves. Vermilion bird sheathed her sword and said indifferently, "Let's go." Ning Chen nodded, and led the way towards the celestial realm. In the immortal realms, the two of them didn't stop, directly flying towards the south. In the other 3 directions, the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise worked together to derive the laws of the immortal domain. In the extreme south, the vermilion bird sensed the changes in the laws of the immortal domain. Its figure dissipated, revealing its true form. The 4 symbols deities gathered. In an instant, multicolored light was like waves on the immortal realm, dazzling and dazzling. In the void, Ning Chen stared at the horizon and narrowed his eyes. Boom! At this time, outside the immortal domain, in the greater world, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended upon the immortal domain. The shocking scene shook the entire Ziwei star zone. Success! A light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He finally succeeded. All over the immortal domain, the celestial venerables of the mortal world also revealed joy. After 100 years, this day had finally come. The 4 symbols world creation, the laws were perfected, and the heavenly Tao was completed. In the sky, the clouds that filled the air completely disappeared, turning into the true heavenly Tao. Lightning descended, rumbling down. Ning Chen's figure rushed out of the immortal domain. Outside the immortal domain, tens of thousands of lightning bolts were endless. Ning Chen waved his sword, and the aura of a fiend god filled the air. 2 swords appeared at the same time, blocking the lightning that filled the sky. The impact from the greater world was astonishing. The moment it descended, it blocked the Taiji formation. Below, everyone's expressions gradually froze, revealing nervousness. 100 years of hard work couldn't be wasted. In the immortal domain, Ning Chen blocked the heavenly tribulation. Layers of lightning illuminated the entire starry sky. At the critical moment, in the depths of the starry sky, a dark aura filled the air. It actually came out to interfere when the immortal domain was about to be formed. Not good. In the immortal domain, the expressions of Qing Ning and the others changed when they saw this. "I'll go," Aman said. Her figure flashed, rushing towards the greater world with her sword in hand. In the greater world, darkness descended. Ning Chen couldn't split himself, so he wanted to destroy the 100 years of hope of the mortal world's experts. At the critical moment, a dazzling sword light tore through the air, blocking the darkness. In the starry sky, Aman stood with her sword, not allowing the darkness to cross half a step. After a moment of confrontation, the darkness couldn't cross the lightning pool. Amidst the black aura that filled the air, a peerless beauty walked out. She held the death god scythe in her hand, and her powerful aura suppressed everyone present. One of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, the death god Ming Yuan, personally appeared. His shocking pressure caused the world of light to distort. Ming Yuan attacked. The death god's scythe slashed out, splitting the starry sky and slashing towards the life-knowing state behind Aman. "I won't allow you to hurt him." Aman flashed over, waving her sword to block the death god's scythe. With a loud bang, darkness and light collided. Aman took half a step back, and the hand holding the sword was dyed red. Below, when Qing Ning and the others saw this, they immediately wanted to help. "You can't go." Hua Zhongjie appeared to stop them. She looked up and said, "Apart from Aman, none of us can block the power of darkness. Only she can help Ning Chen now." Outside the mystic realm, Aman blocked the death god alone. Although she wasn't affected by the power of darkness, she was suppressed by her cultivation and was gradually at a disadvantage. Outside the battle, Ning Chen was going through his tribulation. He was distracted for an instant, and his arms were dyed red. "Don't get distracted," Aman said mentally as she waved her sword to block the death god. After exchanging several blows, Ming Yuan looked at the human girl in front of him with a strange light in his eyes. Strange. In order to confirm the question in his heart, Ming Yuan exploded with power of darkness and waved the death god's scythe. Boom! In the next instant, the death god's scythe slashed down, and the terrifying power of darkness devoured the world. In front, Aman glanced at Ning Chen behind her. Instead of retreating, she charged forward and blocked the death god with her sword. Blood splashed out, dyeing the starry sky. Aman took several steps back, and blood dripped from the hand holding the sword. The powerful death god of darkness was unshakable and shocking. "It's over." The death god's face turned cold. He stepped forward and waved the death god's scythe mercilessly. "It's not over yet." At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the battle. Then, a white-clothed figure stood in front and blocked the death god's scythe. The aftermath shook and white hair danced in the wind. The figure was like a god or a demon, and one hand covered the sky. Ming Yuan looked at the white-haired man in front of him and said coldly, "It's only been 100 years and you've grown again. Darkness descends. How can knowing destiny dare to stop for a moment?" Ning Chen raised his hand, and endless power gathered from the mystic realm below. Light reappeared, dispelling the darkness in the starry sky. Chapter 1541. In the celestial realm, the dark death god descended. His powerful strength shocked all the powerhouses in the world. At the critical moment, Ning Chen came out and blocked the death god's scythe. Light and darkness clashed. Ning Chen raised his hand and activated the light power of the celestial realm to resist the dark death god. Ming Yuan focused and waved the death god's scythe. Ning Chen stepped forward. His light power rose to the extreme, and his power increased several times. The celestial realm reopened. 100 years had passed. Countless mortals in the major celestial realms looked at the celestial realm in the sky and knelt down. Hope. In the apocalyptic world, the weak light was like a life-saving straw, making people reach out to grab it at all costs. The world saw light again. In the sky above the celestial realm, the light power around Ning Chen became stronger and stronger, intimidating the darkness. We meet again. You're different. In the battle, Ming Yuan sensed the change in his opponent and said coldly, "Thank you. I am fully deserving of your praise." Ning Chen waved his sword and shook off the death god's scythe. Ming Yuan snorted. He raised his hand and the dark aura rolled like waves, turning the world upside down. In the battle, Ning Chen didn't show any weakness. He gathered his energy and the light power continued to rise, illuminating the world. The celestial slaying sword and the death god's scythe collided. Shocking waves shook the world. With the help of the light power of the celestial realm, Ning Chen's body was no longer suppressed by the darkness. He waved the celestial slaying sword like thunder. Every sword had the power to change the world. Facing the reborn master of the world, the dark death god's expression became more and more serious. The dark power increased, trying to suppress the light again with absolute darkness. The battle was intense, and every move was dangerous. Ning Chen shattered the dark body with a punch. The dark aura surged, and the death god's body was quickly reborn. The death god was reborn. The death god's scythe broke the light and cut through knowing destiny's body. Darkness eroded the light. Ning Chen was also injured. However, how could the light yield to the darkness? Celestial, god, and demon flames rose again. The glassy flame burned the sky and boiled the sea, directly burning away the dark aura. The fierce battle was watched by the world. The ordinary people in the major celestial realms could only see that the sky was divided into two. Half was dark, half bright. Darkness and light collided with each other, and the entire human world began to shake. Everyone was terrified and knelt on the ground, praying for the light to win. The great battle was white-hot. In the skies above Immortal Domain, the million Zhang magical projections appeared. One was surrounded by black energy, the other radiant. Battle after battle, killing intent filled the sky. After exchanging over 100 moves, it was difficult to determine victory or defeat. The two of them pierced through the heavens. Flood waters overflowed into the heavens. The scene of doomsday became more and more shocking. In the celestial realm, when the experts of the mortal realm saw this, their expressions changed slightly. They all moved and flew into the sky. Everyone mended the sky and moved mountains to fill the gap in the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the head of the celestial venerables of the human world, the Chongling female supreme, raised her hand to grab the 10,000 mountains. The butterfly in the flower used demonic fire to refine the 10,000 peaks. In the end, Luo Xingchen used the star scar bow to send the refined sky-mending stone into the sky. With everyone joining forces, they finally managed to temporarily mend the gap in the sky. Boom! While everyone was mending the heavens, in the skies above the immortal region, the battle between Ning Chen and the Grim Reaper became more and more intense. Blood rained down, and blood and bones flew everywhere. The bitter battle caused the heavens and the earth to collapse. At this moment, in the distant sky, a huge crack opened up once again. In the crack, figures appeared one after another. They were surrounded by the aura of darkness and were extremely powerful. There were 7 figures, and each of them was extremely powerful. One of them was the master of the Water Cloud Imperial Palace, Empress Shui Yun. When the 7 of them appeared, they did not say a word and directly joined the battle. The Grim Reaper called. The monarch of death of the dark world forced the 7 martial venerables under him to kill the master of the mortal realm together. When the 7 martial venerables of Nether Prison joined the battle, the situation immediately changed. The Grim Reaper of Darkness's power was earth-shaking. With the help of the 7 martial venerables, they gradually suppressed the power of the light. Outside the battle, the expressions of the female supreme, butterfly in the flower, and the others all darkened when they saw this. Not good. Ning Chen was outnumbered. He was likely to be defeated. Not far away, Ah Man, who had been healing with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. She suppressed her injuries and wanted to go forward to help. In the battle, Ning Chen swung his sword to deflect the Grim Reaper's scythe. Before he could recover his breath, Empress Shui Yun's palm arrived and landed on his body. A pool of blood splashed into the sky. Ning Chen retreated 100 feet, the corners of his mouth red. The darkness had the upper hand. The Grim Reaper and the 7 martial venerables flashed one after another without mercy. Behind Ning Chen, Ah Man rushed forward and waved her sword to block the martial venerables. With a violent tremor, the Taiyuan divine sword blocked a martial venerable. The aftermath shook the injured Ah Man's right arm, which was dyed red again. The light was suppressed. In the eyes of countless mortals in the mortal realm, darkness gradually occupied half of the sky and completely suppressed the light. In the battle, Ning Chen looked at the dark aura that filled the sky. He rushed forward and pushed back the 7 martial venerables with one sword. Then, he waved his hand and sent the injured Ah Man out of the battle. Senior Sister Dai, help me take care of Ah Man. In the face of the all-out darkness, Ning Chen no longer suppressed his power. With a shout, the source of divinity and devil rose to the extreme. The immortal slaying sword and the immortal slaying sword soared into the sky and turned into the black and white Tai Chi formation. Thunder surged and shook the earth. Under the black and white Tai Chi formation, the immortal source reappeared. In the immortal source, the 3rd immortal sword, immortal slashing sword, appeared out of thin air. Stabilizing the universe, turning the reincarnation, the path of purification, the sword moves the mortal realm. The 3 swords appeared at the same time, and the sword power surged. Chaos appeared around Ning Chen, and a huge reincarnation whirlpool appeared. In the reincarnation, sword light broke through the sky and slashed at the martial venerables. The sword light was so powerful that the 7 martial venerables were forced to retreat several steps. The darkness retreated, but the sword power did not decrease. It slashed at the Lord of Nether Prison, the Grim Reaper Ming Yuan. The rumbling shook the starry sky. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded, and the sword light pierced through the Grim Reaper's body. The Grim Reaper was injured, and blood spilled in the starry sky. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. The 3 immortal slaying swords cut through the dark haze. 100 feet away, Ming Yuan stopped and looked at the Lord of the Mortal Realm, whose strength had greatly increased. His face flashed with a serious expression. Are these the 4 immortal slaying swords? I'm still missing one sword. I wonder if it's also in this person's hands. No wonder the Lord wanted her to take back the 4 immortal slaying swords. These immortal swords were really powerful. Retreat. Ming Yuan stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and ordered. With the order, the darkness retreated. The Grim Reaper and the 7 martial venerables disappeared one after another, leaving the sky of the immortal realm. The darkness retreated, and the sky became clear again. Light scattered and illuminated the mortal realm. Above the immortal realm, Ning Chen descended from the sky, and his aura gradually withdrew. After a fierce battle, Ning Chen's white clothes were dyed red. In the end, he defeated the darkness. Although he won the battle, there was no joy on Ning Chen's face. His eyes were full of fatigue. He knew that the Grim Reaper was not the only terrifying expert in the darkness. Moreover, the real Lord of Darkness had not appeared yet. The young man in green in the northern immortal realm was the source of all darkness. In the Wanxiang starfield, Nether Prison, the Grim Reaper returned, and a majestic and terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Behind the Grim Reaper, the 7 martial venerables trembled, and 3 of them were instantly turned into ashes. Ming Yuan, you have disappointed me. Chapter 1542. Nether Prison, Dark Abyss. The will of the Lord of Darkness descended, instantly erasing the existence of the three martial saints. He was the absolute ruler of the dark world. He could decide life and death with a single thought. The Grim Reaper knelt on the ground with a grave expression. The celestial realm has been rebuilt in the human world. My power is no longer enough to suppress the ruler of the human world, Ming Yuan replied respectfully. The celestial realm. The Lord of Darkness's tone flashed with coldness. A mere incomplete celestial realm has rendered you powerless. Ming Yuan, you have failed to live up to my expectations of you. My lord, please forgive me. Ming Yuan said seriously. Master, please give this subordinate another chance. I will give you one last chance. Next time, if you still can't retrieve the 4 immortal slaying swords, you should know what will happen to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the terrifying pressure in the dark abyss gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. After the Lord of Darkness left, Ming Yuan stood up and looked back at the human world. Coldness flashed in his eyes. A moment later, Ming Yuan walked into the dark abyss and disappeared at the end of the darkness. The power of the ruler of the human world was beyond her expectations. She had to release him. At the end of the dark abyss, black flames lingered. Stone doors opened one after another. Ming Yuan walked through the layers of seals with a grave expression. After walking through countless stone doors, Ming Yuan stopped in front of the last seal. The Grim Reaper's scythe appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the stone door in front of him. With a rumble, the stone door collapsed and the seal opened. In an instant, an unusually violent and ferocious aura spread out. Even someone as strong as the Grim Reaper's scythe was forced back half a step. Behind the collapsed stone door, a huge beast that was as big as the starry sky roared. Its huge body was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. It was terrifying. The desolate beast of darkness, sky-devouring, had reappeared in the human world after countless years. The desolate beast of darkness that could devour the heavenly Tao was violent and ferocious. It was difficult to control. It was sealed at the end of the dark abyss by the Lord of Darkness, waiting for the next opportunity for darkness to descend upon the human world. Sky-devouring, you are free, Ming Yuan said with a calm expression. At the same time, Ning Chen sensed something in the celestial realm. He looked at the myriad domain in the north with a shocked expression. Did the Lord of Darkness appear because of this enormous aura of darkness? Roar. In the depths of the starry sky, a deafening roar of a beast rang out. The earth-shattering power directly affected the entire human world. The celestial venerables in the human realm sensed it, and their expressions all changed. What was this? Desolate beast of darkness, devour the heavens. God realm, sunrise divine palace. Sunrise tiger god sensed the changes in the mortal realm and said in a low voice, "Not good." This was a ferocious beast that had no intelligence and only knew how to devour and kill. Its body was enormous like the starry sky, and it was difficult for blades to injure it. It was extremely terrifying. In ancient times, if not for the existence of the Eastern deity Lord, this heaven-devouring ferocious beast alone would have been enough to destroy the human world. Although the stars were huge, they were as insignificant as dust in front of the heaven-devouring desolate beast. Boom! Suddenly, the 6 heavenly realms, including the God realm, started to shake violently. The wild beast was born and crashed into the barrier between the mortal world and the heaven realm, affecting the entire 3 realms. In front of the moon god temple, the moon goddess's eyes were serious. Moonlight rose around her and fixed the southern region. The calamity of the 3 realms was growing more and more severe. The calamity of heaven and earth was already difficult to deal with. Now that there was a dark and chaotic world, how would the human world and the heaven realm survive this great calamity? Moon Goddess raised her head and looked at the sky that was filled with cracks. Her expression grew heavier and heavier. In the myriad star field, the heaven-devouring beast was born and swallowed more than half of the star field into its stomach. The seemingly slow beast's actual speed was faster than most celestial venerables in the human world. It was only because its body was too big that it seemed a little clumsy. Wherever the heaven-devouring beast passed, the myriad star field turned into nothingness. Even the heavenly Tao's law disappeared. In order to destroy the power of light, the dark world released the most terrifying ferocious beast to completely destroy the human world. In the immortal realm, Ning Chen felt the changes in the myriad star field and clenched his fists. These lunatics of the dark world. Do they want to completely destroy the entire three realms? In the myriad star field, nether prison, the dark death god looked at the Ziwei star field in the distance with a cold expression. Lord of the human world, no matter how strong your sword is, you can only cut off a few scales of the heaven-devouring beast this time. In the starry sky, the heaven-devouring beast started from the myriad star field and nibbled away at the human world step by step. All the laws of heaven and earth were so fragile in front of the dark, desolate beast. Pieces of the starry sky were destroyed, and the fragmentation of heaven and earth became more and more severe. Following that, the changes in heaven and earth became more and more violent. Everywhere in the starry sky, terrifying cracks continued to spread. The human world was almost completely destroyed. In the starry sky, hundreds of planets with life were directly swallowed by the cracks in the sky. Life was plunged into misery and suffering. The end of the world was close at hand. In the immortal realm, Ning Chen watched for a moment and then turned to leave. He needed more power. Knowing destiny left and his whereabouts were unknown. In the immortal realm, the celestial venerables were panicking and at a loss. In the green coffin world, time had evolved. In the primordial age of legends, heaven and earth had just been created. Ning Chen returned to the green coffin to search for more power. In the age of legends, the power of gods and demons destroyed heaven and earth. The human world was weak and enslaved by the gods and demons, unable to see the light. Pangu opened the sky and Kwa Fu chased after the sun. Each of the primordial gods had unparalleled divine abilities. They could pluck the sun and moon with a wave of their hand. In the green coffin world, Ning Chen dreamt of the primordial age to find the source of the four swords. He knew that the immortal slaying four swords were extremely important in the great ancient calamity. However, the immortal slaying sword formation, the strongest of the four swords, had been lost. The last person in the world who used the immortal slaying sword formation was the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm. After the Lord of the Celestial Realm passed away, the immortal slaying sword formation also disappeared completely. In the legends, the immortal slaying four swords were divine artifacts that were created with the creation of heaven and earth. The immortal slaying sword formation was also a gift from heaven, not human power. In the primordial age, Ning Chen traveled through countless tribes to search for the true source of the immortal slaying four swords. In the process of searching, Ning Chen noticed a little boy in white. He looked very delicate and pretty, and his bone structure was very good. Even in the prehistoric mythological era, where geniuses were everywhere, he was still an extremely rare genius. However, Ning Chen was busy searching for the whereabouts of the immortal slaying sword formation. He did not have the energy to pay attention to the little boy's growth. In the green coffin age, where time passed extremely quickly, Ning Chen traveled through thousands of years. His white hair turned from white to black, then from black to white. Reincarnation after reincarnation, it was as if it was a lifetime ago. With the immortal divine tree's origin, Ning Chen forcibly survived through a great era. In a corner of the era that Ning Chen did not pay attention to, the white-clothed little boy grew rapidly and stood out among the primordial age's geniuses. While Ning Chen returned to the primordial age to search for the immortal slaying sword formation in the immortal realm, Hua Zhongye and the others were cultivating with all their might. They did not dare to slack off for a moment. In the all-heaven starfield, in the Buddhist nation, the current Buddhist lord, Aaron Ming Wang, sat on a Buddha mountain. Her body shone with golden light and the power of faith, Her cultivation was unparalleled. Erin Ming Wang entered the path of annihilation before the other heavenly exalts of the mortal realm. The light around her became even brighter and Buddhist lotuses slowly bloomed. In front of the Buddha mountain, tens of thousands of white-clothed novice Buddhist monks chanted scriptures and worshipped Buddha. The power of one person was insignificant, but the combined power of tens of thousands of people was enough to shake the stars. When the desolate beast of darkness devoured the myriad starfield and was about to enter the Luojia starfield, Erin Ming Wang opened her eyes on the Buddha mountain. In an instant, the entire Buddha mountain shone brightly. Boundless Buddhist power broke through the limits of time and space and formed a barrier before the Luojia starfield. Chapter 1543. In the myriad starfield, the desolate beast of darkness appeared and devoured the entire starfield. With the destruction of myriad starfield, the Luojia starfield was on the brink of destruction. At the critical moment, on the Buddha mountain of the All-Heaven starfield, the current Buddhist Lord Erin Ming Wang took action. She used the power of faith of an entire region to form a barrier before the desolate beast of darkness. Her shocking methods surpassed all the gods and demons in the world. Erin Ming Wang, a mortal who cultivated to become a Buddha, displayed her abilities today. For 1,000 years, the All-Heaven was unified and Buddha reigned supreme. In Erin Ming Wang's era, the prosperity of Buddha Mountain reached its peak. An entire starfield was worshipped by trillions of Buddhists. Even the Buddha Mountain of the God realm could not achieve such astonishing achievement. In an era where light did not appear after knowing Ming left, Erin Ming Wang used her own power to fight for a glimmer of hope for the human world. In the immortal region, the experts from the various starfields were shocked by the Buddhist might of the All-Heaven starfield. Not long after knowing Ming left, the celestial venerables of the human world led by Hua Zhongye and the Chongling female supreme went into seclusion. It was not that they did not care about the survival of the human world, but that the calamity of the world was not something they could stop with their current strength. Almost all the peak experts of the human world disappeared overnight. Rather than saying that they were forced by the situation, it was better to say that the celestial venerables of the human world were conserving their strength and waiting for the best time to counterattack. On Buddha Mountain, the last Buddha of the human world, Erin Ming Wang sat cross-legged at the top of the mountain, being worshipped by trillions of Buddhists. Her Buddhist light was distant and dazzling. Separated by a region, Erin Ming Wang used her supreme cultivation to stop the desolate beast of darkness from advancing, buying time for the human world. In front of the Luojia starfield, thousands of golden chains appeared and spread out, forming a Buddhist net that blocked the path of the desolate beast of darkness. In the collapsed myriad starfield, Death God Ming Yuan stood before the nether prison, looking at the all-heaven starfield with a strange expression. There was such an expert in the human world. A moment later, Ming Yuan's figure faded and disappeared. On Buddha Mountain, white-robed novice monks closed their eyes and chanted sutras. Golden light rose from their bodies and gathered at the top of Buddha Mountain. With the support of endless power, Erin Ming Wang's aura reached the peak of the celestial venerable realm. She was not much weaker than the ancient sovereigns. In order to save the world, the Buddha of darkness was. At this moment, a black aura filled the air above the Buddha mountain. A beautiful figure in black walked out, holding a huge death god scythe. Her murderous aura was so strong that it could drive anyone crazy. The dark death god had reappeared to slay the Buddha. On the Buddha mountain, Erin Ming Wang stood up. The Buddhist light around her spread out and dispersed the darkness on the Buddha mountain. Darkness was pressing down, but the Buddhists were unyielding. The power of light and darkness clashed, splitting heaven and earth. In the all-heaven starfield, trillions of Buddhist disciples were looking at the darkness in the sky. They clasped their hands together and prayed devoutly to Buddha. The faith of the Buddhists transformed into an endless stream of energy that gathered around the body of the Wisdom King. The powerful power of light contended against the darkness, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Only those who possessed firm faith would not fear the darkness. At the time of the arrival of the great calamity, the people of the all-heavens starfield walked at the forefront of the world and bravely fought against the darkness of the world. On Buddha Mountain, the power of light and darkness clashed. After a moment of stalemate, the two figures moved at the same time. The slender hand shook the death god's scythe, and the sound of the scythe shaking resounded through the starry sky. Around the two of them, one was darkness, the other light. Two opposing yet equal forces clashed, and every move they made shook the heavens and the earth. As the great battle began, the tens of thousands of white-robed young acolytes on all sides of Buddha Mountain began to bleed from the corners of their mouths, unable to bear the backlash of the great battle. By gathering the power of the masses to contend against the darkness, the mortal wisdom King Aaron gained the power to fight against the death god of the four heavenly kings of darkness. After 100 exchanges, she was not at a disadvantage at all. On the many planets of the all-heaven starfield, under the influence of the power of darkness, thousands of Buddhist disciples exploded. Their blood dyed the earth red. It was a very dazzling sight. The aftermath of the battle between the two of them spread to the masses. After 100 exchanges, the wisdom King Aaron's body began to show signs of instability. Cracks began to appear on her Buddha body. With her Buddha body damaged, the wisdom King Aaron forcibly seized the lives of several tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples to repair her Buddha body. In an instant, the bodies of several tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples exploded on a planet. Blood and bones scattered all over the sky. No one could tell whether it was righteous or cruel to use slaughter to contend against the darkness. For the sake of obtaining the power to contend against the darkness, the wisdom King Aaron did not hesitate to seize the lives of countless Buddhist disciples to strengthen her Buddha body. The power of faith in the all-heaven starfield seemed to be endless. The wisdom King Aaron took on the death god with her body of flesh and blood, causing the entire sky to collapse. In the bitter battle, the backlash from the power of darkness nearly turned the many planets of the all-heaven starfield into dead planets. Rivers of blood flowed. As the number of Buddhist disciples decreased, the wisdom King Aaron's power also gradually weakened. The injuries to her Buddha body also became difficult to heal instantly. On the Buddha mountain, the tens of thousands of white-clothed novice monks burned with Buddhist flames. They actually chose to burn their own bodies to help the wisdom King Aaron fight against the enemy. Several breaths later, many sariras appeared on the Buddha mountain. They shone with dazzling golden light. The Buddhas sacrificed themselves to turn their bones into sariras, revealing their astonishing might. In the battle in the sky, the sariras turned into chains to bind the death god. Ming Yuan's expression changed slightly. He swung the death god's scythe in an attempt to sever the chains formed by the sariras. My Buddha is merciful. He sacrificed himself to save the world. Sakyamuni purifies the 9 heavens. Pushing her limits, the wisdom King Aaron used the Buddha mountain's forbidden technique for the first time. In an instant, the Buddha mountain shone brightly like a divine sun and devoured the all-heaven starfield. It was a shocking scene. With the Buddha mountain as the center, endless Buddha light continued to spread throughout the all-heaven starfield, filling every corner of the starfield. The Buddha mountain shook. In the immortal region, the human exalts in closed-door cultivation all sensed it and their expressions changed. This was especially true for those from the inner world. When they sensed the wisdom King Aaron's aura gradually disappearing, their hearts sank. Aaron had turned into the Tao. In the green coffin world, Ning Chen, who was dreaming of the immemorial era, suddenly trembled and looked toward the west. Buddhist energy, it was Aaron. At the same time, at the end of the dark abyss, the huge black cocoon trembled. A terrifying pressure swept out and shook the entire dark abyss. Ming Yuan died in battle. A black-clothed man walked out from the black cocoon. He held a black sword and said with a calm expression, "It seems that the human realm is not as weak as we imagine. Heavens, make a trip." A dignified voice sounded from the black cocoon. "Yes." The black-clothed man accepted the order. The leader of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, heavens, personally left the dark abyss. Not long after, a dark aura gathered in front of the all-heaven starfield. The black-clothed heavens walked out and swung the black sword in his hand, cutting through the Buddha light that filled the sky. In the dazzling Buddha light, the death god's body bobbed up and down. His vitality had already dissipated. Heavens stepped forward and left the Buddha mountain with the fallen death god. In the nether prison, heavens brought back the death god's body and placed it in the depths of the dark abyss. Ming Yuan, have a good rest here. Heavens spoke with a calm tone. Chapter 1544. In the mortal realm, Erin Ming King died. She killed the dark death with the faith of an entire region. The heavens wept in the tragic battle. In the all-heaven galaxy, rain fell on every life star. It was a calamity for the mortal realm. Only the experts of the mortal realm who did not give up continued to fight against the darkness, fighting for the last glimmer of hope for the mortal realm. In front of the Luojia galaxy, the dark wild beast was blocked by layers of Buddhist chains. Heaven devouring was furious. Its angry roar resounded through the stars. The great stars trembled and exploded. The most terrifying dark ferocious beast had a body that was even larger than a galaxy. It had gathered the darkness of the human world for countless years. Although it was not as pure as the power of the Lord of Darkness, the enormous body of the sky-devouring beast was its greatest reliance. Since ancient times, even the 10 great beasts of the immemorial era could not match heaven-devouring's power. In Nether Prison, after the heavens brought back the dark death's body, they turned their gazes to the Ziwei galaxy. The immortal realm had been rebuilt. Had the experts of the mortal realm not given up? After a moment of silence, the heavens moved, turning into a black stream of light and rushing towards the Ziwei galaxy. In the immortal realm, immortal light shone. The immortal realm that knowing destiny and the human world's celestial venerables had created together had shown initial result. The power of faith from all over the mortal realm gathered, and the power of light kept increasing. When there was hope in people's hearts, only then could the light contend against the darkness. In every part of the immortal realm, the experts of the human realm of the major galaxies cultivated in concentration, not daring to waste a moment. In the eastern celestial realm, on a celestial mountain not far from the celestial palace, a beautiful woman was cultivating with her eyes closed. On her knees there was an ancient blue sword. The heart of the sword was clear and pure. Strange light rose around the mountain. It was the restriction formation of Chongling. It changed the flow of time and sped up the cultivation speed of cultivators. 100 years passed in the restriction formation, but only a few days passed in the outside world. In the mortal realm, other than Ningchen, the Chongling female supreme was the only person who had mastered the time restriction. While she had not mastered it, it was enough to change the flow of time in a part of the world. In order to buy time for the human world's celestial venerables, the Chongling female supreme had set up a restriction formation in the immortal realm to help everyone cultivate. In the past 100 years, man's cultivation had progressed rapidly, surpassing everyone. In this dark and chaotic era, man was the only person unaffected by the darkness. She also received everyone's hope. Boom! At this time, thunder rumbled in the sky above the immortal domain. A man stepped into the Tao extermination realm, drawing down the Tao extermination tribulation. A man stood up and walked out of the formation. At the same time, in the Ziwei star zone, the aura of darkness was overwhelming. Zhongtian, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, walked out. His black robe fluttered in the wind. The celestial realm was filled with lightning. A man's tribulation was gradually reaching a critical moment. It was an astonishing scene. The sea of lightning swallowed the heavens and destroyed the earth, dazzling and dazzling. Tao annihilation tribulation. In front of the celestial realms, the celestials walked over. They looked at the lightning in the sky and spoke calmly. darkness curled around them, and the myriad tribulations couldn't touch them. The heavens raised their hands, and black sword streams gathered and shot out. At this moment of crisis, Devil Chi soared into the sky from the immortal domain below. A beautiful figure flew out. Flower Burial appeared, brandishing her saber to block the myriad of black sword lights. With a violent shaking, Butterfly in the Flower was impacted and was forced to take a few steps back. The heavens narrowed their eyes as they looked at the human woman before them. This woman was not weak. In the starry sky, Butterfly in the Flower's demonic chi surged endlessly like raging waves, shocking everyone. Let me see if the experts of the human race still have value in existing. The heavens raised their hands, and a black ancient sword appeared. A world-shaking sword might spread, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The head of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness used the sword as his weapon. His cultivation was unfathomable, and even ancient sovereigns couldn't match him. Facing the strongest heavenly king of darkness, Butterfly in the Flower wasn't willing to move half a step. She protected Man, who was undergoing tribulation, behind her. If he wasn't here, she couldn't let anyone hurt Man at all. In the celestial realm, celestial light shone brightly. The darkness was suppressed, and the light was strengthened. In the starry sky, the darkness and light clashed, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. The heavens swept their gazes across the celestial realm below, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. The ruler of the human world in this era was shocking. He rebuilt the celestial realm, giving the experts of the light world the possibility of resisting the darkness. If the human world was given enough time, perhaps the light world could really fight against the darkness. Unfortunately, they wouldn't give the human world this time. The heavens retracted their gazes and stepped forward. With extreme speed, the black sword light slashed open the starry sky, opening 1,000,000 miles. The terrifying sword might directly broke through the world of light. An absolute expert of the darkness appeared for the first time. When the sword light arrived, the butterfly wings behind Butterfly in the Flower opened. The huge butterfly wings covered the sky, and demonic might instantly erupted. Flower Burial faced it head-on. The sword and saber clashed, and the aftermath was vast. The sword was fast, and the saber was fast. In a battle of the peak, the sword and saber clashed. The sound shook the stars. Several moves clashed, and vermilion blood dyed the body. The absolute expert of the darkness had already surpassed all the experts in the human world. Even ancient sovereigns would find it difficult to fight against him. Boom! Outside the battle, Man's tribulation was gradually coming to an end. Sword light filled the sky. The Taiyuan ancient sword slashed open the sea of lightning and destroyed the tribulation. After the tribulation, Man entered the battle. Her sword moved like a raging wave as she fought the strongest heavenly king of the darkness. The sword and saber worked together to fight against the darkness. Flower Burial's tears and the Taiyuan ancient sword fought back. The change in the battle made the heavens reveal strange expressions. They waved their swords and pushed back the two. The aura of darkness soared into the sky. This was somewhat interesting. Darkness appeared at the peak, and the might of the sword shook the mortal world. The strongest sword of darkness directly swallowed the light in the human world with absolute power. Boundless darkness engulfed the starry sky and sealed the battle. In the darkness, the power of light around Butterfly in the Flower and Man rose. The sword and saber worked together again, and their figures flashed past mercilessly. Their tacit cooperation was flawless. They were as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. The sword of Initial Heart predicted the enemy first. The god of sabers was shocking. The strongest martial art in the human world. The moves of the sword and saber were unpredictable and could move the 9 heavens. In the center of the battle, the heavens pointed their swords at Flower Burial. Sword chi and saber light clashed, and the aftermath shook. The heavens were as still as a mountain. They waved their black ancient sword, and blocked the Taiyuan ancient sword. On the battlefield, the battle was reaching its climax. Seeing that the battle was about to reach its climax, Flower Burial changed its attack. The saber appeared within the saber, and the two sabers appeared. In an instant, the two sabers broke through the darkness. The two sabers shook the darkness. The power of the saber and sword clashed, and the world changed. The saber and sword were in a deadlock for an instant. In the battle, the sword of Initial Heart was already in front of the darkness. The unpredictable sword stabbed toward the heavens' chest. At the moment of crisis, the heavens didn't dodge. They raised their hands and blocked the Taiyuan ancient sword. How can the light of a firefly illuminate the darkness? The heavens looked at the two in front of him and said indifferently. He waved his sword. The black light was dazzling and brought out a waterfall of blood. Chapter 1545. Above the celestial domain, the sword and saber worked together to fight the darkness. Aman and Hua Zhongye used their full strength, supported by the power of the world of light, to fight the number one heavenly king of darkness. The strongest swordsman of the dark world held a black sword. Every sword had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The battle was intense. The sword and saber worked together tacitly without any flaws. The two used their full strength to kill the darkness. However, the strength of the strongest heavenly king of darkness had far exceeded their expectations. After 100 moves, the heavenly kings didn't move at all against the sword and saber. Their powerful combat strength was shocking. In the celestial domain, the human realm Empyreans who were in seclusion had reached a critical moment in their cultivation. In the green coffin world, knowing destiny dreamed of ancient times to find the origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords. He didn't know about the outside world. A crisis that no one was aware of was quietly approaching. On the battlefield, the sword and saber light crisscrossed, cutting through the darkness and cutting through the light. In the incomparably intense battle, the two women's bodies were already dyed red. The sword of origin predicted the enemy's advance, and the demonic butterfly's saber was unpredictable. However, the heavenly kings were too strong, so strong that they couldn't be shaken. The sword that predicted the enemy's advance suppressed the opponent's strength by 30%. However, even the sword of darkness with 70% of its power was still unmatched. In the battle, the sword of darkness slashed through, and the two women's clothes were dyed red at the same time. "Is this all you have?" The heavenly kings looked at the two human women in front of them and said calmly. With a flip of their palms, darkness rushed into the 9 heavens. The pillar of darkness pierced through heaven and earth, reaching up to the heavens and down to the underworld. The celestial domain was affected by the pillar of darkness, rumbling. After understanding the opponent's strength, the heavenly kings didn't want to fight for a long time. Their dark aura erupted, frightening the gods and demons. In front, Aman and Hua Zhongye saw this, and their expressions froze. The power of darkness was as heavy as a mountain, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The two stood in the dark aura like duckweed in the rain, about to disappear with the wind at any time. "Aman, let's go," Hua Zhongye said. Aman was stunned. After a moment, she came back to her senses and said, "Let's go together." "I'm not leaving." Hua Zhongye stepped forward looking at the heavenly king and said calmly, "In the world, only you are not affected by the power of darkness. Ningchen will need your help in the future. From now on, don't let's go, sacrifice. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain." The demonic butterfly's will to die was unshakable. Wild was shocked and didn't want to leave. "Remember, live on." Butterfly in the flower brandished her blade. Blade Chi swept past a man, sending her into the immortal domain. In the next moment, the sky above the celestial realm was filled with countless black butterflies, covering the sky and covering the sun. Among the black butterflies that filled the sky, the butterfly in the flower was surrounded by surging demonic chi. Behind its back, a pair of gigantic black wings spread out like a heavenly curtain, shocking the world. This was a shocking scene. In order to stop the darkness, the demonic butterfly erupted with all of her strength. Her head of blood-red hair wildly danced in the wind, dazzling and dazzling. Senior Sister die. In the immortal region, tears welled up in a man's eyes. She wanted to come forward and help, yet her figure was restrained by the saber chi, causing her to be unable to move. Ah man, look at my moves clearly. Ning Chen had also learned blade techniques from me before, but his talent was still lacking. Although hard work can make up for his lack of talent, it can't make up for his lack of Tao. However, you are different. As she spoke, the flower burial tears in Butterfly's hand became even more dazzling. The black saber and the white saber danced beautifully. In the depths of the immortal region, in the green coffin world, Ning Chen, who was dreaming of the ancient times, suddenly felt his heart palpitate, and he revealed a shocked expression. This palpitating feeling, could it be? In the sky above the immortal region, the demonic butterfly's body moved, and the last dance was breathtaking. The dancing demonic butterfly and the dancing twin sabers were like a dream, changing unpredictably. The never-before-seen mastery of the saber was breathtaking. Wherever the saber light passed, the flame of life burned through the starry sky. The strongest saber god, a dance that could topple cities, shocking the world. Saber. The heavens looked at the woman in front of them, and their eyes narrowed. What a powerful saber! The heavens swung their swords and blocked the saber light that was coming at them. The rumbling sound reverberated throughout the Z-Way galaxy, spreading throughout the entire starry sky. Close at hand, the heavens looked at the woman who was gradually fading away, and their expressions became more and more serious. She was about to turn into Tao, a dance that could topple cities, and the saber god shocked the world. The demonic light around Butterfly's body was dazzling, and her figure became more and more illusory. With a boom, Butterfly's hand that was holding the saber used another 30% of its strength to push back the dark elite in front of her. 3 steps away, the heavens stopped, and for the first time since the battle started, they retreated. In an instant, Butterfly's body moved again, and she rushed forward. The black and white twin sabers cut through the darkness, and once again came at them. The heavens bent back, dodging the saber light. At the same time, the black longsword slashed past, and he forcefully counterattacked. Butterfly's body moved, and at the same time, Flower Burial turned around and counterattacked. In this shocking battle, Butterfly displayed shocking battle prowess. At the beginning of Tao assimilation, her cultivation had increased endlessly. At this moment, Butterfly's eyes were as bright as starlight, and she saw through the laws of heaven and earth. She was like a monarch ruling over an area. With the power of Tao assimilation, Butterfly stepped into the realm that cultivators yearned for, the monarch realm, infinitely close to the legendary Genesis realm. In the battle, the saber and sword clashed, becoming more and more intense. Strong, so strong that it was unreachable. The battle between 2 monarch realm elites made the world lose its color. It's over. The battle was intense, but the heavens felt the power of the human woman in front of them gradually weaken, and a hint of regret flashed past their eyes. Such an opponent, what a pity! The black longsword slashed down, and the Flower Burial's tears followed, and the saber and sword clashed again. Boom! After countless collisions, the sky above the celestial realm was turbulent, and a pool of blood splattered. Blood spilled from Butterfly's hands that were holding the saber, and it was so dazzling. Butterfly's consciousness was in a daze, and her body flickered. At the end of Tao assimilation, it was finally time to dissipate. Goodbye. Butterfly turned back, looking at the world for the last time, and a hint of reluctance flashed past her eyes. Senior Sister is leaving, take care. The dissipated demonic butterfly's body returned to heaven and earth like starlight, and the Flower Burial's twin sabers fell from the sky, landing in the celestial realm. In the depths of the celestial realm, Ning Chen's heart was in pain, so painful that he couldn't breathe. Senior Sister. In the sky above the celestial realm, the demonic butterfly disappeared. The heavens had just moved when they were shocked to see that the starlight in the sky had turned into black butterflies, endless, and swallowed the battle. With the last will, butterfly and flower scattered everything, and her will merged into every drop of blood. Thousands of black butterflies blocked the path of the number one heavenly king of darkness. Among the black butterflies, the heavens frowned and waved his sword, wanting to cut open the path ahead. Wherever the sword light passed, half of the black butterflies dissipated. However, the dissipated black butterflies were quickly reborn. With endless demonic energy, the black butterflies were eternal. Blood dripped from the heavens' sword-holding hand, and the black butterflies were like the sharpest blade, invincible. Even if you die, you still want to stop me? The heavens didn't care about his right hand that was injured by the black butterflies. His eyes looked at the thousands of black butterflies flying around him, and he said indifferently, "The will of a human wasn't as weak as imagined." This human woman was so stunning that it made one exclaim in admiration. Chapter 1546. In the depths of the immortal palace, in the green coffin world, Ning Chen returned to the ancient times to search for the origin of the four immortal slaying swords in order to resist the power of darkness. In the ancient era of legends, gods and demons stood in great numbers. Countless powerhouses oversaw a region, and it was extremely prosperous. Ning Chen searched the ancient world for the four immortal slaying swords that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was rumored that when the four swords were born, the sword formation had already been formed. It could be said to be a true innate treasure. The ancient world was vast and boundless. Ning Chen searched from the earth to the heavens, traversing the underworld and the yellow springs, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the four immortal slaying swords. And in this era, a white-clothed youth had already grown up. He was peerless and heroic, gradually revealing his edge. The youth was born in the ancient era and stood out from countless geniuses. From the day he started cultivating, he could be said to be invincible in his generation. He fought his way to the heavenly path realm. In the ancient era of legends, there were countless young powerhouses with the bloodline of gods and demons. The youth encountered a true great enemy in the heavenly path realm. A young god race powerhouse surrounded by golden light opened the sky with one hand, suppressing countless opponents of the same generation. The two peerless geniuses with the same invincible heart finally met. A tragic battle shook the heavens and the earth. The god race youth held the god race's domain-suppressing divine weapon, a large golden halberd. Every time he waved it, even the heavens would change color. The youth only had an ordinary sword in his hand. After experiencing countless battles, it was already full of cracks. The battle between the two was world-shaking. The god race's peerless genius was too strong. He was in the Tao extinguishing realm, but he had the battle prowess of a monarch. It was abnormally shocking. The youth encountered an unprecedentedly difficult battle. The ordinary sword in his hand finally broke under the attack of the god race's domain-suppressing divine weapon. The moment the sword broke, the halberd pierced through the youth's shoulder, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling vermilion. Ning Chen, who was searching for the four immortal slaying swords in the underworld, felt the shocking battle in the nine heavens. His expression became serious. The battle shook the entire ancient era. The two strongest peerless geniuses met. The terrifying battle prowess almost broke through an era. Above the nine heavens, the battle between the two geniuses had reached a critical moment. The ordinary sword in the youth's hand broke, and his body was injured. The halberd pierced through his body, blood splashing out like a waterfall. This was the first time he was suppressed to this extent. However, the injured youth's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Battle intent, a burning battle intent that seemed to be able to burn the nine heavens. Encountering an unprecedented enemy, the young man was not angry, but happy instead. He let out a long roar, and his black hair danced wildly. The young man grabbed the divine halberd and pulled it out from his shoulder. He threw a powerful punch and counterattack. The young man from the god race similarly met the attack with a punch. His divine essence was like raging waves, forcefully blocking the incoming attack. The two moves collided, and a terrifying shockwave surged out, shaking the battle. The wound left by the divine halberd on the young man's left shoulder was surrounded by golden flames. The wound could not heal. The most terrifying divine weapons were forged by generations of celestial race sovereigns with their blood, sweat, and tears. In the current generation of the celestial race, the divine weapons had been refined by 13 generations of sovereigns. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. The injuries on the youth's body became more and more serious, but his fighting spirit became more and more intense. The prodigy of the immortal race had a peerless divine weapon and an unparalleled foundation. He was invincible among his peers. Even if a true overlord were to come, he would be intimidated. However, even with such a huge advantage, the immortal race prodigy was unable to completely suppress the human youth in front of him. Providence, foundation, and divine weapons. The immortal race prodigy was known as the darling of the primordial era. He had all the great providence in him, and he was known as the prodigy who was most likely to break through to the overlord realm and reach the legendary Genesis realm. Compared to the immortal race prodigy, the human youth was much more low profile. Although he had fought all the way to the heavenly Tao realm and had never been defeated, he was far inferior to the immortal race prodigy in terms of opportunities and attention. Just as everyone thought that the human youth would become a powerful stepping stone for the immortal race prodigy to step into the overlord realm, a change suddenly occurred. 4 sword beams shot up into the sky from the deepest part of the 9 underworlds. They were extremely powerful and filled the sky with killing intent. The most shocking scene was the appearance of the immortal slaying 4 swords, shocking the world. Above the immortal slaying 4 swords, there was an array diagram that circled around. It was a connate divine weapon that could slay gods and Buddhas. The appearance of the immortal swords caused the entire primordial era to go crazy. Mighty figures and sovereigns woke up from their slumber and looked at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the 2 people in the battle also felt the powerful pressure of the immortal slaying 4 sword. They were shocked. In just an instant, the human youth moved and darted in the direction of the immortal slaying 4 swords. The immortal world's prodigy returned to his senses and immediately followed. The primordial era was in chaos as countless experts flew out in a bid to snatch the sword. A tragic battle was about to happen. The temptation of a connate divine artifact was irresistible. The youth and the immortal race prodigy, who were closest to the immortal slaying 4 swords, arrived at the place where the immortal swords appeared before everyone else. With the immortal swords in front of him, the youth took a hit from the immortal slaying sword and grabbed it. When the immortal slaying sword entered his hand, an extremely violent killing intent surged out, shocking the gods and Buddhas. The youth suffered a backlash from the immortal slaying sword's killing intent, and his sword-wielding hand immediately turned red. The immortal race prodigy attacked. The immortal swords and divine halberds clashed, shaking the heavens and turning the world into nothingness. In the nothingness, the youth's quintessential essence surged as blood splattered on every immortal sword. The supreme sword intent forcefully suppressed the 4 immortal swords. Above the youth, the immortal slaying sword formation floated up and down, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, powerful figures and sovereigns from all over the world rushed over. Without any explanation, they directly attacked to snatch the swords. The immortal race prodigy was in front of him, and the sovereigns were behind him. The youth fought against all of them alone, and the situation immediately became dangerous. His body was dyed red several times. At this critical moment, silver light shone from the youth's body, illuminating the world. Below, Ning Chen, who had rushed over from the depths of the 9 underworlds, was shocked when he saw the silver light shining around the youth. Heavenly Book. The experts from all over the world forced the youth to stop suppressing his cultivation. The heavenly book martial art appeared for the first time, shocking the world and unparalleled in the world. On the youth's body, the injuries left by the divine halberds quickly healed. Powerful enemies surrounded him, destroying his path and breaking through his realm. Sovereign, the youngest sovereign in the world since the mythological era, shocking all the powerful figures. The youth raised his hand, and the immortal slaying sword formation shone brightly. The four swords soared into the sky, and their divine power shook the three realms. With a majestic sound, black and yellow chaos appeared. On the battlefield, the immortal slaying four swords showed their power, and the immortal slaying sword formation instantly turned the battlefield into hell. Under Ning Chen's shocked gaze, the youth fought against all of them alone. After killing 2 sovereigns and more than 10 powerful figures, he left the battlefield. The battle shocked the world. The immortal race's divine weapon was destroyed, and the immortal race's peerless prodigy lost an arm. Between life and death, the youth spared his life. It was an unprecedented scene. The human race stood at the top of all the heavens. The strength of the human race's youth shocked all the other races, and no one could defeat him. The immemorial era of myths and legends also reached its most glorious moment after the youth entered the sovereign realm. However, prosperity would eventually come to an end, and the great calamity would come as expected. Chapter 1547. In the immemorial world, the strongest battle below the monarch level was won by the human youth. He obtained the 4 immortal slaying swords and defeated the peerless prodigy of the god clan. He also killed 2 monarchs and more than 10 mighty figures. In the tragic battle, the glory of the human youth shocked the entire world. The immemorial world also reached its peak of glory during the youth era. Ning Chen witnessed the glorious era of the immemorial world. He never thought that after the glory the world would change so greatly. The human youth stepped into the monarch level as if he had exhausted the origin of the world. 10,000 years later, the world declined greatly. The world changed greatly. Whether it was the laws of the world or the origin, there were huge changes. The cultivation of the gods and demons became slower and slower. When their lifespans were exhausted, they could not break through and could only die in despair. Compared to the human race, the reproduction rate of the gods and demons was extremely low. In addition, more and more gods and demons died. The situation of the immemorial world changed greatly. The immemorial mythical era, where the gods and demons ruled, gradually passed in this upheaval. The ancient era came with it. The human youth from back then had now grown into the world's strongest monarch. He guarded the human race, and no one dared to offend him. However, although the youth was strong, he could not change the fact that the human race's powerhouses were declining. The upheaval of the world at the end of the ancient era not only affected the gods and demons, but also the human race. For thousands of years, other than the youth, no one else could step into the monarch level. The loneliness of standing at the peak gave birth to a crazy plan in the youth's heart: to create a pure land suitable for the human race's powerhouses to cultivate. The celestial realm. The youth's plan could be said to be crazy. How difficult was it to create a pure land? Even monarchs could not do it. The youth was very persistent. After the plan was born in his heart, he began to act. In 1,000 years, the youth moved primitive stars from various star fields and used the heaven and earth great formation to create the embryonic form of the celestial realm. In the various worlds, the various monarchs were all puzzled when they saw the youth's crazy actions. They could not see what this human monarch wanted to do. Why did he move so many primitive stars? As time passed, the embryonic form of the celestial realm appeared. The youth captured the Kuan-Pung from the bottom of the North Sea and brought the Qingluan from the peak of the South Mountain. They were all placed in the celestial realm. Vitality gradually appeared. Another 1,000 years passed and the youth left. In these 1,000 years, the celestial realm naturally evolved, and the vitality became more and more pressing. 1,000 years later, the young man returned. His entire body was covered with hardship. The young man brought an immortal root, the only immortal divine medicine in the world, the immortal peach tree. The young man planted the peaches of immortality in the east of the celestial realm and watered them with spirit chi day and night, helping the peaches of immortality grow. As the immortal peach tree grew, its spirit chi nourished the celestial realm. The origin of the celestial realm gradually changed. This time, 10,000 years passed directly. For 10,000 years, the young man didn't take even half a step out of the immortal realms. 10,000 years flew by. In the celestial realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already astonishingly dense. The sovereigns of the various worlds all appeared when they sensed the majestic spirit chi in the immortal realm. However, the youth walked out, and just by standing there, he was able to intimidate the sovereigns. His plain white robes were untainted by even a speck of dust. The young man looked ordinary, but the sovereigns did not dare to take a single step forward. After 20,000 years, the young man had grown even stronger. He was so strong that even the sovereigns couldn't see through him. 10 days later, the sovereigns left one after another. No one dared to test the waters. Such absolute deterrence was rarely seen in the past. The young man also walked back to the immortal domain, continuing to complete his plan. In the following 7,000 years, the young man changed the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal domain and began to try to guide the first batch of cultivators. The young man entered the world with his 3,000 clones and imparted cultivation methods, wanting to change the weak situation of the human race. The young man was very selfless. He imparted more than half of his cultivation methods to the human race, including the heavenly book. Hard work paid off. 1,000 years later, the first ascender finally appeared in the mortal realm. On this day, the world was shocked. The ascender of the human race transcended the tribulation of the immortal domain and ascended into the immortal domain. The first ascender of the human race was surnamed by, and his name was You. After the appearance of the first ascender, the enthusiasm of the mortals for cultivation rose. The temptation of longevity was unstoppable. Gradually, more and more ascenders appeared in the mortal realm. The immortal domain began to take shape, and the young man was revered as an immortal venerable by everyone. The young man was very happy, not because he had become the immortal venerable, but because he saw the hope of the human race's prosperity. At this moment, the sovereigns of the various worlds began to worry. The human race was becoming stronger and stronger. The myriad races felt threatened and came forward to think of countermeasures. War followed. The myriad races joined forces, and 9 sovereigns of the various worlds also mobilized. An abnormally powerful lineup pressed down on the border. Facing the powerhouses of the myriad races led by the 9 sovereigns, the young man was not afraid at all. He led the immortals of the immortal domain to resist. The war between the myriad races and the human race erupted. This war lasted for an entire 1,000 years. The young man's strength once again shocked the various worlds. The young man alone blocked all 9 sovereigns. The immortal slaying sword formation activated, and the heavens cried out in grief. And in this war, many human powerhouses stood out, stunning the world. One of them was Bai Yu, the first ascender of the human race. The war ended with the defeat of the myriad races. However, the immortal domain also suffered considerable losses in this war. The immortal domain was shattered into pieces by the joint attack of the 9 sovereigns. The immortal domain collapsed and was directly divided into 4 pieces, flying towards the various star domains. At the same time, the immortal slaying 4 swords that suppressed the 4 directions of the immortal domain also separated. After this war, the young man entered seclusion without having time to rebuild the immortal domain because of his heavy injuries. From this day onwards, for 40,000 years, the immortal domain no longer had an immortal venerable. The immortal domain was ownerless. On the 4 continents of the immortal domain that flew towards the starry sky, a civil war broke out among the immortals. This civil war also lasted for nearly 1,000 years. It was extremely tragic. In the end, new rulers appeared in all 4 continents of the immortal domain. They fought for the immortal sword and unified the immortal domain. The 4 of them did not dare to use the title of Immortal Venerable, but called themselves Immortal Masters. The 4 great immortal domains were formed in this era. The Queen Mother of the West, Northern Bayou, Southern Flame Emperor, and Eastern Green Wood, the rulers of the 4 great immortal domains, intimidated the world. In the sky above the Eastern Immortal World, Ning Chen looked at the ancient ruler of the Eastern Immortal World and frowned slightly. Strange, it was him, but also not like him. Immortal Master Green Wood had been overseeing the Eastern Immortal World for 30,000 years. The Eastern Immortal World had always kept a low profile. Among the 4 great immortal domains, it could be said to be unknown. As for the rulers of the other 3 immortal domains, each one was more stunning than the last. All stepped into the monarch realm in this era. The human race to prosper. Out of everyone's sight, the ruler of the immortal domain, who had disappeared for 70,000 years, quietly appeared. In the immortal palace of the Eastern Immortal World, a young man in plain white clothes stepped into the main hall. Immortal Master Greenwood sat in the main hall, his aura extremely powerful. The ruler of the immortal domain and Immortal Master Greenwood looked at each other. There was no killing intent, nor was there any tense atmosphere. Immortal Master Greenwood stood up from the immortal seat and walked down the main hall. "You're finally back," Immortal Master Greenwood said calmly. His figure gradually disappeared, merging into the body of the white-robed young man in front of him. Chapter 1548. In the war between the celestial realm and the various worlds were defeated, and the celestial realm was split into 4. After 40,000 years, each of the 4 celestial realms had a ruler. The Queen Mother of the West, the Northern Bayou, the Southern Flame Emperor, and the Eastern Green Wood were the rulers of the 4 celestial realms. The new and old forces were replaced, and the celestial sovereign had disappeared for 40,000 years. Everything had changed. However, many people knew that the celestial sovereign was not dead. He had just disappeared. The rulers of the 4 celestial realms had been paying attention to news about the celestial sovereign. The 4 of them had followed the celestial sovereign before, and they knew how strong he was. The celestial sovereign was so strong that even the rulers of the various worlds could not compare to him. Although they were rulers now, there was still a huge gap between them and the celestial sovereign. Everyone was selfish, and celestials were no exception. After the 4 rulers of the celestial realms became the rulers of their respective celestial realms, they naturally did not want to lose their power. Just as the 4 rulers of the celestial realms worriedly ruled the celestial realms for 30,000 years, the celestial sovereign finally came out of seclusion. However, the human youth who had fought for the rise of the human race did not choose to reunite the celestial realm. Instead, he silently returned to the eastern celestial realm where the undying peach tree had been planted. In the celestial palace, Celestial Master Greenwood returned to the celestial sovereign's body without saying a word. No one had expected that the most low-profile Celestial Master Greenwood was actually a clone of the celestial sovereign. Celestial Master Greenwood returned to the youth's body, and the youth's aura returned to its peak. In an instant, the 3 celestial masters of the various celestial realms felt a familiar pressure, and they were shocked. He had returned. In the eastern celestial palace, the youth walked into the depths of the palace and pushed open a stone door. Behind the stone door was a strange world. The undying peach tree had taken root on the floating island, and it emitted a shocking amount of life energy day and night. After 100,000 years, the undying peach tree still had not borne fruit. The youth was not anxious and waited silently. In the other 3 celestial realms, the 3 celestial masters looked at the east with serious expressions. What would he do now that he had returned? The three celestial masters had been waiting for the celestial sovereign's decision. However, they had waited for 100 years. The celestial sovereign had not made a move. The celestial sovereign had not made a move. The celestial sovereign's body, celestial master, the celestial realm, celestial palace. In the eastern deity world, in front of the celestial palace, the Queen Mother, Emperor Bai, and Emperor Yen appeared and stepped into the palace. In the main hall, a young man in white stood quietly. His body was covered with wind and frost, showing the mercilessness of time. "Greetings, immortal venerable." The three immortal masters knelt down and bowed respectfully. In front of the throne, the Eastern immortal master stared at the three of them. His expression was calm as he spoke. "There's no need to be overly courteous. Right now, all of you are immortal lords of an area. There's no need for you to bow to me." The Queen Mother, Emperor Bai, and the Flame Emperor were shocked when they heard that. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Did the words of the celestial venerable acknowledge their status? Looking at the shocked expressions of the three, the East Immortal Master stepped down from his throne and said, "It doesn't matter who the master of the immortal realm or the immortal realm is. What matters is the rise and fall of the mortal realm." The East Deity Master looked at the three people kneeling before him and said calmly, "Remember my words. Go back." The three of them returned to their senses and bowed respectfully once more, and then they stood up and left while feeling worried about their personal gains and losses. Even though he was a high and mighty immortal master, he couldn't remain calm in the face of the gains and losses of the immortal master position. The three of them walked out of the immortal palace, and the doors closed with a rumble. "What does the celestial venerable mean by that?" the Flame Emperor asked. The Queen Mother turned around and looked at the closed doors of the immortal palace. "It seems that the celestial venerable doesn't care about this position at all. We were thinking too much. Let's go." Emperor Bai said lightly and walked away. He was the first person to ascend from the mortal realm and had stayed in the immortal realm for the longest time. However, he still couldn't see through this celestial venerable. What exactly did the celestial venerable want? The three immortal masters returned. After their trip to the eastern celestial world, they felt at ease. In the following tens of thousands of years, the four immortal masters, who each ruled over a region, rarely interacted with each other again. The fact that the Eastern Immortal Master was once the celestial venerable of the immortal realm was gradually buried in the passage of time. As time passed, people's memories of the immortal realm gradually faded. In people's minds, there was only the immortal realm and not the immortal realm. In the ancient era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not as rich as in the primordial age. However, every once in a while, there would still be cultivators who would ascend to the immortal realm and become immortals. The four immortal realms continued to grow and flourish. Compared to the glory of the other three immortal realms, the Eastern Celestial World had always kept a low profile. The Eastern Immortal Master also rarely showed himself. It was as if the Eastern Immortal Master had left the stage and the world to others during the most glorious era of the mortal realm and the immortal realm. Ning Chen walked into the immortal palace. After tens of thousands of years, he came to the front of the immortal peach tree and looked at the Eastern Immortal Master, who was waiting under the immortal peach tree day after day. The only difference was that he had waited for 100 years, while the Eastern Immortal Master had waited for tens of thousands of years. When the immortal peach tree was still a divine vine, it had been moved from the chaotic world to the Eastern Celestial World by the Eastern Immortal Master. Now, it had finally grown into an immortal divine herb. Finally, in the later part of the ancient era, the immortal peach tree bloomed. The flower bloomed for 1,000 years, and in the blink of an eye, the immortal peach tree bore fruit. Under the immortal peach tree, the Eastern Immortal Master looked at the only fruit on the immortal peach tree. A ripple finally appeared in his calm eyes. When the undying immortality peach tree started to bear fruit, the outside world began to change again. After tens of thousands of years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was consumed by more and more cultivators. The world changed again. In the immortal palace, the Eastern immortal master took the fruit of the immortal divine tree and came to a stone room. Behind the door of the stone room, there were 3 green coffins. The Eastern immortal master opened the green coffin in the middle. A woman lay quietly in the green coffin. Her appearance was not devastatingly beautiful, but she was still very beautiful. The Eastern immortal master dissolved the fruit of the immortal divine tree and merged it into the woman's body. The heaven-defying act of changing fate caused the world to change. In the sky above the immortal palace, black thunderbolts roared and surged. The rumbling shook the entire eastern celestial world. Dark clouds covered the sky above the immortal world, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The thunderbolts split the immortal palace and descended upon the stone room. However, before the thunderbolts could land, the green coffin on the right moved slightly. The green coffin opened 3 feet, and a celestial sword flew out and slashed the thunderbolts apart. In the green coffin in the middle, the fruit of the immortal divine tree merged into the woman's body. The Eastern immortal master clenched his fists and waited for the result. Time passed slowly, but the woman still did not move. A trace of pain flashed in the depths of the Eastern immortal master's eyes. He still failed. However, at this moment, the woman's body moved slightly. It was so slight that it was almost undetectable. The Eastern immortal master's pupils contracted, and his heart, which was as calm as ancient waves, finally started to ripple. The Eastern immortal master reached out and touched the woman. Unexpectedly, when the Eastern immortal master touched the woman's face, his body trembled violently. Chapter 1549. In front of the 3 green coffins in the immortal palace, the Eastern deity master plucked the undying peach tree's fruit, wanting to revive the woman in the coffin. The Eastern deity master, who was in front of Ningchen, was shocked. In the outside world there was a great calamity. The ancient era began to change, and the mortal world was in turmoil. Many cultivators realized that the power they had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years was dissipating, and they could not hold on for long. The cycle of eras continued. It was as if at the end of the immemorial age, the ancient era also began to show signs of abnormalities. In the immortal palace, Ningchen observed the Eastern deity master's actions, and his expression became heavier. Something was wrong. In front of the green coffin, the moment the Eastern deity master merged the undying peach tree into the woman's body, his expression suddenly changed. The woman's body rapidly turned into starlight and disappeared from the world at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was an unexpected scene. The Eastern deity master's wife disappeared, and her physical body returned to the world. Endless years of hard work had turned into a dream. The Eastern deity master looked at the starlight in the world, and his aged eyes flashed with intense fatigue. He had failed. The Eastern deity master stepped forward and closed the coffin. He stood there silently for a long time. Boom! At this moment, the immortal palace suddenly shook violently. The Eastern deity master recovered from his silence and looked at the outside world. In front of him, Ningchen also looked at the outside world. The Eastern deity master turned around and walked toward the outside world. Outside the immortal palace, the world changed color, and the laws of heaven and earth changed. The great calamity had arrived once again. Compared to the calamity of the immemorial age, the changes of heaven and earth this time were even more intense. Several life stars were destroyed in the drastic changes of the laws of heaven and earth, shocking everyone. In front of the immortal palace, the Eastern deity master looked at the changes in the mortal world. His celestial core power rose rapidly like a divine sun, illuminating the rapidly changing mortal world. In the various worlds, the sovereigns felt it and looked in the direction of the Eastern deity world with shock. It was him. After so long, he was still alive. He had lived from the immemorial age to the end of the immemorial age, spanning 2 great eras. He was once the ruler of the immortal realm, and now, the master of the eastern deity world. His cultivation was even more shocking. He resisted the drastic changes of heaven and earth with his own strength. For 10 days and 10 nights, the eastern deity master stood in front of the immortal palace, and his aura spread to every corner of the mortal world. At the same time, the sovereigns of the various realms also took action, borrowing the power of the eastern deity Lord to stabilize the various realms. A great calamity that had yet to fully arrive was safely averted because of the East deity master's intervention. The cultivators of the mortal realm could feel the aura in their bodies gradually stabilizing, and their faces were filled with joy. The ancient era gradually passed in this great calamity that had yet to arrive. The ancient era had arrived. In front of the immortal palace, Ning Chen looked at the changes in heaven and earth. Light flashed in his eyes. Immemorial era, primeval era, and ancient era. 3 ancient eras. Why did the heavens and earth constantly change? While Ning Chen was thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and came back to his senses. Senior sister. Outside the green coffin, in the real world, time was reversed, darkness was pressing down, and the demonic butterflies fell. In the sky above the immortal realm, black butterflies filled the sky, trapping the footsteps of the first heavenly king of darkness. In the green coffin world, Ning Chen, who was dreaming of the 3 ancient eras, no longer cared about searching for the origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords. He flew out of the green coffin. In the dilapidated immortal palace, the final green coffin floated up and down. A white-haired figure in plain clothes flew out, rushing out of the immortal palace. In the sky above the immortal realm, the various heavens that were trapped by the black butterflies held black swords and forcefully broke through the formation with their peerless cultivation. The rumbling shook the world, and thousands of black butterflies collapsed one after another. The demonic energy in the mortal realm was endless, and the black butterflies were constantly reborn. The consciousness of the butterflies in the flowers merged with heaven and earth, trapping the various heavens. At this moment, in front of the immortal palace, a white-clothed figure rushed out. His sword intent rose like a vast ocean, shocking the world. The black butterflies in the sky trapped the various heavens' retreat. In an instant, the white-clothed figure rushed in. The black butterflies seemed to have sensed it, and they didn't stop knowing destiny. In the trapping formation formed by the black butterflies, Ning Chen rushed in front of the various heavens. His killing intent surged wildly, and without saying a word, he slashed down with his immortal sword. A powerhouse. The various heavens sensed it, and their expressions changed slightly. The black longsword met it head-on. With a rumble, the sword of the world of darkness and the sword of the world of light finally clashed. Knowing destiny, who came with anger, had a dense killing intent that couldn't be dispersed. Immortal execution triggered the 9 heavens' profound thunder, and each sword was threatening to kill. Facing the furious master of the mortal realm, the various heavens didn't dare to be careless. They used all their combat power. It was a terrifying battle. The 2 swordsmen exchanged blows. Their foundations and divine weapons were unparalleled. After 10 moves, blood splattered like rain. With the revenge of the demonic butterflies in front of him, Ning Chen didn't hold back at all. Every move was full of killing intent. In just 10 moves, both of their bodies were stained red. Darkness, light, and blood spilled on the battlefield. The master of the mortal realm, you live up to your name. Under the strong pressure, the various heavens' expressions gradually froze. They waved the swords in their blood-stained hands, dealing with the enemy in front of them with all their strength. While the 2 were fighting, cracks appeared on the huge black cocoon in the world of darkness. A terrifying and abnormal power spread out, surpassing everything and making people despair. In front of the black cocoon, 2 figures stood quietly, respectfully waiting for the master of darkness to come out. Crack! A shocking cracking sound was heard. On the black cocoon, the cracks continued to spread. An increasingly powerful pressure spread out like a flood, extremely heavy. "Welcome, my lord! Welcome, my lord!" The god of plagues and the evil god bowed respectfully. In the next moment, the black cocoon shattered. A young figure in black clothes walked out. He had a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, and a terrifying aura that surpassed the monarch realm. He was the only one in the world. The Master of Darkness appeared. His cultivation was even stronger than before. The dark aura around him was constantly distorted, blurred, and difficult to distinguish. "Let's go and pay a visit to the current Master of Heaven and Earth," the Lord of Darkness said plainly and walked towards the Z-Way segmentum. In the starry sky, the Master of Darkness passed through one star zone after another. His speed had already surpassed the speed limit of heaven and earth. Behind him, the god of plagues and the evil god followed. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared at the end of the starry sky. In the Z-Way star zone, in the sky above the celestial realm, in the array formed by the black butterfly, the sword of darkness and light clashed violently. Drops of blood stained the bodies of the two. Both of them were in the monarch realm, but their combat strength had already reached the peak of the world. In the celestial realm, the heavenly venerables in the mortal realm, who were in seclusion, felt the intense battle in the sky and were slightly shocked. While the heavenly venerables were shocked, inside and outside the celestial realm, heaven and earth suddenly sank, as if thousands of tons were pressing down on their hearts. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for them to breathe. The indescribable pressure made the heavenly venerables in the mortal realm tremble involuntarily. A fear that came from the depths of their souls rose. In the sky above the celestial realm, the bodies of the two who were fighting sank. Before they could recover, the void outside the battle distorted, and a black-robed figure walked out. Black clothes, black hair, and black eyes. The Master of the Dark World personally came to the celestial realm. It was as if he ruled over a part of heaven and earth. The Master of Darkness raised his hand, and the black butterflies in the sky instantly dissipated. The Master of the mortal realm and the Master of Darkness looked at each other, both shocked. "It's him." Chapter 1550. In the sky above the celestial realm, knowing destiny rushed back from the three ancient eras to fight the leader of the four heavenly kings of darkness. The battle was intense. The battle between darkness and light had reached a new height. Unexpectedly, at the peak of the battle, the Lord of Darkness came out of seclusion at the end of the dark abyss. His injuries were healed, and his cultivation was even stronger than in the ancient times. His absolute power shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Lord of Darkness walked out of the dark abyss, crossed several star regions, and appeared in the celestial realm. In an instant, the Lord of the human realm and the Lord of Darkness met for the first time. Their gazes met, and there were ripples in their eyes. "So you're still alive," the Lord of Darkness said coldly. He raised his right hand, and a dark aura surged out, suppressing the Lord of the human realm in front of him. Ning Chen also recognized the identity of the man in front of him. He was a peerless genius of the human race who ascended to the North Celestial Realm in the ancient times. He was the conspirator of the chaos of darkness. When the Lord of Darkness attacked, his power surpassed the monarch realm. It was no longer something that could be blocked by the human realm cultivators. Ning Chen stepped back and quickly retreated to avoid the power of darkness. He knew that the difference in power between him and the Lord of Darkness was too great. There was no way he could withstand it. "You're quite fast. It seems that after hundreds of thousands of years, you've mastered a new power." As he spoke, the Lord of Darkness took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Knowing Destiny. His speed surpassed the limits of heaven and earth, and it was shocking. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. His divine sense couldn't capture the speed of the Lord of Darkness in front of him. The Lord of Darkness pressed his right hand down again. It seemed slow, but time seemed to stop at this moment. Absolute speed and absolute power. The Lord of Darkness, who had awakened from his deep sleep, was even stronger than in the ancient times. It was despairing. In the ancient times, he was already able to fight with the Eastern deity Lord. Now, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was no longer a match for the cultivators of this era. A strong pressure pressed on him. Phoenix flames rose around Ningchen. He opened his phoenix wings, and flames soared into the sky. "Phoenix," the Lord of Darkness said lightly, but his expression didn't change. With a boom, the power of darkness dispersed the phoenix flames. Even the phoenix wings behind Ningchen collapsed. With darkness on him, Ningchen's body trembled, and he couldn't help but fall toward the celestial realm below. The celestial realm shook. Ningchen. His blood stained the red dust. The Master of Darkness descended from the sky, followed by the 3 heavenly kings of darkness. Absolute darkness descended, and there was no hope left in the human world. On the land of the celestial realm, blood and phoenix fire filled the air. Knowing Destiny, who had fallen to the ground, was dyed red, his injuries worsening. Even if the Eastern deity Master was still alive, he would still have to put up a tough fight against the Master of Darkness, who had surpassed the monarch realm. Moreover, in this era where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had withered, there was no one who could contend against the Master of Darkness. No matter how powerful Ningchen was, in front of the Lord of Darkness, he could not even take a single blow. The coldness of the darkness turned into pain. Ningchen staggered to his feet and looked at the Lord of Darkness in front of him. He waved his hand and gripped his sword again. There was no hope in the human world, but knowing Destiny still refused to give up. He stepped forward and teleported to start another battle. You are not him. Although their auras were somewhat similar, their powers were worlds apart. The Lord of Darkness's expression was slightly cold as he raised his hand to block the immortal slaying edge. The power of darkness counterattacked. Her white clothes were dyed scarlet again. Her fluttering white hair was dyed red with blood. The Lord of Darkness descended. The darkness completely suppressed the light, pushing it to the limit. Ningchen, who was in the middle of the battle, shouted. Blood mist sprayed out from his body as 4 immortal swords appeared in the world at the same time. Since the immortal swords were reforged, it was the first time the 4 immortal swords appeared at the same time. Instantly, a terrifying baleful aura surged and attacked their master. Ningchen's body was dripping with blood. His skin cracked inch by inch due to the baleful aura. Ningchen could feel the despair of the darkness. In order to protect the celestial realm, he ignored the endurance of his body and forcefully summoned the 4 immortal swords. The 4 immortal swords appeared at the same time. The sword power was earth-shattering. In the celestial realm, the wind and clouds changed. Dark clouds covered the sun and thunder rumbled. 4 immortal swords. The Lord of Darkness looked at the 4 immortal swords floating around the former with a heavy expression. It was indeed him, but he was too weak. The 4 immortal swords appeared. The sword light crisscrossed and turned into a raging wave, pressing down on the Lord of Darkness in front of him. However, black chi surged around the Lord of Darkness. The sword light in the sky was blocked and quickly collapsed. The unshakable darkness. Even the 4 immortal swords could not break through the obstruction of the darkness. The Lord of Darkness raised his hand again. The sword light in the sky shattered. The 4 immortal swords were hit by the black chi and flew thousands of miles away, stabbing into the ground. Arg! In the battle, Ningchen grunted. His body flew out and smashed into one immortal mountain after another. After hundreds of thousands of years, you're already so weak that I can't be interested in you. Before he finished speaking, the Lord of Darkness arrived in front of the collapsed immortal mountain. He looked at the blood-stained master of the mortal world in front of him and said indifferently, "Swoosh." At this moment, 2 streams of light, one saber and one sword, pierced through the void and slashed toward the Lord of Darkness from behind. The Lord of Darkness frowned. He did not move, but the dark aura around him dispersed the light of the saber and sword. Behind him, a beautiful woman rushed over. She held the Taiyuan sword and the flower burial sword, looking brave and fearless. In the collapsed immortal mountain, Ning Chen forced his eyes open. When he saw the newcomer, his body shook. He opened his mouth and said hoarsely, "Ah man, leave quickly!" His voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The Lord of Darkness sneered. He turned to look at the newcomer and said coolly, "You're like a moth to a flame. You're seeking your own death." As he said this, the dark aura roared out of the immortal domain. The terrifying pressure almost shattered the entire immortal domain. The dark aura attacked. The Taiyuan sword and the flower burial sword broke at the same time. A man's mouth was red as he flew thousands of miles away and smashed into the ground. In the east of the immortal domain, under the attack of the dark power, the restriction formation set up by the Chongling female supreme was destroyed. The blood energies of the celestial venerables of the mortal world shook violently. Before facing the Lord of Darkness, they felt deep despair. Ah man! In the immortal mountain, Ning Chen's body trembled violently. His eyes immediately turned red. Anger, hatred, loathing. Master of the mortal world, the dark aura on your body is growing stronger. The Lord of Darkness looked back at the young man in front of him and said mockingly, "Why don't you submit to my darkness? Maybe I can spare your life." Knowing destiny, go. At this moment, demonic energy surged in the void. Xia Zi, who should have been seriously injured, appeared. His 12 sin wings spread out behind him. Black feathers filled the sky as he released his demonic power. The madness of doomsday appeared. The 6-foot-long blade cut through the darkness and slashed towards the Lord of Darkness. The sudden sword shocked the world. The 12 sin wings released all their demonic power, and all their power was concentrated in this sword. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in the battle. Moonlight shone around her as she used all her power to freeze the world. The demon and the eternal night sect's daughter showed the most glorious moment of their lives. Even the darkness could not hide the light in that moment. With a shocking attack, darkness and light clashed. Half of the immortal domain collapsed. Chapter 1551. In the mystic region, the Lord of Darkness had arrived, and the light was in danger. He had surpassed the monarch realm, and his absolute power was something that even someone as strong as a knowing destiny state cultivator could not resist. At the critical moment, Xia Zi, who was seriously injured, made a move. He used all of his cultivation to fight for a chance for his best friend. 1,000 years ago, the Xia dynasty's first prince had become a demon. However, some things had never changed. His best friend, who had entrusted his life to him, did not hesitate at the moment of life and death. The 12 wings of sin covered the sky, and a shocking aura spread. Then, a shocking scene happened. Black flames appeared out of nowhere, and countless black butterflies appeared in the flames and merged into the 12 wings of sin. The power of the underworld king was different, but it led to the same destination. The demonic butterflies turned into Tao, and the last remaining power in the human world was affected by the 12 wings of sin and appeared again. "Thank you." Xia Zi felt it and said in a low voice. With a shout, he devoured the remaining power of the underworld king in the world. It was an earth-shattering scene. Xia Zi's cultivation broke through the limit and reached a new level. At this moment, in the last 3 heavens of the 3 realms, in front of a temple with only a few pillars, a holy figure in black clothes felt it, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. There was someone in the human world who could cultivate the demonic arts to such a level. Are you surprised? Humans, you are much stronger than we imagined. Multicolored light filled the sky, and a divine sun appeared. A majestic voice came from the divine sun, and it spoke calmly. In front of the temple, the underworld king looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Among thousands of ants, there are always outstanding ones. However, in the face of unstoppable power, being strong is meaningless. 7 Jew heavens, why don't you and I have another bet? I believe that humans will survive this catastrophe, just like the previous 3 times. Humans will not be destroyed. The majestic voice came from the divine Son again. I accept your bet, God. However, I hope that this time, God will abide by the rules and not interfere in the affairs of the human world, the underworld king said indifferently. Of course. After saying that, the divine Son gradually disappeared and returned to the 8th heaven. The god left, and the underworld king stood quietly in front of the temple, looking at the scene in the human world. There was no longer any ripples in his eyes. How would the human world react to this bet? God, he was also looking forward to the final result of the bet. In the mortal realm, in the immortal realm, the power of the underworld king returned to Xiazi's body. Xiazi's cultivation base broke through the limit. The frenzy of doomsday ignited with dazzling demonic flames as it slashed towards the Lord of Darkness in front of him. Ants are just ants in the end. The Lord of Darkness raised his hand and received the frenzy of doomsday. The stagnant heaven and earth could not stop the power of darkness at all. In the battle, Luofei suffered a backlash from the darkness. Her lips turned red and she was severely wounded. The girl of the Eternal Night sect, who had once been part of the Eternal Night sect and had once been part of the light, was now so powerless in the face of the power of darkness. In front of him, Xiazi, whose body was covered in devil flames, let out a deep roar once again as the devil flames around his body rose to the extreme. The devil qi devoured his soul. Xiazi's eyes instantly turned black, and his cultivation rose again. How can the demonic Tao be mentioned in the same breath as my darkness? The darkness master snorted coldly and struck out with a palm, forcing the former back. The spreading devil flames burned every inch of the land of the immortal realm, carrying the unyielding will of the demonic Tao. Xiazi stopped 100 steps away, and his cultivation was still rising. Drop by drop, the devil blood fell on the ground, burning the land. The blazing devil blood was like the unyielding will of the demonic Tao, never extinguishing even for a moment. Endless devil blood spilled on the ground. The 9 underworlds devoured the sky, and the forbidden chapter spread out. At the moment of desperation, the will of the demonic butterfly used the body of the demonic Tao to display the last forbidden chapter of the 9 underworlds. No. The darkness master sensed something, and his expression turned serious. Darkness. At this moment, the aura around Xiazi suddenly changed, and his eyes slowly closed. Silence. Endless silence. Time seemed to have stopped. In the next moment, a familiar power slowly rose from Xiazi's body, burning the heavens and destroying the Tao. The terrifying and despair-inducing divine might reappeared in the world after 1,000 years. Both inside and outside the battle, all the experts who had participated in the battle of death trembled, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The underworld king. In the collapsed immortal mountain, Ning Chen staggered to his feet. He looked at the figure in front of him, who was shrouded in devil flames, and his expression was filled with shock. In the immortal realm, the truly terrifying divine and demonic might shook the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Large cracks appeared in the immortal realm, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. The power was even more terrifying than the end of the world. Across the endless starry sky, all the living beings felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling. The divine might, or rather, the demonic might, roared and surged, scattering the darkness in the sky. The eyes of the gods looked down on all living beings. With just a glance, it was as if countless years had passed. Even the world lost its color. In the true God realm, all the rules and powers were overshadowed. In front of him, the darkness master's expression turned serious. He looked at the changing aura in front of him, and put away his contempt. The Nether King, the #1 martial god of the 9 heavens realm, or rather, the #1 demon god of the 9 heavens realm, Legend had it that there were 9 heavens, and the Nether King was the strongest martial god in the 9 heavens. Even the high and mighty gods could not deny this. After 1,000 years, the Nether King reappeared, shocking the world and shaking the darkness. The Nether King opened his eyes and the 12 sin wings spread out. His demonic aura was like raging waves, dispersing all the light and darkness in the world. Only demonic aura remained. Mere darkness dares to be mentioned in the same breath as my demonic Tao. The Nether King raised his hand, and the demonic flame burned the sky and boiled the sea. The world could not withstand the extreme demonic might and began to collapse faster. In the starry sky, countless large cracks appeared. The scene of doomsday was earth-shattering. Facing the number 1 demonic god of the heaven world, the Darkness Master did not dare to be careless. He gathered all his strength and blocked the demonic flame. Darkness and demonic Tao collided. In an instant, a shocking scene occurred. The immortal realm was directly split into 2. Countless celestial mountains collapsed, destroyed by the terrifying power. In the battle, the demonic flame burned away the darkness. The Darkness Master groaned and took a few steps back. Absolute demonic might. With just one move, the darkness retreated. After one move, the Nether King did not attack again. His body turned illusory, and the 12 sin wings scattered. The sky was filled with black feathers, drifting down like rain. Xia Zi's body also dissipated. Withstanding the power of the Nether King was not something that a human body could accomplish. With just one move, the demonic cultivator had turned into the Tao. Demons should not dissipate like this. At this time, an indifferent and dignified voice sounded out between the heavens and earth. The black feathers in the sky flowed backwards, fusing back into Xia Zi's body. Then, in the void, a space-time vortex appeared. The demonic cultivator rose up, disappearing into the end of space-time. Below, Luofei did not hesitate. Her figure swept past, entering the space-time vortex together. Across the collapsed immortal realm, the Darkness Master watched this scene. He stood there quietly, his expression becoming increasingly cold. Chapter 1552. In the immortal region, when the light was in danger, the will of the demon butterfly used Xia Zi's body to cast the 9 hells heaven swallowing forbidden technique. After 1,000 years, the Nether King appeared and defeated the Lord of Darkness with one palm. The invincible number 1 demon god of the heaven world. Even though it was just his will that descended into the mortal realm, it was still terrifying. After one move, Xia Zi's body collapsed. The demon god returned to the 7 heavens and took the dying demon with him. Luofei followed and disappeared into the space-time vortex. In the collapsed immortal region, the Lord of Darkness stood opposite the world of light with a cold expression. Behind him, the heavens, the god of plagues, the god of evil, and the 3 heavenly kings of darkness stood with serious expressions. The number 1 demon god of the heaven world was so powerful that it was terrifying. On the other side of the darkness, Ning Chen stood up. Phoenix fire rose from his body. 4 immortal swords circled around him, ready to fight. Master of the mortal realm, I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will end the era of the mortal realm. Cherish the last time I leave you. As he spoke, the aura of darkness gathered on the other side of the immortal region. The figure of the Lord of Darkness dissipated. Behind him, the 3 heavenly kings of darkness also left and disappeared. In the collapsed mountain, Ning Chen watched the Lord of Darkness leave. His phoenix fire gradually extinguished. Knowing destiny. Soon, in the east of the immortal region, the experts of the mortal realm rushed over. Looking at the devastated scene, their expressions were pained. Ah man, Ning Chen forced his body up and walked forward. Under a collapsed mountain, Ning Chen pushed aside the rubble and carried out the unconscious Ah man. Behind him, the Chongling female supreme walked over and said seriously, "You are injured and need to heal quickly. Leave Ah man to me." "Thank you." Ning Chen carried the unconscious Ah-man and handed him to the female supreme. He said softly, "I have troubled the female supreme." The Chongling female supreme took Ah-man and nodded. "Right now, only you can fight against the experts of darkness in the mortal realm. We can only do these small things." Not far away, Qing Ning looked at the blood-stained Ning Chen and sighed softly. This great calamity put too much pressure on him. If the mortal realm was destroyed, they would have no place to stand. However, the power of darkness was so strong that it made people despair. The tribulation of darkness this time was even more terrifying than the great tribulation of the divine prefecture. After all, the Lord of the Abyss did not descend in his true form. At the same time, the Lord of Darkness returned to the Dark World, followed by the 3 dark heavenly kings. Suddenly, the Darkness Master staggered, and the aura around her shook violently. What a great title, the #1 demon god of the heaven realm. You really live up to your name. The Darkness Master circulated the power of darkness to suppress the injuries in his body. His eyes were full of seriousness. "My lord, how are your injuries?" The heavens spoke with solemn expressions. "It's fine." The Master of Darkness said coldly, "The #1 demon god of the heaven realm is only SOSO in the human world. This kind of injury can be healed in 3 days." The 3 dark heavenly kings all breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure that the Nether King gave off was simply too strong. In front of the Nether King, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Only the Lord could withstand the Nether King's attack. "I need to go into seclusion to recuperate. All of you stay here to protect me," the Lord of Darkness said. "Yes." The 3 dark heavenly kings respectfully accepted the order. The Darkness Master went into seclusion to heal himself. In the celestial realm, Ning Chen was also in seclusion to suppress his injuries. In the air, immortal light lingered around the small gourd, helping the former heal. After half a day, Ning Chen's injuries were gradually suppressed, and he temporarily recovered to his peak. In the celestial realm, the celestial venerables of the human world all looked anxious, waiting for Ning Ming to recover from his injuries. Not long after, Ning Chen walked out. He looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, "Everyone, leave first." The leader of the celestial venerables, the female supreme of Chongling, stepped forward and said, "You're not leaving?" "I'm not leaving." Ning Chen smiled and shook his head gently. "If we're leaving together." Qing Ning stepped forward and said in a low voice. "Sister Qing Ning, you leave first," Ning Chen said softly. Ning Chen said softly, "You still have to bring more people with you. Although this world will eventually be destroyed, the spark of hope must be preserved. This is the key to defeating the darkness. If you stay, you will definitely die. You know that you will die, so why are you so persistent?" Qing Ning reprimanded in a low voice. "I can't leave." Ning Chen looked at the end of the starry sky and said, "If I don't die, the Darkness Master will not rest. He is most wary of the immortal slaying 4 swords. Only when I die can he relax his vigilance." "Master." At the side, Ener called out with tears in her eyes. "Be obedient and leave." Ning Chen smiled tiredly. "If I stay, I might not really die. However, I can't leave with you. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave." There were many things to say, but there was no time to say more. No one could persuade Ning Chen's persistence. In the end, the celestial venerables of the human world still left. One floating island after another, carrying the last hope of the human world, headed to the heaven realm. And in the human world, only Ning Chen was quietly guarding. In one day, Ning Chen set up the time restriction and Yellow Springs restriction in the celestial realm and completely refined it. The Darkness Master's strength had already surpassed the Monarch realm and was infinitely close to the legendary Genesis realm. In terms of individual strength, the difference between them was too great. If they wanted to stop the Darkness Master, they had to find another way. On the second day, Ning Chen sent the immortal slaying four swords into the depths of the starry sky and concealed their aura. On the third day, Ning Chen stood quietly in the celestial realm, looking at the human world with eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Behind him, an ancient sword was hidden in a scabbard. It was Man's Taiyuan ancient sword. Ning Chen sent away the immortal slaying four swords, but left the Taiyuan ancient sword behind to prepare for the last battle of his life. In the wooden scabbard, the Taiyuan ancient sword hummed softly as if it was lamenting the impending calamity of the human world. 3 days was so short. To cultivators, it was just a snap of the finger. In the celestial realm, in just 3 days, Ning Chen's aura changed a lot. His white hair danced in the wind, and his demonic nature was shocking. He fought his whole life, not knowing his own fate. Now the end was near, but Ning Chen seemed to understand something. He didn't understand destiny before. Cultivators were originally going against the heavens, so how could they listen to destiny? However, today, Ning Chen finally understood that destiny wasn't up to the heavens, but to do one's best and listen to destiny. Knowing destiny didn't know his own fate. For the people he cherished, he didn't hesitate to go against the heavens and change their fate, but he had never lived for himself. Today, knowing destiny finally knew his destiny. For this, he was willing to sacrifice everything. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. Why so many reasons? In the celestial realm, sword intent rose, illuminating the human world. Knowing destiny was willing to give up everything in order to obtain the strongest sword in his life. Man entered the Tao, and the sword was clear. The sword intent was refined. In the wooden scabbard, the Taiyuan ancient sword shook violently. The sword's body was transparent and dazzling blue. At this time, at the end of the starry sky, darkness pressed down. The darkness master broke out of seclusion, and the destructive pressure shook the heavens and the world. Chapter 1553. The deity realm was devastated. All the strong cultivators in the human world had left, and only knowing destiny stayed behind to guard the human world. His dazzling white hair danced in the wind. The war was coming, but knowing destiny's state of mind was calm. Ning Chen had fought countless times in his life. He was in awe of death, but he was not afraid. Behind him, an ancient sword was inserted into the ground. The long sword was sealed in a wooden scabbard, and it hummed softly. 3 days were coming. At the end of the Ziwei galaxy, darkness was pressing in. The terrifying aura made the world tremble. In front of the dark aura, the Lord of Darkness stood quietly. Behind him, the 3 heavenly kings of darkness followed. The majestic aura was shocking. Darkness and light, black and white, were so distinct. "Are you the only one left?" the Lord of Darkness said lightly. "I'm enough," Ning Chen said calmly. "I admire your self-confidence." The Lord of Darkness stepped forward. The black aura around him continued to spread, and the pressure became more and more shocking. "Lord!" Behind him, the heavenly kings stepped forward and said, "A mere human is not worth the Lord's personal attack. Why don't you let your subordinates do it?" The Lord of Darkness shook his head and said, "The Lord of the human world is different. Now you are no match for him." Hearing this, the heavenly kings frowned slightly and looked at the Lord of the human world in confusion. They couldn't see what had changed about the Lord of the human world. His aura and cultivation technique were the same as 3 days ago. "Now you have piqued my interest." As he spoke, the Lord of Darkness raised his hand. Black aura surged like waves and pressed toward the Lord of the human world. The war began. After countless years, the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of the human world fought again. Like the cycle of time, this was a battle destined to be unavoidable. If the Lord of the human world lost, the human world would be destroyed. Ha! With a deep roar, sword intent shot into the sky, and the entire deity realm trembled. "Taiyuan, raise your sword," Ning Chen said. The Taiyuan ancient sword behind him was unsheathed. The blue light turned into an earth-shattering sword pressure that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, all the living beings in the human world and the heavenly realm felt this shocking sword intent. They were shocked. Knowing destiny. On the path from the human world to the heavenly realm, the floating islands that carried the last hope of the human world, the heavenly kings of the human world, all felt it. Master. On the floating island at the front, Een-Er's eyes were filled with tears as she felt extremely sorrowful. At the side, Qing-Ning stood there quietly with a calm expression, and not a trace of emotion could be seen. It's the High Priest. What is he doing? In the southern region of the God world, on top of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the Moon Goddess could feel the majestic sword pressure spreading from the mortal realm. She could not hide the shock on her face. Transforming one's body into a sword and entering the Tao with the sword. In front of the central divine palace, the rising sun demon god's golden eyes flashed with a solemn light. If one were to learn the way in the morning, one would be satisfied even if one were to die in the evening. What level could his sword reach? The mortal realm, the immortal realm. With the support of the entire immortal realm, Ning Chen entered the Tao with his body, becoming one with his sword. His sword intent was shocking. With the suppression of darkness, the sword light tore through the air. Darkness and light collided. An earth-shaking power surged out rapidly. The darkness and sword radiance dissipated at the same time. The aftermath was vast and mighty, engulfing millions of miles. In the Ziwei star zone, meteors were affected by the battle between the two and turned into ashes, disappearing from the world. With a single move, a great battle unfolded. In the immortal realm, Ning Chen stepped forward. His white figure was like lightning, instantly arriving in front of the Darkness King. The Taiyuan sword radiance was majestic and shocking. It slashed down from the sky. The sword intent that spanned tens of thousands of miles was dazzling. Before the tip of the sword arrived, the sword intent had already descended. Behind the Darkness King, the 3 dark heavenly kings' expressions changed. They were forced back several steps by the sword intent descending from the sky. In front of the 3 of them, the Darkness King raised his hand. Black Qi surged and Een thunder burst out, blocking the Taiyuan ancient sword. Ha! The 2 forces collided again. Ning Chen let out a deep cry. The sword aura changed direction, and thousands of sword currents surged out majestically. The Darkness King focused. He gathered energy in his palms and blocked the thousands of sword currents. Rumbling sounds could be heard, shaking the stars. At his level of cultivation, every move he made had the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Every move he made had the power to cause the stars to fall. Sword radiance crisscrossed, and darkness surged. In close combat, the power of darkness and light clashed head-on. The battle was so fierce that it was shocking. One after another, deep roars were filled with battle intent. Ning Chen, who had turned his body into a sword and entered the path of swordsmanship, had truly stepped into the legendary god realm. His body shone with silver light, and his combat power increased several times. With 1,000 years of cultivation and 1,000 years of martial arts knowledge, Ning Chen displayed the most shocking combat power. He used all that he had learned in his life. Palm techniques, sword intent, and knife moves merged in every move. After being refined by the heavenly book martial arts, the power was even stronger. With a rumble, the 2 fists collided. The sky collapsed and the earth fell. Ning Chen's left arm was bleeding. However, the bleeding did not stop, and neither did the sword aura. Shadow of the remnant wind. 100 steps away, Ning Chen stepped forward. The phoenix wings on his back opened, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed forward again. He surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. His extreme speed was so fast that even time and space became still. In the stagnant time and space, Ning Chen's Taiyuan ancient sword slashed through the air, cutting through time and slashing at the darkness. The Darkness King raised his hand to block the Taiyuan ancient sword again. At the same time, the dark aura around him rose again, and he counterattacked with a palm. The vast palm was about to kill him. Ning Chen held his sword in front of him. With a loud rumble, the palm passed through the defense and severely injured him. 100 feet away, Ning Chen stepped forward and stopped the momentum. Phoenix flames rose from his body, suppressing his injuries. Nirvana! The sword aura changed again, and the sky changed color. Thousands of sword lights appeared out of nowhere, magnificent and unparalleled. The Nirvana sword, which was more dazzling than the sun, broke through the limits of time and space. It pressed down on the Darkness King like a raging wave. Compared to 3 days ago, you are indeed different. However, you are still too weak. The Nirvana sword pierced through the air. The Darkness King looked at the thousands of sword lights in front of him and said coldly. Then, he raised his palms to the sky, and thousands of black thunderbolts surged out. The dark thunderbolts, which were full of destructive aura, were terrifying. When the thunderbolts appeared, the sky and earth began to collapse. In the next moment, the dark thunderbolts and the Nirvana sword collided head-on. The aftershocks surged and directly shook the battle. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. His injuries had worsened. In front of him, the sword lights slashed at the Darkness King. However, they were blocked by the thunderbolts and could not break through the Darkness King's defense. Spiritual 12th style, 100 tides set the sky. The battle did not end, and another powerful move was used. Ning Chen flipped his palm and absorbed the celestial spiritual qi in the celestial realm. He used the power of light to block the darkness again. Hundreds of tides surged. Wave after wave appeared to devour the heavens and the earth, engulfing the body of darkness. Useless move! Amidst the waves, the Darkness King's figure swept out, his murderous intent threatening. Boom! The two figures met. Palm and sword exploded with the most shocking power. The unparalleled darkness and the immeasurable sword intent were the strongest masters of the world of darkness and light. It was a battle of life and death. Sword 14.